Well, after the greatest single event that we've seen in the history of this series, it's time to do it all over again in this a very long and arduous championship. 4 more hours we're going to put on the clock, and we're going to do it around the greatest circuit of them all. We're running the Gesamtstrecke here, a different circuit layout, but it's still your same old series. Welcome to the Veranstalter-Gemeinschaft Langstreckenpokal Nürburgring, otherwise known as VLN. Next. Same layout, different day. It's all about who can master here, arguably the toughest hell of them all. We're here at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke layout here for your VLN series, round 2 out of a potential 9 we're seeing right now, and it's all about who can stay the most consistent over the season right now. We're currently in a little bit of a state of calm before we grid ourselves up here on Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Sperry here, joined with all the gang. Randy Chenna, Cisco Scaramusa, and Alvin Nieves as well. Randy, going to come to you first. A fantastic race that we saw last time we were here. Action right to the flag. And you know what? It could very well happen all over again.
Yeah, the first race of this season, absolutely fantastic. Easily put everything we saw last season to shame. Saw great battles in GT3, great battles in that middle category, which we missed out in the Kia last season. And as always in this championship, great battles up and down your field in the MX-5. Round 2 is going to be a good one. Let's just hope no one becomes an April Fool today.
Hopefully that won't be the case here, as we have a full total here, Cisco, of 55 drivers here in your grids. 3 different classes. You've got your GT3 category, all German manufactured. Then you have your Porsches here, your Porsche 911, certainly showing a lot of diversity, especially with what we've seen earlier on today on Racebot TV. And of course, your MX-5 category.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is no April Fool, but the GT3 cars are actually outnumbered yet again. The MX-5s have a very strong showing with several cars for them, and then as well the Porsche Cup as well, doing a great job here. Very interesting, not really used to seeing this, but hey, the GT3 BOP changed up a little bit in the update, so maybe that caught a couple teams off guard and they decided, hey, we're going to jump in the Porsche.
Potentially it has, and Alvin, this is a very difficult circuit to try and navigate. It's 165 turns. It's just a shade under 15.25 miles, and it's got every single corner, every single type of camber, every single type of challenge to make sure that you understand what the ultimate perfection in racing is. There is no greater circuit, in my opinion, than this one.
It certainly is, and I do have to say that this circuit perhaps is one of the most unique circuits that there are out there, because you have the first part, you have the Grand Prix track, wide. You can perhaps, if you make a mistake, you can go out and you may get away with it, but then after that, once you get into the Nordschleife portion, you really have to be on your toes. You have changes of elevation, super elevations, anything that you can find, and any single mistake, the walls are waiting for you.
They certainly are around here, and you've got to make sure that it all works out. Practice is over. Gridding process will take over now. This is how your field will look then when all was said and done. Pure Racing Team then get pole position with a 755.134. They're joined by Vendaval Sim Racing White there on the front row. Vortex Sim Racing VLN, they are there in third with MSP Phoenix Racing, formerly MSP Drivers Home in fourth there, the 85 machine. GT Ross SST Orange there in fifth, joined by Pure Racing Team Black. There is MSP Phoenix Racing 86 there in 7th, and Hoixingveld Engineering will round out the top 8. GT Comedy Team is there in 9th with Team Ren Sport Online, Team RSO. MSP Phoenix Racing 5 is there in 11th, joined by the GT Ross SST Black Team. There you can see the 111 of the GT Ross SST White 3 GT Ross cars then in your field with Shinya Mashimi Racing, MSP Phoenix Racing 83, and Lazarus Racing. And well, Randy, take us through then your Porsche category.
Looking down at your rear engine category, Pure Racing Team comes away with the pole in this category as well. Number 76 of Black Star Racing rounding out that second spot with Pure Racing Team number 299 in third, Team Rensport Online in fourth with MSP Phoenix Racing in fifth, Evolution Racing Australia, SimRC, Virtual Drivers, VLN, German Sim Racing at JCL, Wrench Monkey, and Team Trend rounding out your top 10. Now down to your MX-5.
Yeah, your MX-5 graded right now. Team Potato took the pole there. RSO are second. GSRC Turn 2 is third. Crown Racing third. MX-5 is fourth. Tornado Spin Racing fifth, sixth. And Space Invaders is going to be seventh. Super Sporty Racing eighth. Ninth going to go to Berlin Sim Sport. And rounding out your top 10, MX-5 is 3 Wide Motorsport.
And we all know that they have potential to go further than 3 wide. Beneke will take control of the field then as they just come off there of the Dottinger Ho as they head themselves then into the final few corners. The rights, then the left, which is so easy to lose that vehicle for the untrained eye. But one of the poster boys here for what is this event of endurance sim racing, Maximilian Beneke, is that his teammate didn't have everything his own way last time, but can he have potential to redeem himself and the team? He'll have control, he'll get himself going, and let's get 4 hours on the clock as the jump is there, and Vendaval's Juani Lopez then still has to contest with Emanuele Petri there down his inside, and you can see it's all clear here for the driver of Maximilian Beneke here in your GT3 category. They'll dive themselves down into turn number 1, 3 wide in the middle of your pack. One car's gone wide. There's your Porsche's Lauren Heinrich, so dominant last time. He'll get everything going underway, and then of course the final category there, as we're seeing here, your MX-5's getting underway. RSO already under threat. Giuseppe Iannucci away for Team Potato there, Alvin.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic start here by everybody.
Whoa, got a wreck.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we got a wreck in your Porsche category there. That's towards the rear of the field. MB Motorsports, Michael Lewson involved in that one there at turn number 1. So coming down into turn number 1 then, we were just seeing everyone try and get themselves in, and he just went too deep there, tagged another car straight in the middle of the road. That has caused that incident there to happen there. He gets himself going, but now with heavy damage and getting himself around, it's going to be so difficult here to deal with right now, Cisco, for him to get back home.
Yeah, he's got to make up all that ground right now, and the MB Motorsports car, well, he went off track a little bit, so he's going to have a ton of time to make up. Meanwhile, battling your MX-5s, continuing, as you mentioned, RSO was already under threat. They're still under threat. GSRC Turn 2 right on the back bumper here. Once again, the MX-5s, they just can't leave each other right now.
They can't. Taiki Yamaguchi then gets past Sota Muta. Then the 2 Tornado Spin Racing cars then change positions, and maybe a bit of tactics there. Gresham Wagner there at the back of that pack there for Super Sport E-Racing then going forward. And you can see now the battles that go on. They're side by side trying to come up the hill then towards that NGK chicane. So important to get that one 100% right. They're not running the Type 1, the Formula 1 layout. They're running this endurance layout. It's a lot more narrow, and you can see straight down the inside. Thank you very much, says Gresham Wagner. Upper position. Randy, though, you look at the front of your field, though. Look who is breaking away as per usual. Maximilian Beneke there, but look at this. Side by side then. Here's the head towards Flugplatz. Jedstad then gets himself through on Juani Lopez, and here comes Petri down the inside. He'll take that one, and here comes Juani Lopez. Contact into the wall, and Juani Lopez in a load of trouble.
Yeah, that's really what can happen early on here at Flugplatz at this racetrack. Very narrow part of the circuit, and people you can get a big run coming out of the section beforehand. Juan Lopez didn't get a good run. 3 cars decided to go up the inside, and well, GTROS, excuse me, doored him. You see him now in the outside wall.
Yeah, you do, and that's a shame for Vendaval Sim Racing White. We saw early on here, the first race of the championship, they were in such a commanding position, but then technical issues forced them down in order to fight for the podium. Now what we are seeing here is the driver here in that GT Ross ST Orange. That's Cristobal J. Lopez now holding a position then just for the moment, and that has done pretty much everything that has needed to be done then in that area of respect. Beneke is gone, though, at the front of your field. Exactly what he needs to do in this one. In your Porsche category, though, Alvin, Lauren Heinrich holds that advantage, but Kim Eriksson is not going away.
Yeah, it is, and this is pretty much what we see here on VLN. You know, we see these first laps. Perhaps we can see some really silly moves here and there, but what everybody wants, they want to be in front. They want to make sure that they can make it clear that they have a clear track, that they can do the best they can. Because one thing we have seen here, once you get into the Nordschleife part, you really have to finger move, because it's very narrow. The walls are waiting here. They do not forgive, and if you make one mistake here, it can spell the end of your race.
It certainly can, and you cannot afford to take any form of risk here, especially in this Nordschleife section. The track is too wide at best. It's the ultimate challenge here. When you talk about any car, performance cars, road vehicles, when you talk about, say, your HBDs or your LMP1s, you talk about how quick can you go around the Nordschleife. This is the ultimate test on which car is the quickest overall. Looking back, though, here at your category of your MX-5s, we know just how much potential there is for drafting here, but they're already starting to spread out just a little bit. Battle between SimRC.de, Magenta, Maximilian Scheider, and the Team Cube karting Philip Alliot with Anthony Delahaye there behind the wheel. They're pretty close, Cisco, as they are heading themselves now in towards the mid part of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and they're closing in here right-handed this time, and Sheeter is doing a great job right on the back bumper. But like you said, that kind of lead pack is giving each other plenty of space here, so making sure they don't have any problems. The closest battle kind of in this lead pack that you'll see is Yamaguchi still on the back bumper of Patrick Lankow. In the
there's contact, sorry, and it's Emanuele Petri in the wall. It's contact again with GT Ross SST Orange. Petri hits the wall. He continues to go, but all momentum's gone, and I think that car has broken suspension, Randy.
Yeah, it definitely does. I have to say, these GTROs and Vortex guys being way over aggressive here at the start of the race. We saw that first incident with Vendaval up at the top of the hill at Flugplatz, and now again through another very scary section of the racetrack. First time around, and you see him again forcing a side-by-side issue that doesn't need to happen. You don't need to try to make these moves this early in the race. These guys need to know this is the 4 hours of the VLN, not the 4 minutes of the VLN.
Certainly is, and where we have seen their early incidents become a major factor here, and again Vortex here are not being dealt the best of cards. Look at this train though in your Porsche category, Alvin. Blake Neck at the front for Evolution Racing Australia, SimRC.de, Mellon, Jürgen Frank behind the wheel. Then you've got the virtual drivers VLN1, that's Thibaut Probst there behind the wheel, and behind that German SimRacing.de, that's Johannes Maiwurm there behind the wheel, and even behind that JCL Sim Racing, Javad Karoni behind the wheel. So this train of 5 or 6 here, Alvin, just heading themselves through the mid part of this section, and everyone knows that they can't afford to make mistakes.
Yeah, it is absolutely here fantastic what this Porsche class has been able to do, apart from the small incident that happened just turn 1 in the Porsche class, as we pretty much have this battle here, and leading by Evolution Sim Racing Australia, you know, and these guys are, you know, top of the class when it comes to sim racing, and also good to see that team from Australia coming in here, coming here to race, see who is the best.
Yeah, it certainly is here, and we are seeing these battles going on, especially when you're looking down here towards the rear of these battles going on. You're looking at your MX-5 category. They have bunched up again, though, here, and you see at the front of that train team Potato, Giuseppe Iannucci, then at the front Dirk Federman for Crown Racing MX-5, Amjad Yamin there for our good friends at GSRC, Taiki Yamaguchi in there, Patrick Lankow then at the back of that train as well. So you're seeing everyone there getting incredibly close, but onto the Dottinger Ho for the first time, though, comes your GT3 category right right now, Randy, and we are seeing some close battles. Jan Senkowski has made some great inroads here. He needs to get past Florian Royce, Pure Racing Team Black here, and has a great opportunity, but there is draft ahead.
Yeah, there is draft ahead for Florian White, and that's Cristobal Lopez in that GTROS orange car, involved in those two incidents we saw on this first lap. And in this update that we've seen come through, the GT3 car is not quite as efficient in the slipstream, but you have about a mile or so of this straightaway that you're able to work it, and Florian White all over the back of Cristobal, ducks down to the left-hand side. Cristobal left that door open for some reason, not really sure why. He goes back and drops his spot, but Jan Senkowski not able to get there. They go up into your final section of the racetrack single file for now.
Yeah, they do, and you can see here the driver of Cristobal J. Lopez then trying to get themselves into situation right now, and you are looking at things here, trying to get into that battle. Move back a little bit, though, here in towards your field in your MX-5s, and the gaps open up just a little bit more here. And I believe we might have just seen a little bit of issue maybe from Yamaguchi. Not quite too sure about that. No, he's completely fine when all is said and done, but you can see, again, they stretch themselves out a little bit here. Cisco, they're looking now to try and get themselves onto that Dottinger Ho in just a couple of moments time. And what you have to remember here is that there's chances for you to run this on your own, or chances for you to run this as a team. It's classed as a team event here, but you can drive it on your own, or you can drive it with three other mates of yours, and that can be the key difference when the end of the day happens, whether you're tired or not, heading yourself into that final hour.
Yeah, and we actually did have problems, but it wasn't with Yamaguchi. It was with the 06 of Sordomudo. You can see there's an MX-5 missing from this picture. The 5 actually got Karine and the Yonko. That was game over for that team. So the number 5 MX-5 team out of this race, but they're on to the Dottinger Ho now. This is where the slipstream comes into play.
It certainly does here, and now you are seeing here everyone now try and get themselves close together, but you can see already just how stretched out it is. Team Potato with that gap. Dirk Fiederman of Crown Racing MX-5 needs to close that gap down in. He will here, but I think he's going to run out of road when all is said and done. There is the tourist entrance on the right-hand side, probably left-hand side as you see it on your screen right now. Lankow then onto the back of Yamaguchi, then down this Dottinger Ho. Needs to get close here, needs to try and get himself alongside right now. They're using Amjad Yamin as that key post then under
Jake, the lead right now. 20 Fetterman just made it work. He's able to take over your MX-5 lead right in front of those guys. He just took the lead on all of them there, and as they come through the final turns here, that's a new leader, Crown Racing MX-5 to the point.
Yeah, and that was very well done. Used all of the draft and a little bit more. Thought it was going to be over and done with. No way, he said. And he got himself that position. But it won't be over and done with here in your MX-5s, because they'll have to negotiate the very difficult and tricky turn number 1 here. Down the hill, Apex will always fall away from you as you try and get it to work here. You can see Iannucci's going to hold back for the moment then, as you're going to see it all just check back up together then into turn number 1 in your MX-5 category. Very nice racing we're seeing right now here, Alvin, from your MX-5s.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. Right here, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 running one by one after each other. That battle for the lead, though, fantastic move here by Dirk Furman. But if there is something that we have seen from VLN in this MX-5 class, is that just because we saw the action on lap 1, that doesn't mean that is the end of it. We will see this time after time after time again, and pretty much for the next 4 hours, I am pretty sure that this MX-5 class will not disappoint.
Certainly won't right now. We're seeing here Jan Senkowski all over the back of Cristobal J. Lopez here in the battle for 4th position here on track right now between GT Ross, SST Orange and Team Hoitzingveld Engineering. Those drivers are going together here and they are looking to try and get that battle, but Senkowski then can open up that little bit of gap here. We also see this battle between the GT Ross, SST White and the MXP Phoenix Racing 83, Jan-Erik Hoffarth there against David Mata right now here. And Randy, what we have been seeing here in your category of what is your GT3s is that they tend to find themselves in the wall a little bit earlier than some other categories here. Normally we do see a beating and banging post when it comes to categories, and normally we say it's the MX-5s, but it isn't at the moment. At the moment it's your GT3s.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why everyone's driving so aggressively at the start of this race. I mean, the start of the first round was relatively clean. We saw a lot of guys get away clean. This week, second round of the championship, normally you'd think everyone's a little bit more relaxed. Well, everyone comes out and we get some issues out there on the racetrack. Maybe some of the updates have to do with it. I'm not sure, but you're absolutely right. Like to David Mata and Jana here at Koffart having a good fight right now, as well just a little bit up the road. Cristobal Lopez and Jan Sinkowski. Sinkowski, I wouldn't be surprised, playing a little bit patient. He's seen that orange car getting a couple incidents on the first lap. I think probably just playing it somewhat safe and keeping his distance for now.
Certainly is here as we're looking at your Porsches as well. Jürgen Frank then needs to find a way through on Blake next sooner rather than later. He needs to try and break away from this one to work his way up through the field. Likes Thibaut Broos and Johannes Maiwurm just want to be there in that battle, just still there waiting, still there in the fringes of this one. But your top three in your Porsche category, Alvin, they have started to break away. Although Heinrich still has Ericsson for company, Pichler still there. Crash with the number 7 though that we have just seen right now, and that 7 is the virtual driver's VLN number 1 that we just seen, and that was who we were just talking about, Thibaut Broos then, and he's done it on the outside coming in, and there was a bit
no, problems, more problems, Jake. The MX-5 lead has crashed.
Oh dear me, I can't believe that we were just seeing this, and that's a Crown Racing MX-5. Amjad Yamin involved in that one there, completely turned around there in the middle of the road, and that is not the story that he wanted then. And let's see exactly how that's happened there. 2i coming in, and that's Crown Racing there, who were in that little scrap, and well, it ended all in tears going up towards Orenburg there, and that's a horrible incident to see, and there was Team Potato involved.
Yeah, that was your top 4 cars in class. The 555 GSRC Turn 2. The 3 got a piece of it as well as Crown Racing. And RSO and Tornado Spin, who are taking it easy, are suddenly second and third in class.
Exactly what they wanted here in the story of this one. Early instant then has come into play, and that was something then just starting to play into the mind. How would they work together here? And now you see the opening of the gap as Crown Racing MX-5 now have the breakaway on Tornado. RSO don't want to give it up though. They try and make themselves get into the battle, but no, they're not quite close enough here at the moment. It's a complete shake-up then in your MX-5 category. What we are seeing though here is just the opening stages of this one. This isn't a case of a sprint. This one's a marathon, and already here quite a few drivers getting themselves involved. What I was trying to say is here earlier on, Randy, is that your Porsches have opened up. Heinrich, Ericsson and Pichler all pretty much on their own.
Yeah, and that's really not much of a surprise based on what we saw last time around. Heinrich pretty much dominated from the word go. Ericsson, I think, got in some trouble early, so we didn't really see him be all that competitive. And Patrick Pichler, whereas Heinrich definitely ran away from him, Pichler continued to run away from the rest of the field as well. So definitely good to see a 3-car breakaway. Most importantly, though, that Ericsson is challenging Heinrich for your race lead. Hopefully it's not going to be a one-horse battle this time through.
Hopefully, and well, we are also seeing some great battling here in your GT3 category right now here, Albin. You got here at the front of this train, John Atkinson Jr. of the MSP Phoenix Racing 5, Davin Mata of the GT Ross SST White, Jan-Erik Hoffa, Philip Mitrevsky, and also Patrick Ura as well, the Lazarus Racing here. All 5 of them then, all pretty much heading to the Dotun Jaho now, all with a great opportunity to make this move a reality here. And now it's just got to be a case of who can use that draft to their advantage.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of seems like all the going back to this field in the GT3 class, it kind of seems like things have started to calm down just a little bit. Unlike the front of the field for your GT3, which we have seen some big incidents already so far, but these 5, it kind of seems like they got the concept of this race. It is a 4-hour race, so you know what? Just let's take it easy. Let's see what we can do, and yeah, we may have some overtakes here, as we are seeing, trying to see if they can overtake each other here going down the Dottinger Hill. But if they can, you know what? Just slide back in line. Let's do it one more time.
Yeah, certainly have seen John Atkinson Jr. lose the position then to David Mata then in terms of that one against the GT Ross SST White. Then we also saw a lot of potential there for Patrick Ura there to get past then Philip Mitrevsky. That didn't work out though in the end of that one. That's a shame then that we've seen that one happen the way it has. You can see though, What we did see early on in terms of the racing, though, Randy, Cisco even, I'll go to you on this one, early on is that we saw the Porsches didn't really lose too much ground to the back of your GT3 category. That's something very, very interesting to look out for when they get to the lapping period.
No, the lapping period's going to be very tough for these guys because it's going to happen fairly late for them because the Porsches aren't really that far off the class speed. And normally last season when we had the Kias, completely different story. The Kias were much slower than the GT3. Now you kind of have the fastest class, and then you have the slightly slower class, and then you have the MX-5. So it can get really hectic if you catch if you catch drivers from all three classes at once. It's going to be complete just potluck who's going to come out of there because the Porsches and GT3 cars are so close.
Yeah, it certainly is here, and we are seeing here, especially in the MX-5s, you know, a slower category is kind of needed here just to bring yourself back to earth. But the thing is about this MX-5 is that you can race it pretty much from rookie straight off of the bat here when you're trying to get yourself moving forward. That is something that is going to be playing here a small role. And actually, just looking through here at everyone just trying to get themselves through, is that Crown Racing even going quite slow? I think they might have done something, not quite too sure about that one moving forward, Cisco.
That's their other car. That's Crown Racing third, so they're kind of towards the back of the field. Not too bad for those guys, but Crown Racing first. Their MX-5 is still in the lead right now with the commanding lead over this kind of second group. It's almost like a pack at a plate track right now. Sort of Muto, Bastian Salmon, and Patrick Lankow. So a lot of familiar faces in that one. And it's kind of actually nice to see that Bastian Salmon has been picked up by a team. He's finally running for Berlin Sim Sports. So the driver that we've known for so long, who's been a privateer in this series, finally got himself a team. That's pretty cool right there.
Certainly is, as we saw there. Sebastian Stolzer then lose one position, potentially two. Then as Team Cube now looks to try and go down the inside. Anthony Della Hayes makes it, thank you very much then, and gets himself the position on the Road Bastards Gold team then. We're seeing looks to the outside then, heading up towards here. This run, and there's contact, and round goes the driver of what was Anthony Della Hayes into the wall. Space Invaders do well of avoiding that attack, and now you're starting to see here, Cisco, everyone's trying to push, but Alvin, though, I'll come to you here. Here they come down this straight. Lankow under threat. Here comes Salmon. Here comes Muto.
Yeah, coming down the straight. Let's see what Bastian Salmon can do. Going side by side. Let's see if they can do. Perhaps they may even think about going 3 wide. Let's see what happens in here. But so far here 2 wide. Bastian Salmon, Sotamuto going down the straight. Looks like Sotamuto has the advantage right now. Now they're going here into the crest. It kind of looks like Sotamuto will get ahead of this battle, but this ain't over yet.
Certainly isn't, and Sotamuto will hold on to things for the moment. Salmon goes nowhere quick then as things continue on. Randy, you are starting to see then here as we're looking at time already a quarter of an hour through this event. Time goes quickly at the Nürburgring because it's such a long lap around here. You think it's going to be easy in the end. It isn't. 7.5 minutes, almost 8 minutes a lap here that we are seeing here. So when you are dealing in increments of 8 minutes, when it comes to strategy, there's not much difference you can have.
Exactly. The main thing is just getting the car around this place and on a tank of fuel. There's not really a lot you can do to figure out how to stretch an extra 8 minutes out of a fuel tank. It's rather difficult, especially at a track like this, especially with how difficult it is to save fuel here. It is a very long lap, but there's not a lot of slow corners, a lot of high speed, a lot of full throttle sections. Normally you want those liftoff areas to where you want to be able to save gas. Not nearly enough of them around this place to really see people be able to stretch fuel.
Yeah, and you've just seen there in your MX-5 category there, Cisco, and move through Bastian Salmon up a position. Then Sotamuto will have to fall into line. And what we saw in the opening race here was a decision, shall we say, if I can get my words out for Team RSO. They decided to make the early stop, and they made it work for them here, because when they are dealing with that early stop, they know at some stage they will have to short fill that vehicle over 4 hours. So taking it early was RSO, and they got themselves track position to win in the opener.
Yeah, and I could see them doing the same thing here, but the good thing for them is they got their track position. They didn't have to do a thing, able to avoid that first rack, and then that second rack is that was just a case where I don't know. It's a couple of names in there that I hadn't really seen or had only seen, you know, last time out, and kind of the inexperience of these guys. I mean, we look at this top group, Crown Racing, they've been in the series, I believe, both season, as has Salmon, as has RSO. Tornado's been really the only team here that I'm noticing, and they could have been maybe in the second split last season. So for these guys, experience playing to key once again, and I mean, this is a very tough circuit. The more experience you have, honestly, the faster you're going to be.
Certainly is, as we've just seen in your Porsche category. Jürgen Frank has made the move on Blake Neck then of the Evolution Racing Australia number 8 machine, has managed to get himself through then in the early stages of this event. Exactly what was wanted to be done then. As we look at things right now, when you're in the middle of the pack here, as Alvin, you've got to play a different game. You're either playing to hold your position or you're playing to gain position. And when you're gaining position against someone who's trying to also gain a position, that's when we see drivers get a little too aggressive.
It certainly is, Jake, and it's pretty much, you can play one of 3 strategies. If you are in front, you can say that perhaps you have the advantage because you got the clean air and you don't have to worry about anybody making a mistake in front of you and being involved on their incident. If you're in the middle of the pack, then that's where you have to think about 2 things. You can either try to advance your position and try to have a better positioning within that pack, and like I said, you are in front, you may avoid an incident that happens in front of you. If you're on the back, that's where things start to get a little bit interesting because pretty much you are back of the pack, and it really does depend the train of cars that you have. If it's 3 cars, well, you may try to advance your position and try to go to the front of the pack. But when it comes 4, 5, maybe a 6 car pack, that's when things really get interesting. I think it's best to stay behind, see how things go, and even save a little bit of fuel. Like Randy said, it may be a little bit hard to save fuel on an 8-minute lap, but some cars here may be close to stretching just one more lap. It's just a matter of who's driving, what car it is, and what strategy they are trying to run.
Certainly is. Driving style does play a key factor in this one, but one driver who is absolutely dominating here, well, it's this man, Maximilian Benecke, in the number 1 machine here. Randy, he opened up a 5-second gap in the opening lap of this event. He continued to stretch it to 5.5. He's going to come across the line now here, trying to get away from the winners last time out in MSP Phoenix Racing. Then Benecke sets himself a time of what was an 8:02.9. You look back though to Lucas Jedsat though, an 8:03.5. That gap opens up 6.1 seconds then after just 3 laps.
Yeah, Max is basically on rails right now. That first lap out of him was phenomenal, and yeah, I think he definitely benefited from some of the incidents that happened behind. Lucas Jedstad picked up a spot or 2, I think, in the process as well, and I think he had to lift out of it. That's why we see that big 6-second advantage right now. It'll be nice to see if that 85 machine can reel in Max some way, shape, or form, whether it's traffic or something else like that out there, because right now the times really aren't that far different, Jake. Only 0.6 of a second every single time around. Max may not be pushing right now, but still, Jetsat isn't that far off the pace of Benecke. Benecke just got a big gap at the start of the race due to the early incidents.
Yeah, he's managed to get that gap, but what we do have to remember is we always have to put that asterisk at the moment with Maximilian Benecke. And Cisco, you know this better than anyone. Maximilian Benecke, in the early stages of that first race of the season we saw, he did get into a little bit of a tangle, albeit he was with the likes of MSP Phoenix and the likes of Vendaval that time. This time, though, he has that opening gap. Do you think he can keep himself out of trouble here today, and hopefully his teammate can go and give himself the reaping of the rewards?
I think he can, Jake. I mean, you talked about it. He has that opening gap that you mentioned, and also keep in mind, different car for him this week. I feel like he's had more success in the R8 across other series, so I feel like everything's in the cards today for Max, and I think this is the one where he's going to be able to really hold on here. He's got a huge gap back to P2 in class. I think Max could just play it safe right now.
Yeah, I think he can, as we're looking at this battle between the 11 and the 93. MSP Phoenix Racing 5 and Philip Mitrevsky of the Shinya Machini Sim Racing team right now. They've just entered the Nordschleife here, heading themselves down the hill here. It's one of the true tests then of the opening of what is this Nürburgring Nordschleife, and you can see just how wide the driver of John Atkinson Jr. takes that line, because he was pretty much right up against the barrier here, and he's been falling back a little bit through the field here. hasn't been running a great turn of pace here, and Matrevsky now just needs to find that way through. Flugplatz might be an opportunity here as we're looking at this one here, Alvin, as he heads himself up the hill.
Yeah, let's see if Philip Matrevsky can get a run here, because coming here into Flugplatz, you know that you get some bit of airtime, even though these cars have some decent amount of downforce here, but it kind of feels like Philip Matrevsky just kind of stay just behind. Let's see what happens if he can get a good run here going into Arenberg. I don't think he might try to get a run here, but I have seen more aggressive moves. But if there is somebody that perhaps may think just a little bit more of when to make the moves, I know Shane Yamashimi's Team Racing. It's one of those teams that they know how to make those moves. They know where to make those moves. And Philip Matrevsky, right now, it looks like he's smelling blood.
Yeah, and he is right now here as John Atkinson Jr. holds on to things then just for the moment in this battle up the hill as they head towards the compression here. It's a very difficult section of circuit, this one here, because you're trying to go as flat out as you can, and at some stage you've got to brake for this blind left-hander. You can see Matrevsky certainly not confident through that section, and he actually drops himself about half a second. Then we'll look to try and gain it back here through the ever-slowing lefts and rights then as they head towards the mid-part then of their lap overall. What we are seeing right now, though, is some very nice battles going on, and we are also seeing here your Porsche category often unloved here, but they certainly do have some good battles. Look at this one then towards the back here. You've got Sam Rosler of the eWorks Racing team here, Randy. You've got Daniel Avery of Wrench Monkey Racing, and both of them here, albeit they're low down in their category here, if they keep at it here and there's a little bit of an attrition rate going on, they could pick up still 6-7 positions just on attrition rate alone.
You're absolutely right. 4-hour race here at the Nordschleife. I mean, you're talking a lot of laps, a lot of fatigue that can come through, a lot of mistakes. And these guys, even though that the GT3 cars and the Porsches won't be dealing with each other traffic-wise for quite a while, they're going to be coming up on the MX-5s relatively soon. And the Porsches don't hit the MX-5s that much later than the
trouble
GT3
in the
cars do.
MX-5.
What do we
Sorry
got?
about that. That's Space Invaders getting involved with the Road Bastards Gold team there. Side by side they were going, and there was a bit of over-eagerness there, Cisco, going in from Sebastian Stolzer. Tried to get him down the inside just before the Dottinger Ho. That was through the Stefan Bellof there, I think it was. That's a big one for Rafael Dorado.
Yeah, and I believe though both of those cars had already had problems before this incident now, and the 82, man, he went, I'm not really sure what happened. Oh, he got side, oh wow, okay, that was a thing. But he got hit in the side, clipped the curb, and, well, that happened. So,
you should apply for RLM, mate.
I think we just found the new RaceSpot t-shirt design, Cisco Scaramuza. That was a thing. Here comes Lankau, though, in the Team RSO 398. He's trying to get past Bastian Salmon, Berlin Sinsport car then. Here on the outside, heading down the Dottinger Ho. Will get the position. How quickly can you get back into line to gain that overspeed back again here? Only 120 miles an hour here on this straight, and Salmon wasn't prepared to get back in under the toe. He was happy just to hold his line, and you can see he's tucked in behind again then, and he's just not close enough there, Alvin, to make that move happen.
Yeah, absolutely great racing here. Bastian Salmon right now running second in this pack. Patrick Langdau looks like he was able to get the position. Now they're coming back onto the Grand Prix circuit, and I do have to make a comment about that last incident. And I think Cisco, I think you may agree with me. That car flipped a lot more times than what a usual sprint car from the World of Outlaws will flip after one accident.
yeah, no, that was Indy Tornado levels of bad. I have never seen that before, but we're just going to keep an eye on this battle. P2, meanwhile, MX-5 has still been entertaining, and they're still going to go at it. They're inside the arena right now, Jake, but the one thing that's bothering me is these guys continuing to battle. RSO's going to chop the nose off of Salman there. These guys continue to battle. They're just allowing Fetterman, as I voice cracked there, they're just allowing Fetterman to just drive away with this. And because they're battling, they're not able to keep up speed. I don't get why they're doing it. If they just work together, stay single file, they could probably catch him up, because Fetterman's probably going to have a little lick of damage after that incident, that first incident.
Yeah, certainly are here. It's about trying to play the long game and not just look at the short game right now. And if they aren't too careful here in this one, they might allow a driver like Maximilian Scheider to get back into this group battle here right now. You see your MX-5s incredibly spacious at the moment here with battles of 3, battles of 2 going on here. P4, P5 then were especially close then, heading themselves down.
Oh, not anymore. Cristobal J. Lopez, GTROs. Sorry, I'm going to cut in here. GTRO's Cristobal Lopez driver going through the second carousel here. Just tried to catch the curb on the left-hand side. Actually, he tried to straddle it, and as he came up and off the top of the bowl, car just got a little bit wobbly. He pretty much high-centered that car, put that GTRO's car in the fence. Maybe a little bit of justice for the incidents that happened earlier on.
Maybe so. So Cristobal J. Lopez runs into a lot of issues then and drops himself down then behind Florian Voigt once again there in the Pure Racing Team Black. Then replay then was up on screen, and now we are back live then. He hasn't lost too much time, though, is the crucial fact as we're looking here as they get themselves past the Team Potato car of Giuseppe Iannucci there. A sorry sight to see then him further down the order than he needs to be. And that's something else that needs to be pointed out here. Bad luck here, Alvin, so far this season for Team Potato. They've had the pace, no doubts about it.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, this is one of these tracks that even though you may be racing it 9 times on the same season, yes, you may, yeah, it is the same track, it'll be the same turns and everything, but it is always something different. You know, every race you may have to do a different approach depending on where you start, depending who is around you. And that is one of the magic here of VLN, that just because you had a fantastic race the first round, for example, that doesn't mean that will carry on to the second round. And another interesting thing that comes here from VLN, yes, it is a long lap, but when you're dealing with traffic, especially when you go into that Nordschleife part, you have to be careful, and that is one of the most important things, especially if you're a GT3 car. Yes, you are faster by maybe 2 minutes per lap perhaps, so really careful how you overtake traffic, because one mistake, race over.
21 then, we're looking here at this battle with the 11. That's Patrick Jura right now trying to get onto the back of MSP Phoenix Racing 5. Filip Petrevsky has found a way through then when all is said and done. Your GT3 category right now here, Cisco. You're seeing here this battle continuing on then. They come around the Kazan Bingdung, looking now towards these next corners. Warsteiner coming up after this left-hander. You can see just how aggressive over the curve Patrick Jura was. He wants to get there, and now they're coming up here on a little bit of lap traffic there on the outside there. That's Jörg Gruber of the Torque Freak Racing Radeon car gets out of the way, and you can see the overspeed difference there as they head themselves through. Atkinson holds on to position for the moment here because he's the meat in the proverbial sandwich.
Yeah, he is right now. The battle continues between those guys, and Jura right on the back bumper, waiting to see where he can make his moves. It's a Mercedes sandwich with an Audi filling for the middle, and that Audi trying to find a way past, but he just can't go anywhere right now. Maybe lap traffic might play a factor, or if they can catch any traffic basically at all. There's some cars in front of them. I don't think they're fast enough to get up there, but this battle continues. The Audi a little bit of a grass excursion, put the left tires down, but for the most part, looks like Jura's starting to fall off the back bumper though, those guys.
Yeah, we are starting to see here the lapping process come into play then, especially here with your MX-5s right now. We have seen actually breaking away from this one now is Patrick Lankow. He's managed to get himself about a gap of a second or two here, Cisco. And we do know here that especially in your MX-5 category, we like our names here. We do like everyone trying to get yourself a name here and a name there to work on right now. We are seeing everything happen at the moment. And Daniel Muth is behind the wheel of this name, which I'll try and say right now without butchering, but I probably will. Supergerechtig Kaisveringnigung, otherwise known here, as I've done myself a spell check, the Supernatural Union.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job right now. That 6 car, I mean, for their first time we've ever seen them in this series, and I know you're trying to get me to say that team name. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. But they're plus 11 right now from where they started overall. So doing a great job for those guys, and as we mentioned, that battle, it slowed down the 47. RSO was able to break away a little bit from that. Salmon, meanwhile, a little bit closer to Muto, but it looks like those guys finally gave themselves space and are just content to cruise right now. So maybe this will give RSO a chance. Maybe they'll play some strategy, or they're just going to try and catch them up on raw speed.
Yeah, raw speed might be the case here for RSO 398 to try and make that work, and they've got to remember, though, there's 5 seconds to play with in this one. Salmon still has Muto here as they're heading through these lefts and rights here. This right-hander then leads itself, then heading towards this section, coming up towards the carousel. Now it's a case of get on the brakes. Not going to happen there for Sotomuto, then. He's going to have to wait behind in the Tornado Spin Racing team Yakari car, then, as they wait again here to try and make everything work out for them right now. But you're seeing here, gaps form and gaps shrink very quickly around here, Alvin. It can be very easy just to lose 5 seconds on a lap just by having 2 or 3 really poor corners.
And you are right there, Jake. In this track, we are talking about around 8 minutes if you're on a GT3, or perhaps even in the Porsche car, around 809, 820 seconds. But on these MX-5s, there's more than 10 minutes per lap. And in these cars, the absolutely most important thing, keep your momentum. This track, it does have a nice flow, I have to say, and it's not that easy to keep that momentum when you consider all the corners that you have in here, and it's really easy to maybe make a mistake with so many corners, so many different styles of racing, so many ways of taking that corner. You have to be on your top, and for these MX-5s, the most important, the other important thing to consider, unlike most of the cars, as Sotomuto goes a little bit wide there, but was able to go back on the track no problem. You're gonna be more than 1 hour on track before pit stop. So try to calculate if you can make it for that second stop, when to come in, how much fuel to put in. That is one of the important things here for the MX-5 class.
Certainly is here, and well, as we look now forward to more towards the GT3, Gregory Tansen's MSP Phoenix Racing 86 machine then trying to close down the 88, who's run into a lot of issues in the early stage of this one here, Randy. This GT Ross SST Orange machine, Cristobal J. Lopez behind the wheel of that one. Tansen certainly trying to make the running work. We saw he was in that opening vehicle here in the early stages. Today, he's moved to the second vehicle and decided to take the early stint.
Yeah, you're right. And Greg, he's definitely going to have a big advantage over Cristobal Lopez in that GTRO's SST Orange car. That car, after its third incident, hasn't come down pit lane yet. Significant amount of damage on that 88. Last time around, Gregory Tansen was about 6 seconds quicker than Cristobal was around this racetrack. I have a feeling that GTRO's car is basically going to be a dead fish in the water when they get to the Dottinger Ho here in about a minute's time.
Yeah, and that might be the case here that we need to see here. The likes of Gregory Tansen won't take any prisoners here. Very understated as a driver. He does a job, but we never usually see him making overtakes or making places. He's very good at sitting in position and doing exactly what he needs to do here. This is the quick section of the circuit here. The section of the circuit that is sometimes forgotten here about just how difficult it can be. You're flat out, you're just flicking it through the lefts and rights. So you can see down the hill, then down and into the right hand they come along. Tansen getting a great run through this one then as they head through the S here, Cisco, and you have to feel Tansen needs to be within about a second here to really make the draft work.
Yeah, he really has to be close enough to be able to get anything on that draft here, but Townsend, he's closing in, and Jake, they're running out of time for him to make that move right now.
Certainly is here. Now through the mini carousel that we see, right-hander comes along. It almost mirror images halfway through the Nordschleife lap, which we see up the left-hander and then up this big hill right. Then you get yourself down the hill. Then you hit the Dottinger Ho. Now is a question of can Tansen close that gap right up. That's going to be the case here to try and make in this situation. And you can see that gap was kind of close the first time, but you are seeing here, starting to see a little bit of weaving tactics going on here. Not confident here is Cristobal J. Lopez with Gregory Tansen just behind. And if he can't make it on the Dottinger Ho, well, as you can see, he's closing in at a rate of knots right now. You'll need to try and make this one work down towards turn number 1. You can see that gap, 2 tenths, 1 tenth to the outside, then under Bilstein. And you can see just how far back he was at the start. You can see now he's just ahead here, Alvin, coming out of the corner.
It is, and that shows the slightest bit of damage that you get on these GT3 cars. It may not seem like much. Yes, the rear wing is still on that in that GT RO's car, but that little bit of damage, that shows you how much top speed you can lose. And Gregory Tansen coming from that far behind, coming into the Dottinger Ho, that shows you that bit of damage, how much it can affect you going there. But Cristobal Lopez not giving up as he shows the nose, but nothing happened. But that's pretty much a clear example of a little bit of damage earlier on in this race. You're gonna be suffering for the next 4 hours.
Certainly are here, and the MX-5s are still going on here. Bastian Salmon and Sota Muta here, Cisco, right now. They're seeing this battle go on up the hill. They're going to head along towards NGK. Underneath the slipstream is Salmon, who's lost the position to Muto, and both of them have lost complete and utter contact then, you can say, with the driver of Patrick Lankow, who's brought that gap down to about 1.5 seconds right now here, as there was a poor lap for Crown Racing MX-5. So Cisco, now you're starting to see here the worry, but the big worry is behind them. Beneke is within range.
Beneke is within range here, and that could split up this battle. We've seen it happen before, but here comes the number 1 up through 13 and now down onto the Nordschleife itself, and Beneke is closing in, and that's probably gonna split up that gap depending on where he catches him. We'll stay with the 1 here right as he hits this battle here. You can see him closing in. That's the speed difference we talked about earlier. That's how fast those GT3 cars are versus the MX-5s. Look, it only took him 3 or 4 or maybe, I don't know, half a mile or so, and he's already there. And right on the back bumper, the 47 of Salmon here, and Salmon got to find a way to let him by. Beneke's going to get him by here. Not too bad, but Salmon definitely lost a little bit of time. He's going to have to draft back up and hopefully catch him. And meanwhile, you look at RSO. This is kind of a look at what this gap has become. RSO's closed in on your MX-5 leader as Beneke's going to go around him. So kind of a little bit of an update on your MX-5 field as Beneke goes flying by.
Thank you very much, then, he will say, getting past. You can see that gap has certainly closed down. What we have neglected here is the battle for the lead in terms of your Porsche category here, Randy. And we're seeing Heinrich do what Heinrich does best. He's pulling away and making a gap of 8:14.9 the last time we saw from him. Kim Eriksson did an 8:16.7. That gap has opened up now to about 5 seconds, but both of them have made themselves about a 20-odd second gap to Philip Schallenberg in third. They might be two of the best drivers in terms of your Porsche GT3 911 category, but what we are seeing here is that Heinrich's just a step above everyone else.
Absolutely right. I mean, Heinrich is basically in a league all his own at the moment, and Kim Eriksson, though, luckily isn't that far behind. Only 5 seconds. That could have came from traffic to a certain extent, but still, like you said, top 2 separated, a 20-second gap from second to third place out there on the racetrack. That's enormous. The rest of the field has a lot of practice to do to try to find that speed, because they've only run 6 laps, and they're giving up 4, 5, 6 seconds basically every single time around this racetrack.
They certainly are here. I'm just trying to keep an eye out here on Lazarus Racing. They have come down onto the lane already, so they are the first of the drivers then to get themselves to make that stop then as things stand at the moment. And for Lazarus Racing here, it's an early stop on lap 6. Whether there was contact because they were on the back of Shinya Mishimi, whether there wasn't and they've just continued on their way, that's something that needs to be played into the mind here, Alvin, as they go forward here, because Lazarus Racing, they're towards the back. They've got nothing to lose here, and if they make that stop early, they have every reason to make that stop early and try and make that position work for them.
Yes, and it could also be a possibility of perhaps not playing that well with traffic. So perhaps coming into the pits now early, as you just mentioned, because these cars they can go for more than 1 hour for sure on this track. So perhaps playing the strategy game, trying to come a little bit early, getting that short stop out of the way. But the only problem with that is that when you come right as the window opens, you are really limited on the options when it comes to strategy, because now you are pretty much tied up to running the fuel tank to dry all the way to the end of this race, and that can be a little bit dangerous. But if they I'm pretty sure that they ran the numbers and they saw, hey, perhaps we can make this work. This could be our winning strategy.
Yeah, we're just seeing this battle here between the 14 and the 2 right now. Disabled Motorsports versus the Black Sheep team here. Manuel Sanchez versus Fabian Dans right now here. The 824.9 meets 824.5. And behind them, you see GTL VRT Red there. That's Arcadius Newman behind the wheel. And it's not often that you see Arcadius Newman towards the back of the field here, Randy, when you talk about him. He's normally a mid-pack driver, but this mid-pack here is incredibly strong, and he now filters himself towards the back.
Absolutely right. I mean, this 3-car scrap right now in your Porsche 911 field is looking pretty hot right now. The section of the racetrack they're working through is relatively boring part in terms of for racing, very, very quick. Right now, your MX-5 lead heating up. Crown Racing MX-5 and Team RSO. They just actually swapped spots, I believe. Actually, no, I take that back. They did not, but still very tight. You got GT3 traffic coming through.
Oh, you can see there, they go down to the inside and they get incredibly held up here, and you're going to see one car get through, but this is what Crown Racing has done very well there. They dictated the pace here for MSP Phoenix and GT Ross SST White to go through towards the carousel. Difference is, RSO is letting those cars go through early here, and that is what's costing them in terms of the battle for the lead. They'll have to do work again, as now Shinya Mashimi will try and get past RSO. Thank you very much, says MSP Phoenix Racing 5 to go through, and that's the big problem here, especially for GT3 traffic here when you're looking at Ding Cisco. They've got to get past, but they get held up. They want to dictate their own way through the traffic, but they know that the MX-5s, who are battling hard, want to dictate their own way.
Yeah, and Langkow there, I think he knows that he's a little bit faster in Crown Racing. I mean, they caught them up, so I think for Langkow here it was a case of, look, we don't want anything to happen to our car. We're just going to play it safe, let all the GT3 traffic by. That way, we can focus, we know we're faster, and we'll be able to catch that Crown Racing MX-5 team. And it's not a bad strategy, or they might just try the short pit again. I mean, it worked for them last time. They're in a very good position right now, sitting in P2 in class. I think, honestly, they've stacked the deck in their favor right now, and RSO has got to be thinking, got to be sitting fairly pretty right now, sitting P2.
Yeah, I think they will be here. In the case of they've done it once and doing it again, will other teams wisen up to the strategy and decide it right now? Battle between here, the 255 machine and the 8 Johannes Maiwurm with the German Sim Racing DE.255 machine against the Evolution Racing Australia car of Blake Neck here. And Neck here holding on to things right now. And we are seeing everyone just try and get themselves into play here at the moment. And what we are seeing, though, in this situation, Alvin, is that Blake Neck has been holding position very well here at the front. They had to let CMRC go because they were quicker, but what they have been doing is setting very consistent lap times in the opening hour of this event. We're just hitting around 45 minutes, gone 48 minutes here, and Johannes Maiwurm's just been sitting, waiting for that opportunity. Maybe it will come down to pit stops, who knows?
And you just mentioned it, Jake, being consistent. I think that is one of the most important parts here when it comes to the VLN races. You have to be consistent, because with a lap being so long and with so many things that can happen, people making mistakes in front of you, you know, and the track being so long and so many strategies that can go in, you have to be consistent. You have to make sure that you can hit your marks. You have to make sure that you are confident going through each turn. You have to make sure that every single thing is right in that car. Why? This track at any point can bite you. We have to remember that North Light Park, it's essentially public roads. And there's so many things that could happen on public roads. Changes in elevation, camber, crown, so many things. You have to be on top of your game if you want to make sure that you come alive. And what Blake Neck is doing right now in front of this battle here, he's doing the right job that he needs to do. But let's put it this way, Jake. He is consistent. But what Lauren Heinrich is doing right now in the league of this Porsche class is absolutely fantastic.
It certainly is here, and well, we're seeing Lauren Heinrich just break away right now. But something quite interesting you've seen, Randy, here is someone's forgotten to set his alarm clock, and now he's just finally realised that the race has started. He's 45 minutes in, and he hasn't turned a lap then. Jonathan Buttel of the GT Comedy team, he's finally got going.
Yeah, Mr. Jonathan Buttel, Mr. Le Mans himself, you'd think that someone like that would be would understand when the races start. Maybe one of his other drivers having some technical issues of some sorts, but regardless, got himself underway. Now starting lap number 1 of the Pure Racing Team car. That's actually Max Benecke cycles through. There you go, John. You got 7 laps. You have to try to make up somehow. Get it done.
Side by side for your MX-5s, Langkow to the inside, Langkow to the race lead then of your MX-5 category here. Not much that Federman can do. He'll try and get the cutback then for the very long turn number 2. The nose gets chopped. He can't get himself through. He tries to send himself a message here, but he runs wide coming out of the corner then. We'll have to try and maximize it coming back onto circuit here into the left-hander. Traffic behind as well then here, Cisco to deal with here. Here comes Kim Eriksson then trying to make a way through.
I just don't think Federman could really do anything with RSO, the GT3, or the Porsche, like you say, the GTC Porsche of Kim Eriksson. He's going to roll on through. But honestly, 398 team has been so strong at RSO stable, and also keep in mind that's a different driver than what we're used to seeing still in that team. As Fetterman took a look to the driver's right side, that time wasn't able to do anything. But the Zernies aren't like running this team this time. Tobias is over in their GT3 stable today. Alex on the box, as well as Elmar Erlicott. So a little bit of change in the guard here, but this just proves how strong this RSO team has been on the MX-5s. Still showing speed, and Fetterman keeping up with them for the moment, probably with the slipstream, but they were able to catch a 5-second gap on Fetterman, close in, pass him. And if they could pull away now, that's just a very strong statement by that whole RSO organization on what that MX-5 team means. It's not just the Zernies doing a great job, it's that whole team.
Yeah, it certainly is here. It's not a case of brotherly love. It's a case of we are a team collective and we can do what we want, when we want, and take victory when all is said and done in that. MSP Phoenix Racing 86 have made the move on GT Ross SST Orange, who are falling down the order now. Team RSO Stefan Jan here, the other Rennsport Online car in turn, well, one of 3 RSO cars then, you could say, in the field right now, will be looking to try and make his way through then to get past Cristobal J. Lopez next year. Lopez has been struggling here in these few last stints here, Randy, and what we have been seeing here is that RSO car try and get itself through the field right now. As current, it's up 3 positions here. GT Ross, they're -1.
Yeah, the RSO guys always seem to find a way to just work their way up the field regardless of what category it is. I mean, you look right now, you have the RSO GT3 car in 7th. They're up several spots. You have the Team RSO 1 car in the Porsche field. They've picked up a few spots, and then leading you, of course, have the Team RSO MX-5. So they always trying to find a way to work themselves to the front here at this racetrack. And right now, currently lurking behind Cristobal J. Lopez. Right now, the injured Audi as he works himself down. The quick right-hander, Gregory Tansen, not that far ahead actually, so might give Cristobal a bit of a draft, but I still don't think that car is driving quite the way Cristobal would want it after the couple light contacts, and then most notably that big one after going through the second carousel.
Yeah, it certainly is here. I'm just trying to take a look here at the driver of Patrick Pichler, the Pure Racing Team 299, whether he's come down to make a pit stop or not, because he was running 3rd in class in your Porsche category here. I believe he has come down. No, he hasn't come down, actually, to make a stop. So maybe, well, he did last lap, so he has come down. He has made the stop. So now we are starting to see here, when you look at things, Alvin, there, as I get corrected here by my timing and scoring here, we are starting to see here the Porsche pit stops come into play, and now it's a game of strategy moving forward.
And this certainly has always been a game of strategy. Don't matter if it's the GT3, if it's the GTC, or the MX-5 class. This is a game of strategy, because we all know that at least if you're in the MX-5, for example, you have to come down the pits twice. There is no question about it. GT3 and GTC class, well, that's where things start getting a little bit interesting, because you have to come down the pits 3 times. Now, how you space them, that is the question. But Patrick Pichler decided just with about 55 minutes into the race, coming into the pits, get that service done, no tires, get out, keep rolling.
Muto getting incredibly lucky in front of Emanuele Petri's recovering Vortex Sim Racing car there. Cisco, I wonder if you got a look at that, because he got a huge tank slapper coming out of the corner in front of Petri, and Petri just had faith in the man, went to the outside. Muto held on to it, but Muto, though, getting very, very lucky as there's contact again behind as Blake Neck gets very, very aggressive.
Yeah, Neck got very aggressive there, and to take a look at that Muto thing, that happened just about 56 minutes into the race, and Muto just hit the curb ever so slightly. It shook the car up. So for Muto there, just a great save by him. Nearly got the Vortex car, but was able to hold on to it, and a great job by Petri there. Just held on to it, stayed in the throttle, and a great job.
Yeah, it was definitely a great job, and I wonder how much then the driver of Sota Muto was saying Gumena Sai then to that driver of Emanuele Petri moving forward. But you are starting to see here pit stop strategy will come into effect here. And Randy, we've been talking about this quite a bit here. We know that fuel is used up a little bit more around this circuit, mainly because you're spending so many sections of the circuit on the throttle, and you know that you're always running the corners left and right, left and right. You're working it, you're always hitting the brake and losing that speed here. It's such a challenge, this circuit, and it was one that does exert a little bit more effort on the fuel tank.
definitely does. You work the tires really hard here as well, just over this long lap. So many different types of corners, so many different types of elevation change and camber change in the race circuit right now as we near that 1 hour point. I think that we're going to see Max likely go around at least one more time here. Likely looking at about an 8-lap stint as he currently works himself down the Dr. Ho on his 7th time around the racetrack. Should be interesting to see, though, whether he comes down now or whether he comes down after. I'm thinking that he'll be more than comfortable, though, going around for lap number 8.
Yeah, certainly will be here as we look at David Matter here in the GT Ross SST White machine here. Jan-Erik Hoffarth in the MXP Phoenix Racing 83 machine rounds the left-hander of the mini carousel. And now you can see onto the Dossinger Ho. They will come along after this right-hander. You wait in this corner and you wait and you wait and then you put the power down. You're still waiting here and you wait and then you can put the power down here onto the Dossinger Ho. It's a case of just waiting an eternity to get yourself going through. You can see the writing on the road here of memories of years gone by. Now you're going to see Hoffarth then try and close down in the slipstream. The question will be, will he stay in the slipstream or will he decide that, no, I've had enough, I want to go and make the move here? You can see he's close at the moment, but you can see there's not really too much material gain here at 168 miles an hour, heading himself through. Maybe he's hitting his limiter already, but you can see not close enough there, Cisco.
No, he's just not close enough right now, Jake. And the 83, I mean, he's there, but I mean, this isn't really a good place to pass. You might be able to get it on the straight. Afterward is G-Tross, huge slide there, a little bit of formula drift, and Jan-Erik Hoffarth, no, actually G-Tross says, no, we've had enough, we're heading to pit road.
Yeah, GT Ross SST Orange, GT Ross SST White then have come down in, and also GT Ross SST Black. So if you know that GT Ross are on a certain strategy, you know that with all three cars coming in at exactly the same time, they are on the same strategy right now, and they've gone in a lap earlier than everyone else. So maybe they've calculated something here, Alvin, that everyone else hasn't. If not, it's a huge oversight.
Well, it's pretty much just a matter of, you know, that you are in some battles here and there, and since these GT3 cars can go more than an hour in fuel, perhaps just making a strategy call. Yes, that means that for the next 10, you may have to go over the hour if you want to make sure that you can make it till the end of the race without doing another splash and dash. But this is just, you know, trying to make the strategy, making sure that this can all work. And we also have to remember, Jake, and I'm pretty sure you are looking forward to this, because GTR Ross and many of the teams here, this is pretty much the last big race that they have, because in 2 weeks Blancpain GT starts. So getting to test some strategies here and there, just get it there, try it, test it, see what works, see what doesn't work, because in 2 weeks it is all or nothing.
All or nothing indeed here, as we are looking here at this battle between JCL Sim Racing, VLN, Johannes Maiwel's German Sim Racing.de machine, and also Blake Necker, the Evolution Racing Australia car. Lazarus Racing comes in another time, so you know they haven't done everything that they need to do then, and they've had to come down for a second time. Out comes then from pit road then the GT Ross SST White with driver change as well here, because that's Ivan Sol then who gets himself then dealing with a lot of traffic there, as we saw Caroni run wide. Yes, in 2 weeks Blancpain is coming, and the first round at Monza is something that you cannot afford to miss on iRacing Live and Racebot TV. But a week after that, you also have yourself a situation where you have the Nürburgring 24 hours coming up, and that's going to be huge for bragging rights as well. And there's one unknown in all of that one there, Randy, and that's Hoixing-Velcourt Motorsport.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's a group we've not yet seen out here in VLN yet this time around. Last season, a team that absolutely dominated. I mean, we've had Team Heinfeld Engineering, but Core has really been the quick time there. So I wish they would turn up. But last couple weeks ago, I think we actually, there is another WC GPS race happening this week, so maybe a little bit of help going there for some of the racers there. But I don't know. Hopefully they can turn themselves up.
Hopefully they will. MX5 lead then we're seeing right now. Dirk Federman here with Patrick Lankow just ahead. Lankow holds on to position so far through the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Long left-hander. Then you hit the 90-degree right, which feels so much more. It feels like a hairpin the way you try and take it, just because of the nature of the corner. You can see a small little drift then coming out then for the 398 machine here going on. And he continues on his way here, Cisco. You've been keeping an eye on this one here. And Lankow, you know, he hasn't had Federman go away from things things right now, but the big worry here for those two drivers is Sotomuto is catching.
He is catching, but I mean, also keep in mind, Fetterman got held up a ton by, he had a bunch of GTC traffic he had to deal with back before the Danger. Oh, they lost a ton of time there. Arso actually lost first place for a little bit. We're able to catch him back up and pass him again. So Muto, because he was kind of on his own there, he was able to just let the cars go by. Wasn't the case for your top two. They lost a ton of time because of that. And now Muto is going to be in the position where if he could be a little bit quicker, Arso's going to take a little bit of an excursion. Hold on to it, boys. And they're going to head up onto... No, Fetterman wasn't close enough. Thought he might have something there. But going to give them a little bit of space here. But if those two continue to fight, it's only a matter of time before Muto's going to be able to catch them up, which he is doing very well right now.
Yeah, he is at the moment, and well, it's a case of being silent but deadly here for Sotomuto right now. Muto just needs to stay quiet here. He just knows that he can just wait and play this game a little bit more to deal with just being quiet here. Rely on the mistakes here of Fetterman and Lankau battling together. That's going to be crucial in terms of your battle going on here in your MX5 category. We are still seeing battles, though, go on here in this event. The likes of MSP Phoenix Racing 5 here, Alvin, having this scrap here with Shinya Machinery Racing. Then they're heading through this very, very quick section. Of course, this section of road, this was where Niki Lauda had his major incident here back in 1976, I want to say right now. That championship battle with James Hunt, arguably known as one of the greatest championship battles in Formula One history. It's such a difficult circuit or section of circuit because you've got to be flat out and you've got to know where to push it. Here comes Petreski.
Yeah, and like you just mentioned, Jake, this track has so many memories and of course so many tragic accidents that has happened in here. But John Atkinson, Philip Matrevsky, you know, taking it easy. It seems like they are taking it easy, but they are really pushing as they go here into the carousel. I think one of my favorite corners here in the North Side, because you really have to commit to that carousel, because if you don't commit, you may go a little bit too fast and you will get out and you kind of get off camber and that will really throw you off. But if you go too fast, too slow as well, there is that possibility that you may slow, and the curb right on the inside, that's really one of those that you don't want to get.
No, you don't want to be touching those curbs here, especially around this circuit, because when you look at them here, Randy, they are very short and they are very tall. So when you do use one, there's not much of one to use to begin with. And when you overstep the mark and miss the apex on the inside, you find yourself in a horrible situation where you are unsettling the car massively and have a great potential to find one of the many, many lines of Armco.
Yeah, the curbs here are definitely, there's some that you can use, but generally you want to try to stay off of them, especially with just flat out how high speed this circuit is. And the lower speed cars, maybe the Porsches and definitely the MX-5s, you can definitely get away with the curbs a little bit more. But if you're in the GT3 cars, I would stay off of them completely all around the Nordschleife. When you're on the GP circuit section of the track, that part of the track designed for Formula One cars, those curves are pretty dang easy to hit and you should be okay. You hit one of those big ones though around the Nürburgring, those things are about 3, 4, maybe even 5 inches tall. I think in some places really unsettles the car. When you're doing 130, 140 miles an hour in some areas of the racetrack, not what you want. Max Benecke though, finishing lap number 8, I think we're going to be seeing him down pit road this time by.
We'll see if he does. Then you can see in through the right, in through the final left-hander of the circuit, corner 165. And as the prophecy foretold itself, Maximilian Benecke then comes down, then onto pit road. He opened a 12-second gap then in the early stages of this event, in the opening hour, when all is said and done. Jedstad will follow then down in for MXP Phoenix Racing 85. And will we see Hoyksveld Engineering follow? Probably yes then here, as he is 25 seconds off the pace. Your front of your field though, Cisco, pretty barren and lonely.
Yeah, that front of the field is very spaced out right now, Jake. And for those guys, that means they can focus on running the track right now, and hopefully nothing's going to happen for them because they got a clean track. They can focus on hitting their marks, hitting the apexes, and everything's going to work out well for them so far.
Certainly is right now. Matreski side by side and will take the position on John Atkinson Jr. of the MSP Phoenix Racing F5 machine here, the number 11 overall. And you can see there Matreski made that one look very, very easy then, as they have to deal with Sebastian Stolz's car recovering in comes Hoffa, in comes Stefan Jan, in comes Hansen. So they're all coming in at exactly the same time. You can see a pit stop takes normally about a minute around here, and everyone then on the lane, everyone thinking exactly the same. We need to hit our mark. We need to get to the end instead of trying to save the fuel tank as much as we possibly can. Beneke will be expected to get himself out and away here first, unless he's managed to find himself speeding on pit road. That can always be an issue around a circuit like this one when you're looking in through. And Alvin, when you do see here everyone trying to get into that battle, filling fuel, feeling tires, there goes Beneke, and Beneke went there and he did a pretty good stop by my opinion.
Yeah, he certainly did. You know, just your typical stuff. Fuel tires. He's so ahead in this GT3 class that, you know, there is really no necessity to push right now. What he did, fantastic stop that he did. Fuel tires, away he goes.
Away he goes, and look who's in the Team RSO machine now here, Cisco. It's your good old friend Tobias Journey right now, so not playing MX5 today. He wants to play GT3 car, so we'll see what he can do in a GT3 car here. Came in from 6th position, and they're actually doing a pretty good job of things right now.
Yeah, they are. It didn't work too well for them last time out for the GT3 team. Zerny is away right there, going to leave pit road. But one of the few Mercedes teams in this race today, obviously, with the BOP updates kind of favoring the Audi, it looks like. And look for, you know, we've seen a ton of Audis. I mean, PRT usually Max is the one to be in the Mercedes. Not this week, he's in the Audi. So Mercedes, though, sticking by RSO, and they're running 6th right now, so a good run for them nonetheless.
Yeah, very good run we're seeing right now. That's exactly what you have to play here. You've got to play game after game. So you see RSO get past, well, RSO right now. There's the Porsche of Philip Schallenberg. There is Tobias Journey going to say thank you very much. They're not going to have any form of argument over that one between the two teammates. Hate to see teammates battle and then end it in the worst ways possible. But what we are seeing, though, is your MX5 leads is now 1, 2, and 3 here, Randy, because Lankalnen has some worries. There's Federman, there's Sotomuto as well here. We expect them to go the longest in this one. And you can see already Federman wants to try and find a way through here. He's tucked right underneath, has to back out of it here as they head up towards the mini carousel.
Yeah, heading up to the mini carousel right now. Fetterman still all over the back bumper, a little bit of a drift there, but he's done a very good job with sticking with them. I think RSO, though, I think they have a little bit more top end speed because they were able to catch him up in that gap. But rip Randy, I'll give it to you now because apparently he said Randy.
No, you did a lot better than I ever could. If they come down the Dalton Go, Cisco, you take it away.
No, please, Randy, be my guest.
No, after you. Oh,
Fine, I'll pick up your fine. Oh. We're doing this again.
Well, if you're not going to do this, I'm going to take it. Fetterman to the outside then. He'll look to try and get the position on Patrick Lankow here at the moment. You can see Muto will now try and use that draft here in the outskirts of this to make the move late down the Dottinger Hode. They move out of the way here. Through will go the driver there of Seafruiter then of the Black Sheep team right now. You can see no real worries behind us. They've dropped Salmon already in this one then. You can see they're close, but they're not going to try and make any positions at the moment. Randy, I'm finally going to come to you. Line astern, it will stay.
Yeah, great move down there, down your Darnger Ho. Just good, safe racing. You had that Porsche coming through, that Seafood and the Black Sheep team as they worked themselves into the final section of the racetrack. And, well, here they come down onto the front straightaway here in a few moments' time. I think that's where we're going to see a move. A little bit of jockeying for position here as they went down the long Darnger Ho, but for the most part, staying safe here. Right now, the Dirk Freeman goes to the right-hand side. Actually, he's going to come down pit road. This is an early stop from your number 20 Crown Racing in MX5.
Wants track position then, so what we're seeing, Alvin, is the tactics coming into play in the MX5 category. Although it's a train of 3 here in the battles going on, we saw that early incident happen there. As we see behind that, Bastian Salmon will also come down onto the lane. So, you know, now what we are seeing is the cars who are there out and away and didn't have to take too much draft come in a little bit earlier, rather than those cars who are using that draft to their advantage.
And it could also be kind of sort of a premonition that, you know, he has been in this battle for pretty much 2-3 laps now, so he may be feeling just a little bit of the pressure, and he may be thinking that he is pushing just a little bit too hard to keep with Soramuto and the number 398. So just in case, to make sure that he can play his own strategy, because this is the most important part. You play your own strategy. Yes, you may be racing some other cars, but at the end of the day, it is your strategy. What happens towards the end of the race, who are you racing against? Well, that is another thing that you can worry about, but as of now, just with 1 hour 10 minutes out of this race, worry about your strategy. Make sure that you can make it work.
Make sure you can make it work here. Just looking at your Porsche category right now here. Blake Neck trying to break away here from Johannes Maiwan and Joad Caroni here. And what you are seeing is this ability to break away isn't being very useful at the moment, as they are all next to each other, all trying to deal with each other. What the problem is being, though, here, as we're looking at things right now, Cisco, there's an integration factor coming in, because the Porsches haven't come in, and we have seen your GT3s come in. They're all on the same piece of real estate and actually fighting for position right now, which is a nightmare here, especially when you have to get around and get a clean lap here around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, you do. And, you know, once again, this was a case where last season we didn't have this problem, because we had the Kias who completely different strategy, completely different pace, but because you have the GT3 and the GTC that are roughly the same speed, those guys, they're, like you said, they're just going to compete over the same piece of real estate, and the Porsches will lose out because they're just a tad slower. But at the end of the day, they're still able to keep somewhat up. It's kind of similar to what you would have with the Monster Energy Cup car and an Xfinity Cup car, or an Xfinity Series car. Kind of similar dynamics between the two, GTC, GT3. And for those guys, it's got to be annoying for the GT3 cars, because they're like, hey, we didn't have to deal with this last season, now we do.
Yeah, and Florian Capel here of the MSP Phoenix Racing 5 has got this all happening in front of him here, because Ivan Sola will lose it to Mr. Mashimi himself. There's a check up there, as in the middle is Jürgen Frank of the SimRC.de Melon. He's pushed to one side. No way am I dealing with that. But you can see now Jairo Vaya coming back into this one. As you're looking at this one, Randy, here, this battle going on here. Now you got 4 cars in the same piece of real estate here in terms of your GT3 battles going on right now. But what we are seeing here is those GT Ross cars, they looked for track position, and in terms of track position, they've all started to fall back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've all started to just fall back just a little bit, but all 4 of these GT3 cars now out here, and they are fighting for the same piece of real estate. I think with the exception of Ivan Soul in the GTR SST white car, I think that car may have had a little bit of issues earlier on, at least from the way the positions looked here. I take that back. GTROs, they would have pit sooner. That's why they would have been so far down the order last time around. But right now, it's the black car actually behind of Yaravia, really struggling to get around Jürgen Frank in the SimRC.de Melon car. Because of that, he's losing all sorts of time to the likes of Koppel, Soul, and Mashimi out in front.
Yeah, you can see right now it's just costing here the driver Jairo Vaya as he looks to try and find a way through. He dives to the inside, but again, no, he doesn't actually have to let the car through, though. This is fourth position on circuit. If he wants to hold up the driver, he can, and there's nothing that Jairo Vaya can do. He can flash the headlights all he likes. This one is full position, and there is no real right for Jürgen Frank to really let that position go. Although it looks strange on paper here, Alvin, I say fair credit to Jürgen Frank. Keep on it.
Well, and here's the main thing that the GT3 cars have to face with this GTC cars. Yes, the GT3 cars are faster, but it's mainly down to downforce. That is the main thing that the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup lacks, downforce. But when it comes to the horsepower, that flat six engine pretty much produces the same horsepower as these GT3 cars. So going down the straightaways, yes, the GT3 cars will struggle. So you have to take the advantage coming into the corners. But this track being so narrow, you also get into that disadvantage that you cannot really overtake. Let's see what Jairo Villa can do now going into the Duttinger hole. This is pretty much the only chance that he will have to do a clean overtake, because as we have seen, it's really hard to overtake. And when you put multi-class racing, as they even go through the MX-5, and there you can also see the big difference that these GTC and GT3 cars have over the MX-5. The difference, the top speed is amazing.
It certainly is here as your leader in your Porsche category. Lauren Heinrich then of the Pure Racing Team 200 comes in, followed very swiftly by Kim Eriksson then right now. And we are seeing here everyone trying to get themselves then down onto the lane here. The 41 and the 111 going at it as well. Well, the 111 certainly is here in the GT Ross SST White here, as they have to deal with Florian Capel here in the 11 machine right now. And Florian Capel will take that position and say thank you very much. Frank still holds the position, though, on Jairo Vaya. That was not what was wanted for Jairo Vaya, who continues to just get frustrated and held up. Now Frank comes into pit road, and finally the frustration has gone away here, Randy, for Jairo Vaya. He must be fuming.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be frustrated with Jurgen there. Even though that was a race for position, or technically out there on the racetrack, he wouldn't have wanted to give that much time up to both Florian Capel and Ivan Soul out in front, who, as they work themselves through corner number 1, fighting very hard into now the Mercedes Arena, turn 2, and Florian Capel, big slide through that second corner. That's going to cost him a few tenths and bring him to the back, bring him back just a little bit into the clutches of Ivan Soul as they work themselves now down through the last part of the Mercedes Arena and get ready to shortcut the GP course here and go basically to the top of the Michael Schumacher S.
Yeah, and you're seeing this happening right now, but you are looking at this. Look at these in the pit road right now. Gianni Vecchio takes over the SimRC.de Melon car. You got Blake Neck there in the Evolution Racing Australia, Thibaut Prost there in the virtual drivers. There's a change as Marco Breschler comes in for the German SimRacing.de 225, and they're all going to come out at the same time, but not here. Crucially, not Blake Neck here. That should be a speeding penalty when all is said and done, Cisco.
Yeah, that's going to be a speeding penalty. He was not able to make it onto pit road. That was, he must have just missed it or overshot it or something. But either way, we're kind of talking about it right now, actually, Jake, and we'll allude to it right now. We're talking between the horsepower. We talked about how the Porsches are really going to hold up those GT3s. I looked up some of the numbers. Porsche has 485 horsepower. The Audi only has 476, and the Mercedes has approximately 500. As Randy pointed out, the aero package is probably going to go the way of GT3 in most cases, but when you're on the straightaway, the Porsche has just as much horsepower as the Mercedes or the Audi.
Yeah, it does right now, as we are seeing here coming out of pit road, though it is a little bit different, though, in terms of the battling, though. We are still seeing your MX-5 category going on. We saw coming in first, though, was Crown Racing MX-5, but now we're seeing Sotomuto at the front of the field of this one here, and they're coming up towards the Dottinger Ho here, Alvin, and these two needed to work together over their 10-minute laps here, because Muto and Lankau need to really work this one here, because if they can get themselves onto pit road and out ahead, Crown Racing have made a fatal error.
Yeah, it certainly is, and with this race being so long, the main part here is strategy. Perhaps the Crown Racing did a strategy call here, trying to get themselves out of this battle. Perhaps thinking that something may happen, but we could also see Sotamuto and the 398 with Patrick Lankau perhaps playing the tag team right now and trying to see if by not battling and just playing the game of let's just do some clean laps here, perhaps they can pull away from the number 20 when it comes to pit strategy. So this is really interesting what's happening here in the lead of the MX-5, but 398 right now getting the draft here on Sotamuto and the number 06. Let's see what he's playing, but as it seems right now, it kind of seems like the 398 seems like he's pretty happy running just behind Sotamuto, so perhaps that part of playing tag team and pulling away from the number 20 may be coming in here now.
Yeah, it should be here, and what we are seeing, though, is that RSO, in my view of this, I'd actually go to the front in this situation. You want to come down onto pit road and have no real worries about who's in front of you and how quick they get themselves down onto the lane, but it seems that he has some faith here in the driver of Sotomuto right now here, as you can see, in through the left, in through the rights, then they come along, the right-hander there, down at the end of the Dottinger Ho, now the left that leads yourself back onto the GP course. Will any of them come in? No, they're going to stay out again for another lap here. So these two are confident on working together, on bringing themselves into this fight right now here. And Randy, I'm going to come to you on this one. If you were the drivers here of first and second in your MX-5 category, would you stay out or would you wait just a little bit more, as we've seen Team RSO lose the position to GT Ross SST Orange?
I don't really actually know what I would do. It's sort of that MX-5 gets fantastic fuel economy, so it's sort of basically it's. I would actually wait and see what the deal with traffic is going to be, and The main thing is gonna be the traffic coming from behind. If I see a bunch of GT cars starting to come up, just checking my relative, probably gonna hit the pit lane. If not, might as well just stay out, take advantage of the clean track while you have it.
Alex Arana, oh my word, give me a heart attack, will you? That's a bold move down the inside during that back straight, now heading to the carousel. Gregory Tanton had to get all shades of out of it as he lost the position there, Cisco, and we see that GT Ross, they take no prisoners here. The Orange Machine making a fantastic move.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move, and I will try and get a look at it here if we can, but that was... it was a great move. I mean, he just timed it perfectly right there. And yeah, we are going to get the replay on your screen so you get a chance to look at it again. But that was going up towards the carousel area, and Orange just did a great job right there, Jake. An excellent pass there, able just to squeeze by on that high-speed part and just kind of... and wow, that was also a great job by Tanta just to hold on to it. He got a piece of the grass there.
Yeah, he did. And as we go back live, maybe there's a bit more punch in the Orange Machine of the GT Ross SST here, moving on forward. But, you know, now is the time here to start making your plays, starting to make the battles right now as Lazarus Racing now looks to get past Blake next Evolution Racing Australia car. This is for position here, and he will go on the grass, 2 wheels there, and he makes the move there on Blake Neck, gets himself away and out of the issues right now. Of course, Blake Neck trying to recover right now here from that drive-through as things stand right now, and that is a real way to try and get yourself into those positions, Alvin. Right now, you've got to make sure that you keep the car on the road, and when you're dealing with GT3 cars, you know, it's very difficult and very easy to get yourself embroiled in an accident.
And that is something that you really have to keep into consideration there, Jacob. You know, you have your own battles, you are on your own class. Yes, they are faster and they have their own, and they do have their own battles, but very important. Yes, you made a mistake. There's still plenty of time to go here, so you can still, you know, as long as you keep your head down, mind your own strategy and do things as you plan, I'm pretty sure that Evolution Racing Australia will come in with a good finish regardless of the mistakes that they did coming down to pit road. So as it stands right now, you know, do your own strategy, let it go. If somebody is faster than you, of course, if they're not on your class, just let them go, keep fighting. I'm pretty sure that they will have a good finish after all.
Yeah, you are going to see this at the moment, and we are looking here at this battle between RSO and Tornado Spin Racing. Team Yakari moving on forward. They're heading up towards the compression right now. But so, for the first time today here in your VLN coverage, we are going to take you RaceBot TV fan immersion, and our fan immersion will be on the RSO 398 of Patrick Lankow. heading now towards the Dottinger Ho. Then these two are working themselves together to get themselves towards that pit stop cycle. They are in that huge battle here with Crown Racing MX5 here in terms of this one overall. They need to make sure that it all works out in their favor right now here for the terms of Tornado Spin Racing, Team Yakari and Team RSO 398, the car that you have been focusing on right now. They head to the Dottinger Ho. Hashtag do you my Jake Sperry here in the commentary box on Racebot TV and iRacing Live with Mr. Cisco Scaramusa, Mr. Randy Cheneth and Mr. Alvin Nieves as well. 4 hours of the VLN. We're about an hour and a half into it. Randy, here we go.
Here we go into the quickly approaching the second half of the race here, and gonna be interesting to see what happens. We saw the start of the race, very, very exciting, a lot of action, and well, we take a short break, come back, fight for the lead is on still in your MX5 field. Tornado Spin Racing Team Yakari with Sadamuto behind the wheel right now, has his mirrors, and now he has his sideboards full of that Team RSO 398 car on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you can see here it's about who can just get themselves over the hill. And now you head down, and thank you very much. Patrick Lankow is going to take that position and hold on to it then. Will they come down then onto the lane this time by as we're heading towards an hour and a half in this event very, very shortly. Into the right they go along. You can see just how much more aggressive Patrick Lankow was. He will take the position, hold on to it, and one comes in and one stays out. So now another lap, says Sotomuto. I can keep going. RSO cannot hear Alvin.
Yeah, and this is another great strategy call here. It looks like Satamuto can go one more lap perhaps, and now I'm pretty sure he's gonna take all the advantage that he can because he's in the lead. There's no traffic incoming, so I am pretty sure that he will take the most of this advantage as he can because nobody inside. He can go for it. He can pretty much do what people do here at the Nordschleife. He will hot lap this next lap until he comes onto the pits.
Yeah, it certainly will here, and he'll need to. And while we were away, we did spy a little bit of damage on the back of the driver of the MSP Phoenix Racing 5 machine there. That is Florian Capel then, who has that horrible bit of damage there on the back of his car. He's now actually approaching full position, your leader of your Porsche category here at the moment here, Randy. And that's the former Lauren Heinrich right now. And Florian Capel, you know, damage is never what you want to have, but now he's got to fight back to get to the likes of the GT Rosses.
Yeah, he's got a big gap that he has to try to reel back in here, and I don't think it's going to be something that he's able to do with Lauren Heinrich in the way. Lauren's not going to give way. Actually, Lauren might play nice, but Lauren might play nice because he has a 14-second lead and because he can afford to. At the same point, when he gets to Lauren, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Lauren says, you know what, I'm leading this Porsche field. You're basically a back marker in this GT3 field. You can sit behind me and you can wait for a while. It's not going to hurt you that much. I don't want to see you try to pull something stupid and get into me. That said, though, I think Lauren will likely let him by relatively easily going down Dottinger Ho.
Yeah, that might be the case here as we're looking at this P3 battle overall. Alex Arana here has managed to get through on Stefan Petrat there of the Team Hoiksingveld engineering car. This is the battle for the podium, and we know that GT Ross came in a lap earlier than the drivers of Hoiksingveld engineering. Maybe a strategy call to get track position. Maybe it might be a case of dealing with this one overall, but you know, now you look at them here. They've lost a minute here on your leaders, and there's traffic coming out of pit road right now. They're having to negotiate here. That's Disabled Motorsports, and that's also the car of the SimRC.de Magenta there. That is Patrick Young behind the wheel of that one. So, you know, we are seeing here this little bit of closing together here in this one, Cisco. But in terms of your overall race lead, it's dominance. It's just sheer dominance.
Yes, it is. And just GT Ross really hasn't been phased by the problems they've had through most of this race. I mean, they're sitting 10th and 11th, and you know, they're running third right now, but Beneke is just, he's out to the races today. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He's got a 15-second gap still on MSP Phoenix, and then, oh yeah, it's a minute back to GT Ross SST Orange. It's a huge huge lead as we're going to take a look at the battle between the 86 and the 4. That's Gregory Tansen and Tobias Journey, and Journey has caught back up to him. So RSO still having a great run in their GT3 division. If they get past MSP Phoenix into the top 5, they're going to be up 5 spots. That's a great run for that team.
It certainly is, and they also have to be a little bit careful behind, because there is the hard-charging Pure Racing Team Black. That's Florian Voith behind the wheel of that one. So, you know, everyone has themselves a little bit of worth to themselves, and well, Florian Voith certainly has a lot of worth then to get onto the back of Journey and Tansen right now. And this is a star-studded field in terms of endurance racing. All 3 of them are known to be some of the greatest sim racers in terms of endurance driving that there are on the planet right now here, Randy. This is one of those fields that you just have to say is absolutely sensational to be watching just time after time. And there's Hoixingveld Engineering just a few moments ahead of them right now. They have completely lost touch to GC Ross.
Yeah, they definitely have. Svan Petrat has gotten into that Heinfeld Engineering car, and he just flat out doesn't have the pace that Jan Sinkowski has. Sinkowski is doing 805s, 806s or so pretty consistently out there. Svan Petrat, he's run 2 laps, first with an 813, second with an 817. Nürburgring can be really difficult in that sense. You can see a large amount of time varying driver to driver. Not really surprised to see that happening. That said, the likes of Tansen and Cerny behind, quickly reeling in this number 35 by a large margin per lap. Look how much they close on the braking here through Arnberg, and they get the run down, and the run up the hill towards Adana Frost.
Yeah, now you're starting to see here traffic come into play. There's Anthony Della Hayes of the Team Cube Karting, Philippe Alliot, their team. They're just getting out of the way of everyone there. Thank you very much. Journey is there with Gregory Tansen. They're just waiting. Now Voith will have to try and get past here. He'll try and get past. He'll get stuck on the outside to try and get through, and that's going to kill all the speed here as he finally does make the move there on Della Hayes. And you can see there is Stefan Petrat of the Hoixingveld Engineering here. There is actually Elmar Urkelot of Team RSO. The thing that has to be worried right now is they did a driver change, and the team that did not was that Crown Racing team there, Cisco. Well, Alvin, I'll come to you on this one. Crown Racing decided, no, I'm not going to change drivers, and with that, the advantage there is paramount.
Yeah, it is, but we also have to remember that there's really no need to change drivers in this event, the VLN. You can race it on your own if you want, but we're talking 4 hours here, and 4 hours on this track, Jake, it is really punishing, I have to say.
It certainly is, and well, you have to deal with the likes of getting the force feedback through the wheel. When you're dealing with it, you're going to get the pain through your shoulders, you're going to start getting a little bit itchy, maybe a little bit hungry at some stages when you're trying to deal with food, or you want to get a drink here and there. It's so draining just to continually put the work in and put the hours in to try and make sure it happens here. And the big question though, Cisco, that has to come in out of all of this, where will Sotomuto come out depending on either A, changing of drivers, or B, his natural pace?
I don't know, because we've seen the shortstop benefit RSO, but I don't know if that was just because RSO was really fast. We just don't know. Everyone else though has pit. Muto's the only one still out there, and we're just waiting to see when that 06 is gonna come in. And I don't want to start thinking about it, Jake, but he's the only one still out there. I really hope he can make it, because he's going further. He's trying to go 10 laps right now. He's got about a third of a lap, or 0.3 of a lap left to go here. I hope he can make it.
I hope he can make it.
Another one.
I mean, look at it. We're looking at this situation here where the Tornado Spin Racing team, maybe you got to throw something a little bit outside the box to make sure it works for you. I mean, if it doesn't work, then that's going to be a little bit of an issue moving forward. You have to make sure it works and you get to that pit stop, Randy, because if you don't get there, it's game over. You've got to get on a tow truck and not run an MX-5 around the circuit.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely pushing it, but I think he'll be okay in terms of the fuel economy. The thing that's interesting about these MX-5s compared to the GT3s and the Porsches is that because they have that little 4-banger engine in them, these things sip fuel, whereas those GT3 cars and those Porsches practically gulp fuel. Testing last year for the 24-hour race, I remember tinkering in the Mazda, and you use somewhere in the realm of about a gallon per lap around this place in a roughly 12-gallon fuel tank. I think he should be fine for 11 as long as he filled that car up to the top. I think he's definitely going to be comfortable though to make it to the end of this lap for sure.
Yeah, and we're going to see this right now, heading himself then through this very fast final bits of the lap here. You can see taking this right hand, a small kink left, then you get right again here. Sotomuto at 120 miles an hour. That's pretty much flat out in this vehicle, and that's a scary prospect when you're dealing with it flat out onto the brakes, lightly to just 95 miles an hour before you flick it up the hill. Small bit of gravel there on the outside to deal with then as you are going forward in this event right now. You can see that Tornado Spin Racing car just holding it there, Alvin, through that mini carousel and doing a very good job of making that MX-5 look seamless.
Yeah, and you know, like Randy just mentioned, these cars, when it comes to fuel consumption, they are really fantastic. And Sotamoto, what he's doing right now, perhaps he is taking advantage of the fact that he has an open track, so he just wants to make sure that he can take advantage of that open track, make the best out of it, and perhaps by the time he comes into the pits, he may be even ahead, and perhaps he may have a nice gap for the number 20 and the number 398. Who knows?
VLN Engineering have completely dropped off the proverbial cliff right now because they've dropped themselves behind MSP Phoenix Racing, behind Team RSO, and now going incredibly defensive here on Pure Racing Team Black. So it's been a horrible section of track for Stefan Petrat then for the VLN Engineering team. Voith will be there tucked under the toe trying to make that happen. Sherney will be also tucked under the toe trying to make it happen on Tansen. We'll also need to look at Muto here down at the bottom of the straight to see whether he'll come down in onto the lane. There's so much here happening on this Dottinger Ho that is going to happen. Here comes Tobias Sherney, and there goes Florian Voith then with a damaged rear wing, mind you,
Muto
getting past Stefan Petran into the pits. Then comes Muto, and now Tansen side by side here, Randy, coming down here with the driver of Tobias Sherney. Sherney not giving up, but he's just got to lift off there.
Yeah, good smart move there from Tobias to lift out of it. There, Tansen had the place and get themselves single file, at least at this phase of the race, for that last section of the racetrack. Very narrow part of the racetrack, which is... It's always, you talk about how narrow this track is, that's probably as narrow as it gets. As right now, Tobias certainly fights back on the outside of your front straightaway, getting ready to go hard on the brakes and cycle down the gears into corner number 1, and he works the outside, that 4 machine, but that big, heavy Mercedes not able to make it work. Tansen does good to defend the spot as Voith picks up the spot on Stefan Petrat here to begin this lap.
And you can see the problem with Petrat, his last lap was an 8:17, which is absolutely horrible in terms of race pace right now. He's gone 8:13, 8:17, 8:17 here. Compare that to the likes of Senkowski here, who did 8.5s, 8.7s and the like. That is not quick by any stretch of the imagination from Stefan Petrat, and maybe a case that the driver isn't as comfortable with the circuit here, Alvin, as the other driver before it. Maybe not getting to grips here with if there's any form of damage on the car, or maybe the skill level, there's a bit of disparity.
It could be all of those, Jake, but we also have to consider when we start the race, it was pretty much a clean track. You know, there was no marbles, nothing. It was just a clean racetrack. Now you are pretty much coming an hour 40 into this race. It's a totally different track. There's dirt everywhere, there's rubber pieces everywhere, and of course traffic is pretty much spread out. So coming into the track now, if you are a new race car driver, you have to come in committed pretty much. You have to take into consideration the track is not optimal, so you have to make the best out of it.
You certainly do. Hayata Asaga then coming out of pit road then for the Tornado Spin Racing Team Yukari. And the crucial thing is, behind Urquelote did change the driver in that vehicle, but crucially even further behind Dirk Federman by a fair distance. So now your category of MX-5s, Cisco, that has completely opened the door wide open.
Oh yeah, it absolutely has, and Crown Racing back to the point. So the short pit did work for them, and a little bit behind is RSO right now, but hats off to Crown Racing MX-5. They basically did what RSO did the first race. A great job by those guys. RSO has to make up a ton of time, and I don't know, that's a huge gap. They're gonna have to try something. Erlicott got in that car. Meanwhile, for Crown Racing MX-5, Fetterman still behind the wheel for those guys. So I think in this case, it's just going to be a case where Fetterman, everything's looking really good for Crown Racing right now. A great job on strategy for those guys. We'll just have to see how it pans out.
And Randy, what we're noticing here is they took the no tire call in this situation. How good do you think it is in the MX-5 taking the no tire call around here?
I honestly don't know. I've never run the MX-5 all that much. I did a few laps in it around this racetrack, but I've never done a full stint, and I've never certainly done a double stint. So by looks of things, maybe the tires seem to be resilient, but at the same time, it's sort of a shot in the dark for me. It'd be much more useful if the GSRC guys, if they're still hanging around, could pop into the chat or into the channel and give us some info, because they've not only raced this car a lot, they also do a lot more of the MX-5 series than we do, a little bit more educated up on the car. So really kind of a shot in the dark is the best I could say. Maybe it'll work, but besides that, I honestly don't know.
Don't know is a case, and I am very disappointed in you, Randy, over that battle in your Porsche category right now. JCL Sim Racing versus German SimRacing.de, the 255. Oh, a mistake for Mario Brachler, and he gets a very, very lucky lad coming onto the Nordschleife. A huge tank slapper. So lucky he didn't spear that one into the wall there, Alvin, coming out of that corner. It's so easy to do. You take it for granted, that corner. Brachler holds on, and he's only lost about a second, shall we say.
Yeah, and lucky, I think it's really an understatement, because this track really can bite you if you are not careful, especially you're coming from the Grand Prix track to the Nordschleife, and that is really a big change in pavement, because you go from a racing surface to a public surface, and there is a change indeed. And when you also add to that change in elevation as you go from the Grand Prix transition into the Nordschleife, if you're not careful coming down in second gear, you can spin your tires, and walls are waiting for you.
They certainly are, and especially with this Nordschleife track surface that you got, you can see there's markings on the road. I wonder how often it has been that this surface has been replaced. The answer arguably has to be not very much here, Cisco. When you look at this surface and the heritage that it's got and the history that's written all over it, and at every corner there is a different person who has said something somewhere across the lines. You know, everyone wants to come here. You can ride this circuit and try and do your lap for about €5 a pop. It's brilliant to try and do yourself a lap around here, but you've got to remember, it's your own car, and when you get yourself around here, if you damage that car, there's no one really there to save you.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the case where if something does happen to you on the race course here, and you do end up getting some sort of, you know, permanent damage to this car, or the black flag comes up for you, you might have to tow it back to pit road, and at that point you're sitting there for 6-7 minutes depending on where you are on track, maybe a little bit shorter if you're closer to the end. But in that case, it's going to be a case where if you damage the car out here, yeah, you don't have to repair it during the race, but at the same time you also have to remember it's a very long tow back to pit road, and that's basically going to take you out of this race if anything happens to you.
And yeah, Jake, you forgot the most important point. Yes, it's your car, but the most embarrassing point is that if you lap your car around this racetrack and wreck it, you'll be immortalized on YouTube forever in one of the many compilations.
Oh, you certainly will. Well, nobody wants to look like a Muppet on the general internet right now. Battle is still going on between MSP Phoenix Racing 86 and Team Ren Sport Online. Tobias Sherney getting in the practice here against Gregory Tansen right now, who have stayed in the car then for that opening stint here at the moment. So that 86 holding on to things for the moment. Last lap time was an 8:09, matched by Tobias Sherney, but half a second quicker. But crucially enough, one of them was a little bit slower than Alex Arana, just ahead down the road by about 4 seconds or so. They're running 8:09s here. You look at the likes of, say, Jedstat running an 8:05. Beneke's running 8:03s right now, 8:02s. Fantastic pace we're seeing up at the front of the field. And if you want to get any sort of form here, Alvin, of who is going to be great, who's going to be good, and who's going to be not quite so good, there's your example.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is a track that you pretty much with so many corners, so many mistakes can be done, so many apexes that you have to hit perfect if you want to get that perfect. Like it, as it seems right now, Maximilian Benecke right now he is on his class on his own when it comes to the GT3 class.
Yeah, he is, and well, the question will be, will he be switching over to a different driver? We saw that it did cause itself problems in the last time, but I do believe we have forgotten to do something right now. Let's do it right now then. We'll run you down through your grid and how things are looking at this stage. We're coming up towards halfway in about a quarter of an hour's time. Pure Racing Team hold on to the lead then here against MSP Phoenix Racing 85 by about 19-20 seconds on circuit right now. GT Ross SST Orange a minute 10 down the road. MSP Phoenix Racing 86 is there in 4th position with Team RSO. They're just behind, waiting in 5th. Pure Racing Team Black then currently lying in 6th position overall. 7th going to Stefan Petrat of the Team Hoiksingveld Engineering. Expect them to fall back further down. Shinya Mashimi doing well here in 8th overall. MSP Phoenix Racing then find themselves 9th in category here with the likes of GT Ross SST White, GT Ross SST Black, the MSP Phoenix Racing number 5, and then you look at the other cars here. Lazarus Racing a few minutes down, and then cars that have been struggling all day long. Vortex Sim Racing VLN 34, they had themselves an incident on the opening lap. The GT Comedy team, comedically, failed to make the start, but managed to get themselves back going again. And of course, that one car out at the moment, Vendaval Sim Racing White. Randy, over to you with Porsches.
Well, talking about that GT Comedy team, they started late and they finished early because Jonathan Patel is in the chat apologizing to somebody, so that's never good. But moving over to your Porsches, well, of the cars we run, we have Pure Racing Team currently leading the way. That's Lauren Heinrich dominating, followed by Black Star, which is Kim Erickson. Then Patrick Pichler, the second of the Pure Racing Team cars in that field, followed by RSO and MSP Phoenix Racing 40, rounding out your top 5. Then you have SimRC Mellon, JCL Sim Racing VLN, German Sim Racing DE number 255, Virtual Drivers VLN, and Hammerdown Racing, rounding out your top 10. And then the rest of the field: Evolution, GTL Vert Red, Team Tres Argentos, Ewoks Racing, Wrench Monkey Racing, Art Racing, Black Sheep, Disabled, MB, and MSP Phoenix Racing rounds out your field. And now over to Cisco, who, let's see if he can say the 6 team's name.
No. I'm just going to say it right now. No. Crown Racing first continues to lead your MX-5s. Tornado Spin Racing Team is going to run 2nd in class. 3rd is going to go to Team Cube Karting. So that's a little interesting of a team there. Karting Philippe Elot there. So they're going to run 3rd. Berlin Simsport, who I thought was sponsoring Ashton Tolman, but it turns out my paints are completely broken right now. They're running 4th. 5th is going to go to SimRC.de Magenta. Team Potato is running 6th. 7th going to go to the Sloth Nom Squad. Torque Freak Racing Radeon is running 8th in class. 9th is going to go do this. 9th is actually going to go to Torque Freak Racing. They did a little bit of a switch up here. Got a little bit out of whack. It looks like RSO is actually running 4th. So thanks, JRT, for helping me out there. Cheap plug. 9th is going to Torque Freak. 10th is going to go to the 6th team. 11th is going to go to Road Bastards. MMOTC League Racing is running 12th in class. 13th going to go 3 Wide Racing. Everyone else from here on out are on pit road or off the track. Crown Racing 3rd. Tornado Spin Racing W. Space Invaders Racing, MB Motorsports, Sim Torque Esport, that's GT3. PSRC Turn 2 Motorsports, and Super Sport E Racing. Man, I am just all confused right now, but that's most of your MX-5 field, and I'm gonna go, I don't know, pass out for a minute.
Pass out for a minute, but you know, come on, you gotta do the 6. You gotta say Super Geresh Kites Veringenigung.
What'd you say it was? Super Team Union?
It was in its English form. This is the name of them. They are the Supernatural Union team here with Daniel Muth behind the wheel.
At least that's what Google Translate tells us.
Yeah, at least Google Translate has some air of validity to it when it all is said and done. But you can see fantastic racing we have seen all throughout today. And the iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series has finished and concluded from Montreal. If you want to go and check that out, you can always check that out on the iRacing YouTube page to see exactly what has been going on with that. But we're going to continue on our merry way right now with your VLN action as we head closer towards halfway in this event right now. And I actually do want to give a shout out to the Team Potato car right now at the moment, because they have done so well. Actually, they're going to come down onto pit road right now. They're a little bit out of kilter with everyone else here, but if they work this one well, Alvin, they will come back and come into play here at the moment. As you can see, a very, very heavy brake coming down in. I think they might have just sped onto the road.
Yeah, it could be, and you know, and these type of races, you really have to think about when things happen. You know, the first thing that you need to do, not panic. You know, things happen. Yeah, you may be involved in accidents, things like that. But the most important part, patience. The race is not over until the clock strikes 0, and that is the most important thing that you need to remember. Yes, you may have been involved in an early incident, and that may seem like the end of the race. But we have seen time after time here, Jake. If you are involved in an early incident, just make sure that you can gather it up back again. Come back on the track, mind your own race, and after all, yeah, things will happen to the car in front of you, and who knows, perhaps you can even get a decent finish, and after all the bad luck that may have seen, you may get a good finish and some good points after all.
You may indeed hear Tobias Sherney then tries to put the pressure on towards the carousel, and Gregory Tansen still not happening at the moment. And now Florian Voigt is there on the back of that. Don't count out though Shinya Mishimi here at the moment, here in 8th position. VLN Engineering will now be looking a little bit more worried here in the back of the team owner's rear view, because you look at Shinya Mishimi here really starting to make those inroads here, Randy, right now. And we've been seeing Stefan Petrat has been struggling on those lap times, 8 seconds a lap slower currently than Florian Voigt, and Voigt is on the back of this trainer 3.
Yeah, Florian Voigt has been pushing basically this entire second stretch of the race. First stint didn't quite go his way, but this second stint has been working beautifully for him. Team Heinzfeld Engineering, the exact opposite. Fantastic first stint. Second stint leaving quite a bit desired. Shinya Mishimi, though, like you said, doing a good job pushing up through the field. We're about to have some Mercedes on Mercedes action here, down for 7th and 8th in class.
Yeah, we are at the moment, and you know what we are seeing here is Mishimi now needing to make that push here, and Petrat is starting to struggle in this second part of the lap. 88 miles an hour through that corner. The difference there, 88 miles an hour at a much later point in terms of that corner. So Mishimi is now starting to just bring that in. Again, look at that corner, 75 miles an hour for Petrat. Oh, it's a lot more there. It's 76 and hitting the power earlier for Mishimi, so he's so much more confident in this final section of the lap here. You can see he's just getting every single inch of corner there perfect. And Alvin, when you look at it as well, you know what you do, so actually Cisco, I'll talk to you about this. What you do see is maybe an air of the setup needs to be okay for everyone who decides to race this here this afternoon, because if you get that setup wrong and it suits one driver and not the other, you're basically walking the plank in terms of getting that car home.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the case. Not how I would have described that, but no, you're not wrong. You're basically, if it's geared towards one guy or the other and you don't kind of have a medium setup in the middles, we're going to take a look at the battle between the 4 and 003 of Tobias Zerny and Florian Wolf. So, like you said, the PRT Racing Black car is catching up. But like you said, Jake, you really need that setup to be in the mid... No, Randy. You really need that setup to be in the median, so that kind of drivers, they know what to expect. You can't have it geared one way or the other, and some of that you can change with the brake bias as well. We're gonna go right by Journey there, but you need that setup to be able to be adjusted to a driver's preference. So you have a baseline setup, then maybe adjust it with the brake bias or something like that while you're on pit road as Voigt goes by.
Yeah, Florian Voigt then gets himself up another position and put himself up then inside the top 5 once again. And Pure now have those 2 cars inside the top 5. Now looking worried, Gregory Tansen, because you do have a very hard charging car behind you. Shinya Mishimi did make the move then on Stefan Petrat of the VLN Engineering team. That position move has been signed, sealed and delivered. That one pretty much done then as things stand right now. And we're seeing though in your Porsche category, nobody's really...
No, it all went wrong. It all went wrong for the 003 contact made in turn 1 in the GP arena. And PRT Black is unfortunately not too much damage, but they lost more time than anything else. We'll get a replay on that. And it just was a case, I think the 003 thought he could cut in there, and the 86 just held his line, and that's what happened there. Nothing else that you can really see from that.
That's a position lost, and that is also a little bit of time lost as well. Keep an eye on Tanson's right side to see if there's anything a little bit circumspect with how that bodywork is looking there. But for Pure Racing Team Black, that is the Pure Racing Team mistake that we see time and time and time again here, Alvin. It's not too uncommon to see Pure Racing Team in an incident, and that one, very fortunately for Florian Voigt, is only a couple of seconds.
And you are absolutely right, Jake. Every single time we come to a race, we see Pure Racing Team, perhaps one of the most dominating GT3 teams here in iRacing. But if there is something that they always get caught in, mistakes where they are forced or unforced by them or by somebody else, they seem to always be caught in these mistakes. And I gotta say, to Florian Voigt, in this case, yeah, he was the faster car, he was side by side, but I think he kind of just didn't give that much space there to Gregory Tenson, and well, he just paid the price. He was fortunate that he wasn't involved in a much major incident though, but these are the things that can make or break your race.
They certainly can here, and well, now we are starting to see just how everyone is playing these games here. You can't afford to continue on making mistakes here. You got to make everything work out in your favor. I've just been keeping an eye here, Cisco, on these lap times going on for the Crown Racing car. It was a 9:51 last time for them here. When you look at, say, a driver like Team Cube, they were doing 9:57, so the big difference is there. Elmer Urkelotter ran into a lot of issues in that last lap. A 10:11 there from Salmon's 9:54. They've actually dropped behind the Berlin Sim Sport car now. So, you know, RSO are now in a world of troubles.
Yeah, they are, and Salmon has gotten by now. So I'm just getting. So yeah, he is picked up by Berlin Sim Sport, but yeah, RSO is really just falling down the order here. And I think what the case was, Jake, they didn't play that strategy game that they played in round one that benefited them so well. And in this case, they've gotten stuck in traffic continued. They continued to battle. They didn't get out of that traffic. And I think it bit the 398 in the wrong way. And for Erlicott now, it's just a case where they're just going to have to hope that somehow they can make up that time. I just don't think it's possible for them. And for Crown Racing first, just a great job by those guys to see the strategy that worked in round one, learn from it, employ it in round number two, and have it pay off. A great job by those guys.
Oh, certainly it is. And actually, in all of that, though, we have seen GT Ross SST Orange actually come back down onto the lane. So the second stint of time of GT3 pit stops, Randy, are coming in and use the old philosophy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Alex Arana comes in, Alex Arana comes out. That wasn't broke. Well, he's not going to fix it.
Yeah, absolutely right. So basically, you know, standard stop, come in, get yourself out, and get yourself back underway here. A couple laps earlier from the rest of the field, and that's definitely interesting. I think we're expecting Max. I don't think we're expecting Max this next time by. Right now he's up at the carousel, so about another half lap to go. He's got about another lap and a half left in this stint. Came in at the end of lap 8 on the first time through. Think lap 16 is going to be the one this time.
Lap 16 certainly could be. Likes of Jed Statwell might want to come down in here. And you can see just how big that gap is. GT Ross are scrapping it out then in the battle for the podium. The likes of the MSP Phoenix here, likes of Pure Racing Team Black, the likes of Team RSO all in there. Shinya Mishimi not too far off in the distance either. Only 15 seconds, we say, and 15 seconds sounds like a world eternity around any form of racing. But 15 seconds in endurance racing, that's absolutely nothing at all when you get right down to it, just because when you talk about 24-hour races, you talk about the difference of being sometimes a lap. Sometimes you talk about distance being 2 laps. Here, when it's about 15 seconds, you can easily make 15 seconds on a mistake. You can bring down 15 seconds in a stint. And as we hit halfway, right about now, actually, we are seeing right now everyone try and play. 50% is done here, Alvin. 50% left to play for.
Yeah, we pretty much got one half of this race done. Now we come to the second half of this race. Now, strategy-wise, that is something that you have to nail down from the drop out the green flag. You really have to come in with a plan. It's not really that wise to come in and now figure out what is your race strategy coming halfway into this race. So I'm pretty sure for many of these teams, they already had a plan coming into this race. So trying to figure out things on the fly should really not be a problem.
shouldn't really be a problem at all here, and we're seeing Pure Racing Team actually just being all-encompassing, all-dominating right now, as we'll take a focus here on Maximilian Benecke at the moment. 8:03.5 his last time. You can see just seamlessly, just lazily puts his car there through into the left-hander there of the mini carousel, and into the right then he goes up the hill, looking to try and get himself on the power. 112 miles an hour, then he hits the power down, already going quicker here than an MX-5 at flat out here down in Stottinger-Ho, and now he's got to really work this Stottinger-Ho at over 150 miles an hour, over 160 miles an hour right now, and Randy, it's just absolutely seamless from Benecke. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, Max has been on rails today. You haven't seen him make any mistakes, hasn't taken any unnecessary risks, hasn't done anything silly. He's just driven quickly, but he's just driven within his head. 21-second advantage is what the lead was last time around. Then, like we've been saying for a while, a full minute is it to the next car behind in third. So definitely a big gap for him. It'll be interesting to see, though, will he come down onto pit lane? Quick right-hander followed by a quick left-hander. Then you come back out onto your front straightaway. He cycles to driver's left. One more time around the Nordschleife for him on this tank of fuel.
Yeah, and, he's going to stay out for this one here and decide, now is not the time to come in and make that decision just yet. Lucas Jedstad will see if he will convert this time and stay on that one lap difference, or whether he will go out for one more. The question is here, yes, he will come in. So he bites the bullet early, feels that he has to do something in this situation, Alvin. Really interesting to see how that is playing at the moment, and we are all looking at this happening in the way that is wanted for their scenarios.
Yeah, it certainly is, and for many of these cars, especially the GT3s and the Porsches, you can go over the hour. So perhaps you can, if you want, you can split the strategies as even as you want when it comes to that. Yeah, that also takes the possibility of doing the short field, but for some teams it's really better, just and more practical to just split the strategy even through the hour. Makes it easier, easy to remember, easy to implement, easy to get out.
Certainly is right now. Tobias Sherney then tucked right underneath here. Driver of Gregory Tanson needs to try and make the move. He's run out of road, though, to do it here in this section now. Heading through the left, heading through the rights. Needs to get this section absolutely perfect. Will any of these two come in to try and cover the GT Ross effect here going on right now into the right-handers? Now trying to open this up through the left. And is anyone going to come in? One will, two will here. Cisco down onto the lane.
Yep, down onto the lane. Those guys are going to go, and Jake, pit stops once again. You got to have a good stop here. Tanson, Journey, both on pit road here. The Merc and the Audi looking for their box here. And Tanson maybe trying to get a little bit of that damage that he had recovered for the left side. And for the most part, that car looking pretty okay for the most part. Probably going to take the sledgehammer to it and make sure they get that left side all beaten back into place. But Journey actually driver swap for RSO. Stefan Jan gonna hop in the car, and Newman is actually gonna hop in for MSP Phoenix Racing. So double driver swap for the two cars on pit road.
Double driver swap, but the one team that doesn't swap drivers here is Pure Racing Team Black. They decide that Florian Voigt will stay in the vehicle and decide that is going to be exactly what they want right now. Jan Senkowski has decided, I need to come back into the Hoyksingveld engineering car. We're losing too much time here at the moment, and that's a very good play and a very good ploy here. Janek Hoffath comes in to the MSP Phoenix Racing 83 machine right now here as we're focusing here on pit road. It is about a minute here to get your stops, and double stinting the tires has also been a key strategy here. Whether that will come into play here around this Nordschleife here, that's going to be something that's going to be playing into effect, especially on that final stop in about an hour's time. You can see going at exactly the same time then out of their boxes was RSO and MSP Phoenix Racing 86. Bojan Newman, though, gets himself out and away there, Randy.
Yeah, good stop from him, good basic stop, and like you said, tire strategy in these GT3 cars has been something that you always play with. Saw it play a huge part, of course, in last season's Blunt Pond GT Championship, which we've talked about a lot. Also saw it come into play at Sebring. Saw people try it first time out here in the VLN, Jay. Didn't quite work out, though, last time around.
No, it didn't here, and well, that's something that is started to play into the minds. Does it work at the Nordschleife. That's another little game that you have to play here right now. And actually something quite interesting is that Shinya Mishimi stayed out here in this one. They're going to go the extra lap and follow Maximilian Beneke's run here. So they feel that that's the quickest strategy, and that will come into play when all is said and done. But something else that's coming into play in terms of the racing right now is that GT Ross SST Orange machine there, Alvin. They've managed to get themselves out ahead again of the MSP Phoenix Racing 86 and Team RSO. But the difference is, when you look at things right now, that gap looks a little bit closer than it was.
Yeah, it is, and you know what Randy was mentioning regarding tire strategy. Perhaps you may see teams like Pure Racing Team and Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing, and especially with Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing, I want to point this out because this could be a good strategy called by them. You are not running right there at the front of the field. Right now they are, but it's because of pit cycle. So perhaps there is that possibility that if you run more than 1 hour strategy, that last stop it will you will have to do less than 1 hour when it comes to the stint. So perhaps it will be interesting to see if they try the no tire strategy coming into the last stint. Let's see what they are thinking.
Let's see what they are thinking. Most certainly, indeed, we will need to right now, because we are still seeing here everyone now trying to play that game here, working out who their rival is, and now how much further can I push it? How much further can I get myself up the field when all is said and done? That's what everyone's going to be trying to play that game on here in terms of this event right now. And Cisco, you know, when you're talking about this, your Porsches and your MX-5s, albeit a little bit neglected right now, they look at their battles and they think there's not really too many people around them here. But you are seeing this battle, JCL and Virtual Drivers here. They're still going at it as they head up towards NGK.
Yeah, and I'm moving over to find that battle right now, and that's the 259 of Caroni there, and then props in the Virtual Drivers VLN #1. Those two Porsches pretty close right now as they head through NGK, as you mentioned, and kind of a strategy battle in Porsche and in MX-5s. Obviously, we've covered the MX-5 strategy in detail here. So we look at the Porsches, and this is your closest battle. Everything else just kind of working itself out, and we'll have to see how the Porsches, you know, this is still a relatively new division for us in this series. We're still waiting to see if anyone can try something wacky on the strategy call. We'll just have to wait and see what these guys have planned.
We certainly will here in terms of this one, and Thibaut Prost holding on to things for the moment. In front of him then is Dave Lagati getting out of the way for the MMOTC League Racing machine there. They get themselves out of the way. Caroni now needs to try and find a way through, but he's going to be struggling here up the run towards Flugplatz right now. But for the time being, we are going to take a short ad break, but rest assured, this ad break is going to be worth your while. This is exactly what is coming next here on the iRacing service. It's a much watch, it's a much look at. Make sure that you deal with this one right about now.
On January 1st of this year, we made a major announcement when we added Porsche as our newest partner. The first car we added to the sim was the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and at the same time we announced that we would be adding several more Porsches in the future. For the next Porsche, we wanted something special, something unique, something that hasn't been seen in a racing sim before, and something definitively Porsche. Today, that Porsche is here.
So here we are in northern New Hampshire, where we found the perfect diesel Porsche. It's a model P133, and we're super excited to be able to scan it today. That should take us about 8 hours or so. After that, we'll do photo reference and sound recording. Then we're back to the office to build this sucker. When we're done with this project, we'll have the most authentic tractor ever built. Take that, farming simulator.
It'll take some time and a lot of company resources, but we can definitely say this Porsche will be ready to launch sometime in the future.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them for abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Enter hour 3, and Beneke is in pit road right now for a scheduled pit stop. He will not be changing driver here, but what he will be doing is trying to get out and away ahead of Phoenix Racing's 85. In will come Shinya Mishimi, and it's a long stop then as things stand here for the Pure Sim Racing team, but it will be okay because it's the Phoenix 86 then that they're also trying to fight right now. Beneke comes out and away here, but look at that gap. It's come right down then for Yasin Alpay of the MSP Phoenix Racing 85 right now. Right there, tucked in with about 5 seconds there to play on the clock. Hashtag do you mind? Jake Sperry here in the commentary booth with Mr. Cisco Scaramuza, Mr. Randy Cheneth, and Mr. Alvin Nieves as well right now. Cisco, I know you've just got back, but we do have a driver waiting for interview, or more likely a spotter right now. GSRC's Sean Ambrose is here to talk MX-5 strategy with you.
Yeah, and I've caught up with Sean Ambrose, who was up in the spotter stands for the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car, but Sean, didn't really go the way you guys wanted. Lap 2, and it all ended in tears, as Jake says.
Well, man, it was a great first lap.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, it didn't work out, and you know, there was really nothing Amjad could do there. It all erupted in front of him. His only option was to maybe gun it, and he possibly gets around that, and then he overshoots the turn. So it wasn't going to end well either way. And oh well, I think we're talking about maybe running tonight. We'll see, and maybe still try and get some points out of this week.
Well, I mean, you guys will definitely need the recovery points after this, but you know, as this is a sense you guys are out early here, what's kind of the mindset that you guys leave, you know, you guys just look forward to the next race here? Was there anything that you could really take away from this that you can use kind of here on further down the road that you know?
Well, you know, we kind of took the attitude of that a good qualifying effort might keep us out of trouble. It didn't, unfortunately. I think it's just a roll of the dice every time you go out. I think we're going to continue to try and get good qualifying efforts and keep ourselves up front. You know, starting from the pit is a hard way to roll, or starting from the back because everything just seems to unfold in front of you. But there's several strategies you can play. I still kind of believe the best one is having a great starting spot up in those first 2 or 3 rows.
Well, it didn't work out for you guys this time, but like you said, you're probably going to run tonight, and then of course we still got plenty of the season left to go. Sponsor shout out, Sean. Who gets it done for you and your team?
Oh man, the Global Sim Racing Channel. This Turn 2 Motorsports team. Amjad Yaman, Joe Peak, Brian Strodbeck, Steve Brown, a bunch of us involved. Russell Classens gets in the seat every now and then. Michael Gray from Down Under, he's our late night guy when we need him. We are looking forward to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring and getting out here and spinning it around for 24. That'll be the next one, the next big one on the schedule, and we get a bit of a break. I don't think it's June till we get back to round 3 of the VLN.
Well, you guys got a bit of a break. That means you can go out there, test, get yourselves a little bit better of a package, and hey, maybe you'll qualify on pole next time, Sean. But nonetheless, good luck to you guys then, and of course, we'll see you around pretty soon. All
right, Cisco. Thanks a lot, buddy.
And I'm gonna pass it back to Jake. And Jake, I know you're upset you weren't mentioned in that. I'm sorry, but
I know how it is, and we will work forward together in that right now. But we are seeing a very interesting battle for position right now. It's Alex Arana's GT Ross SST Orange and Lauren Heinrich, who's just let the position go there in that Pure Racing Team 200. And once again, we are seeing this situation of, you know, here's some endurance vehicles, here's some Porsches, here's some GT3s. We're pretty much very similar right now. So, of course, once again, these cars haven't put in, and look how close Lauren Heinrich is to the back of Alex Arana. Oh my word, Lauren Heinrich. He's just finding himself so much pace. He's in a league of his own when it comes to the Nordschleife right now, Randy. And you have to say, can anyone stop him at all? Anywhere?
I mean, a wall certainly might be able to, but the thing is that he's as quick as he is, and he's just on rails. We haven't seen him do anything sketchy. I mean, the biggest risk we've seen him take is him pulling up that close to the back of the GTRO's SST orange car. And even then, that's more of a... there's not much, I think, that's probably more rattling to a driver to see a car that's in a lower class hounding your rear bumper saying, hurry up, you're slowing me down, and this car's 20 seconds slower per lap than you around the racetrack. Get on with it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. We were also looking at this battle between the 259 and the 7 as well. JCL Sim Racing starting to drop back a little bit here from the virtual drivers. VLN number 7 machine here. That's Thibaut Probst trying to drive away from Gerard Caroni right now here. And Alvin, you've been taking a look at this one here, and it just seems that JCL are happy to hold position at the moment in their class. They currently lie in 5th in class. 4th is the virtual drivers right now, but we all know that the pit stop window is coming and is coming soon. Well, it do seems that we don't have Alvin here just yet, so Cisco, I'll throw that one to you.
Yeah, and I think Alvin's getting breakfast. Nope, there he is. There he is. He could steal that point because I missed part of that point. So try it again.
But Alvin, what we were seeing here was this battle here, Alvin, between what was JCL Sim Racing and virtual drivers, and we're seeing virtual drivers now starting to pull away in your Porsche category just by a little bit here to Dejao Caroni right now. So what we were trying to ascertain here was just how happy is JCL Sim Racing just sitting on the back here and are very comfortable with 5th position in class right now.
It is certainly, Jake, and you know, this point of the race, now you're starting to think about strategy because, yes, these both cars, the number 7 and the number 259, in around 1.5 more laps time, they should be coming into the pits. Perhaps we may see a strategy call by some of them, by one of these two coming early, perhaps to try to gain an advantage. One thing to point out, though, regarding strategy, both of them, the number 7 and the number 259, the last time they came into the pits, they took no tires, so they are in a double stint right now. Will be interesting to see if one of those may try a triple stint, something that may not be uncalled for, because we have seen in this Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, we have seen some crazy strategies, and I saw somebody on the last race, Mr. Le Mans, Jonathan Botel. He did the whole race on one set of tires. It is possible. Yes, you will be slow. It may be a bit scary, but it is possible.
It certainly is, and it might just take an out-of-the-box think there to try and get yourself up through the field. It might work, it might not, but looking at your drivers here who have struggled here through today, who have run into too many issues, there aren't too many that you can say are in a world of hurt right now. I mean, you're talking about, say, the likes of the Super Sport E-Racing here, likes of Vendaval Sim Racing White, who are one of the favourites, GSRC, who we managed to talk to earlier on, GT Comedy Team, who had the likes of Jonathan Patel earlier on, Tornado Spin Racing White ran into issues, so did Space Invaders, so did 3 Wide Motorsports run into a few problems here today. But to note this right now, I believe we still have 42 circulating vehicles. It's absolutely fantastic, Randy, to see that we've only lost 13 in a 2-hour stretch.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to see, especially here at the Nürburgring. 2 hours, only see 13 cars go out of the race at such a tricky circuit. Job well done to pretty much everyone. It's been a good 2 hours and about 15 or so minutes. Hopefully the next hour 45 is just as good.
Yeah, and well, now you are seeing here how everyone is starting to play Senkowski right now here, under a little bit of threat then from the Shinya Machini Sim Racing team right now, and you can see that Senkowski has managed to get himself back ahead in that sort of respect. The positions were changed earlier on, but now, you know, you're looking at these battles going on. RSO are now under threat again from Pure Racing Team Black, as Florian Voigt will look to try and get that position here and make that happen. Battle between 4th and 7th at the moment in terms of your category class right now. That difference here, when you're looking at things, Cisco, is about, you could say, 11 seconds overall right now. Pure Racing Team Black are right there.
Yeah, no, they are literally right there, and they're closing because it's the Dodger home. That means slipstream.com for PRT Black, and what a run they've got. RSO's going to have to go to the right of some MX-5 traffic. Well, it says, hey, I'll go to the right of you. So they're going to go two side by side there under the Bilstein Bridge, and Voith once again finally going to get past RSO. I think they were in front of RSO before pit stops. RSO got back in front after pit stops, and Voith tracked them down and was able to repass him here. And as they head onto the GP Arena straight, PRT Black is back up to actually fourth. Great job for those guys.
Absolutely is, and right now the story that we can't really neglect right now is actually your race lead here in your GT3 category, because that has come right down here for Maximilian Benecke. That gap up at about 20 seconds or so. That gap was cut down to just 8-9 seconds right now, with Yasin Alpay behind the wheel doing 8:08 lap times compared to Benecke here, who's doing himself about 8:03s, 8:06s before he came into the stop then. So Randy, what we are seeing here in terms of this, I believe Alpay didn't take tires coming into the stop, and we'll see how that plays out. They've got nothing to lose here. They've got a minute to GT Ross behind them. They only want to beat Pure and go 2 for 2.
Yeah, if they want to have any chance of beating Max, they had to do some sort of strategy call, and this was it. Fortunately for them, I think if they're going to have any hope, they have to they have to find a way to maintain this gap, which in order to do that, you have to be as fast as Max on old tires when you weren't even as fast as Max on new tires, and you have to skip tires again. So I think right now, if the MSP Phoenix Racing 85, you're really hoping for Max to make a mistake. Beyond that, I think if anything, you should just play it safe your next time round. Take 4 new sets, or excuse me, 4 new tires. 4 new sets would be 16 tires. Be interesting to see 16 tires go on that Audi.
16 tire strategy? Well, it's not out of the realms of possibility. We'll see if that one works out in the long run. But, you know, actually something to do with Max here, Alvin. He's staying in the car, where at this stage, last time we were doing this, he changed to Jonas Vollmeyer, and after 17 corners, the Pure Racing Team car was out of the event. Now, where you stand in this situation, Maximilian Benecke is in the car again. He's used to the vehicle, but tiredness now becomes a factor towards hour 3, hour 4.
It certainly is, Jake, but we can also see the fact that if he knows that he can dominate this track, he knows that he can dominate this car, and he knows that he can dominate this field. So perhaps he feels like, hey, I know that we can run one driver per car. There's no need to change drivers. So perhaps he feels the need to kind of reinvigorate himself and run the race on his own and show to his team, hey, I know things happen, but I am the man here.
Certainly seems that he wants to be the man. We do have a battle going on then in your MX-5 category. Cisco, you've managed to catch up with this one. The 40 of the Sloth Nom squad here with Will Boynton then behind the wheel of that one. And then you also have just in front of them, it's the SimRC.de Magenta car, Patrick Young behind the wheel. And Young's come out of relative nowhere, as has the Sloth Nom squad here, to get themselves into this position. This is fantastic work.
The Sloth Nom squad has just... you know, they've been there kind of all race and just kind of hanging out. They're running 6th in class, 5th in class going to SimRC.de Magenta. They've just been kind of hanging out in kind of your top 5 kind of region, 5th and 6th. They're just content to be there right now. They're still fairly far back, about 2 minutes in total behind your lead driver of Dirk Fetterman, who I have confirmed is going to be running this entire race by himself. He's going to be pulling a Bastian Salmon, but the biggest I think thing going on here is still the fact that Tornado Spin Racing, despite all the problems that they had early on, they're still running 2nd right now, and RSO has slipped to 4th, and they're quickly starting to be caught. They're about 20 seconds behind 20 seconds behind Berlin Simsport. And Sloth Nom squad and SimRC.de Magenta just kind of content to ride right now.
They certainly are here, and when you're looking at your MX-5 lead here, there is a very key difference when all is said and done. 9:51.9, the last lap from Dirk Federman. You look at, say, the driver of what is Hayata Asaga, that's a 9:54.6, and that's not going to be under any shape, form, or circumstance. Going slower gets you closer to the driver ahead. That isn't how it works here today. It's not really how it works in the long run when all is said and done. but now we are seeing here a few changes of the guard here. Pit stops are starting to come in for your Porsches. Likes of Black Star Racing have come in with Juso Haitala even behind the wheel of that now. So now we're starting to hit here the pit stop strategy as Pichler has already come in as well. Randy.
I'm sorry, I was actually chasing a technical issue while you said that. I didn't hear anything you said except Randy.
Well, we are seeing here that your Porsche strategies now, they are starting to hit their stops with the likes of Pichler of Pure Racing Team 299 and also the team of Black Star Racing.
Yeah, the strategies are starting to come through. As Pichler right now has a Mercedes for company of Jura as he goes down now into the long right-hander. But it's definitely interesting watching how these Porsche strategies evolve compared to the GT3 cars. Porsches generally don't teach their tires nearly as nicely, but I'm also noticing these Porsches, they tend to go a little bit further on the fuel as well.
Yeah, these Porsches seem to have themselves a really nice strategy of going an hour 15 around this circuit here, and that certainly does seem to be the case. We are starting to see here everyone try and play in, get track position, get themselves going out again, and it's nice to see though. But the one issue that does manage to have this to deal with, Alvin, is if they're going an hour 15, it relies on either A, a splash and dash, or B, someone managing to take that tank just that extra step further to get those extra 15 minutes working for them.
And it is, Jake, and you know, this is one of the fascinating things about pit strategy. There are so many things that you can approach this race when it comes to pit strategy. You can do the even hour, or you can try to run the tank dry and then go with a splash of that, with a splash of gas. But then you also take into consideration the tires, how you manage them during this race. Perhaps if you try to run the tank dry, the hour 15 strategy, there is that possibility, small, but at the end, for your last stint, you run that at that hour 15 twice, you got 1 hour left. So perhaps you can go 1 hour and think about not changing tires. And for some of these battles here, not for the battle for the lead in the GTC class, because what Lauren Heinrich has been doing has been a fantastic job here. And now Mark Elkman goes into this car. So, but for many of these classes here, that changing or not changing tires can mean the difference between finishing ahead or finishing behind your opposition.
It certainly can. Mark Elkman then behind the wheel, as we have talked about right now. But watch this one happening right now. It's RSO who have ran into an issue here, and they're out by my looking at this right now. That's a huge shame there, Cisco, when we're looking at RSO. They were doing so well in this event right now. But Pure Racing Team Black are on a rampage here, and they are right behind GT Ross SST Orange.
Yeah, they are, and Randy, just a great job by those guys. They've been able to close in the gap, and that was actually what happened. RSO was right behind and actually involved PRT Black. There was a spinning MX-5. I'm trying to see who that was. It looks like he got
the GTROs.
Yeah, it was
GTROs. They took out a third car.
Another instant for
Alex Arana. Yeah, Alex Arana just kind of was catching an MX-5 very quickly there, and unfortunately just kind of ran him over. I mean, there's not really much we can really say about that. I mean, he caught him. There was plenty of room to the driver's right side, and Randy, you got a better look at that than I did. And MX-5 kind of in the middle of the track there, but Arana nonetheless, another casualty. And for PRT Black, they got a piece of damage, and RSO spun to avoid and ended their night.
There's not a universe in the world where you can put fault on this incident on that MX-5. GTR's SST Orange has driven completely over their heads today. I think they've taken out, 4 or 5 cars now, basically all within the first 2.5 hours. Right now, last season, we saw Jesus Cecilia in the Block Pond GT Championship drive way over his head. I think GTROs, they're trying to make a case for being even worse than him.
Well, what we are seeing right now is that they've lost the position here to Florian Weiss Pure Racing Team, and now Pure have 2 cars inside the top 3 and have done an absolutely brilliant job. The replay is up on screen of that instant that we just saw. We've seen the radio transcription of us, what you're doing. Now have the TV version of exactly that instant that has just happened there. It completely changes the game here in terms of what you're playing right now. But there's another game being played here, and Beneke is storming again, Alvin, because you look, 8026 meets an 8082. Yasin Alpay's strategy is failing and failing fast.
It is, Jake, and you know, when it comes to strategies now you have to really take into consideration, okay, this is the set, this is pretty much the first 10, so we only have one more stop to go. So now this is the part that as a team, now's when you start taking your calculators and see, okay, so the last stop, how much fuel that I need? Is there a possibility that I can even skip tires? But from what I'm seeing right now, what Maximilian Beneke in the #1 Pure Racing team has been doing, it has been an absolutely fantastic race. I think the MXP Phoenix Racing at 85, if they want to win the race, they have to try something so radical that for them to win this race, it has to be something that it has to take Max Beneke and the #1 Pure Racing team by surprise.
Certainly will here, as we see the Team RSO 131 machine here down onto the lane. That's Tino Heuser now behind the wheel, taking over from Philip Schallenberg, then second in class then, as things stood when coming down onto the lane. And seeing there, Black Star Racing will go storming by as Thibaut Prost comes in. Jara Carodi for the JCL Sim Racing team comes in. Blake Neck will streamline himself then down towards the lane and is very, very much trying to get himself down onto the lane. If he sped again, because he's had to take another stab at the brakes, then that's a huge, huge error on their part right now. So you're looking at this one. Also, the 86 and the 35 going together. MXP Phoenix Racing, that's Bojan Newman there with Jan Senkowski trying to make some inroads back into the field. We saw the slow stint happen. Here's the quick stint, and he looks here into this left-hander. It's not the best run here to Arenberg, you could say right now, Randy, but it's not going to happen right now as there's a little bit of a wider line from Phoenix.
Yeah, not really a part of the track that you can easily make moves happen, especially with that left-hander. Now we're up into the run up, down, well, down and then back up into Ottonar Frost. Maybe you can make a move here as he's all over the back of the Audi as Jan Senkowski pressuring as they go. Quick through the quick left-hander and into the right. Still no, track too narrow, not able to get the job done. Jan getting back in the car after Svan Petrat ran his stint, probably trying to get themselves back up to speed, back up the order. This right now is for the 5th place out there on the racetrack, and then his huge gains he has to try to figure out and make over the next, or over the final hour and a half of this race.
I've just seen something really, really interesting, and it's nothing you'll be able to pick up on the cameras here, ladies and gentlemen. And Alvin, I'll come to you on this one, because someone who has been watching the events very, very closely here today has been Alexander Voss of the Hoyt-Team Valcour Motorsports team. Not driving, but he was looking in this sim, watching what Pure were doing and MSP Phoenix were doing, and thinking, how big is the challenge? And now they know what sort of strategies they're looking to play up against.
Well, you know, it's something really interesting because perhaps we have what can be considered the strongest GT3 team here in iRacing, in Core Motorsports, and it's really surprising that they haven't come in and raced on the first 2 rounds of the VLN here. Perhaps they are more concentrated towards the Blancpain GT Series. It could be that, and they're just coming in and seeing what their perhaps one of their main opponents here in Pure Racing team are doing. But let's not forget, it's not only Pure Racing team that they will be against, because they, Core Motorsports are gonna be perhaps against one of the strongest, perhaps the strongest field here. We're talking about Coanda, Redline, Thrustmaster Movado, you know, so many teams that they have to take into consideration. But just take a sneak peek of what Pure Racing team are doing, and just adjust and get ready in 2 weeks for the Blancpain GT Series to begin at Monza.
Yeah, and you know the difference was just 1 point against Coanda when all was said and done. They've got a second team. They've brought in new people, the likes of Angelo Mickel. They've brought in the likes of, say, God, try and remember the name here. Yeah, Kei Kashube is also going to be in the car. And there was also one other driver, Andre Borcher is the one that was there. So that's going to be an incredibly strong team as we're looking at Florian Royce, Pure Racing Team Black right now. And Alex Arana just get it all wrong at the carousel and drop a lot of time there overall. But still within the ranges there, Randy. Still has that ability to get back onto the back. But, you know, Pure Racing Team Black, they are charging right now. And there's not much that you can do to stop them right now.
No, there's really not. I mean, right now Florian White is in the middle of a monster stint at the moment, and he's getting chased down by Alex Arana. Alex, I think, does have a little bit of pace over Florian, but it's not really all that much. I don't think the pace difference is going to be anything substantial. Likely going to see GTROs make a move when they get there. Question is going to be, when do they get there, and is it going to be at the end of the big long straightaway, or is it going to be down maybe through some of the trickier parts of this circuit?
Yeah, that's going to be the key here, is working out where it is you make that move, how it is you make that move, and when the move is right to be done right now. Your MX-5 category is pretty open source right now here at the moment, Cisco, and you're looking at that gap. It just opens up again and again and again, but we are now starting to see here these gaps starting to form. Actually, there's a car off there in the form of Gianni Vecchio SimRC.de Melon machine there, coming towards Arenberg there, so that's a weird one. He saw the traffic ahead of him and just completely ran off the circuit. Maybe needs a complete takeover of that vehicle.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, but Jake, I mean, despite the fact that, you know, the troubles they've gone through, they are going to need to bring that car maybe down pit road, get it repaired, something like that. But Jake, I just can't get over how PRT's GT3 teams have really done, just from the fact that they've really been able to hold back, let everything happen around them, and as a result, Benaki's first and Voith is third. I mean, this is, you know, for as aggressive as we've said PRT has been for so long, Max let that first incident happen, used it, hasn't really been super aggressive today. And as for Voith, he's been aggressive in the right places, made the moves he's had, and he's up to third right now, and he's got quite a huge gap up to P2 in GT3. But for the most part, PRT doing an excellent job today.
Yeah, they certainly are right now, as we are seeing this draft bet happen on the Dottinger Hove. Alex Arana try and bring that GT Ross car back into play for the final spot on that GT3 podium right now. You can see it's not close enough at the moment to really make that move happen right now, but Pure have been absolutely sensational here today so far. But we can't jinx anything right now, because there is still an hour and 20 odd minutes still to go in this event, and as we all know, in terms of the dramatic finishes that we had last time we were here, it can happen again. Here is Arana then. He'll have a run then as they head towards turn number 1, but he's backing out of this one a little bit here. Doesn't feel confident enough to make the move down on the brakes, and he gets very close then here, Randy, as they head to the Mercedes arena.
Yeah, close moment through corner number 1 into corner number 2, and they basically run identical lines through. A little bit earlier entry for the PRT car now into 3 and 4 of the Mercedes arena. Not going to be able to get the job done here. That said, the GTRO's car looks a lot better through 3, and into 4, PRT gets a little bit loose, and because of that, Arana able to reel in the gap just a little bit now into the shortcut. Hard on the brakes, down to 2nd or 3rd gear through this long right-hander, and Arana trying to stay on the back of this PRT car. A little bit of oversteer now for that GTRO's car, and I think that the next passing opportunity, I think he's going to have to wait a considerable amount of time. Florian looks like he's just currently in the groove right now, feeling the rhythm as they work themselves onto this back straightaway at the GP course. Not really a long straightaway here to work the draft as they go into the chicane. Not really an easy braking zone either.
Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Come on, Pure. It's Nürburgring time, and they are surely proving themselves to be in that great battle right now. Arana's close here into this left-hander, but there's no way that move is going to happen right now. Virtual drivers then in a little bit of a battle right now. And you can see right now here Alexandre Simonet behind the wheel right now with Dimitri Damatos as well in that JCL Sim Racing car. Dimitri Damatos here, Alvin. He's a driver that we've been seeing quite a bit in Proto GT over the last 3, 4, 5 months, and he's been a driver who's been very, very good, a very underrated driver, and a driver who does very, very well for himself.
And this is one of the great things that we see here in VLN. You know, there is this great variety of drivers. You got teams that come from different series and they just come in, you know, to race in this round. Yes, yeah, they may not be in their own elements, like you just mentioned. Dimitri Damatos just used to Proto GTs, but you know, coming now and racing this Porsche, a totally different car to what he may be used to race in the Pro GT series. But nonetheless, you know, getting the opportunity, and most important, these races may not mean so much for so many people, but you get the exposure out there, and perhaps they may be some big or mid teams out there. You may get their attention, and who knows, you get a tryout and perhaps you may be the next big star.
You might be, certainly indeed. Shinya Mishimi Racing in the 93 are closing down the 86 right now. Bojan Newman's MSP Phoenix racing car right now. They're heading themselves here in this run towards this big left-hander that leads towards Ironberg right now. You can see all over the curb. Hello! Shinya Mishimi, don't take that risk, son, because that, just a half an inch, you could say that, Randy, could be the difference around this circuit between finding yourself gaining 2/10 and finding yourself in one of these fabled Armco barriers.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But Shinya Mishimi is pushing hard right now, so he's using every millimeter of this racetrack to try to find a way around Bojan Newman as they go on the brakes up into out on our frost now and all over the back still. But that big Mercedes, there's no way around here around this part of the racetrack. Likely going to have to wait until you get to the run, maybe down to the Mex field, which is where you're at now. Maybe even though I think more than likely the run down into Steel Straight. Actually, maybe Bergwerk, another part of the racetrack, you can maybe make it happen. But for now, you pretty much are guaranteed to have to stay single file. Bojan Newman safe, but for how long?
How long is the question right now? You can see he's just holding himself in front, and the door was opened slightly, half ajar, but a jar is not a door, and Shinya Mishimi cannot make that move happen for him right now. Left-handers, then the next right here. You're just heading yourself round the top parts here of the Nürburgring right now, just dealing with the mountain carved road into it. You can see it falls off on the left-hand side. It's there built up on the right. You can see they're down on the brakes into that big left-hand corner then you see right now. And Shinya Mishimi needs to find a way through in this one, Cisco, but he's struggling to make that move happen for him. He has a look to the inside now. The nose is there, and it's not a common place to make the move there, but he's now got to do it around the outside and up the hill. He gets the move.
And out of and through the X-Mule there and through the village. Very odd choice for Shinya Mishimi to get it done there, but he made it work. And now Bojan Newman is going to have to do everything he can to try and stay with that Mercedes. But the Mercedes up to P6 again, so I don't know. It's definitely an interesting case where we have a lot of Audis doing very well in the race, but the Mercedes teams that are still out there still putting up one heck of a fight, and they're certainly trying to make their cases known today. But it's just a case where I think the top end Audis might be a little bit better, but nothing can match that Mercedes power on this long uphill straightaway here, and that's really where he has the legs. But MSP, they have that slipstream, and gonna have to see the left-hander there. The lights come on, but nope. MSP just not quite able to do anything yet, but they are in position to if they slow down. MX5 traffic he's gonna move over to the right. We know what happened through there last time, and this time everything's safe for the moment.
Everything's safe and fine for Shinya Mishimi right now, but looking at your MX5 category though, your leader has come in the form of Crown Racing MX5, but where they find themselves on circuit here is a world on their own. Second position overall still though in your class right now, Alvin. Only Hayata Asaga can do anything right now to bring themselves back into the fight right now, and the only real strategy they're going to have to work with here is maybe doing something with the tires right now. And even though we've heard from the driver of, the man of Sean Ambrose right now from GSRC's Turn 2 Motorsports, even though it said that there isn't really any advantage, track positions everything in this situation. The Tornado need to get into a fight with Crown Racing to get themselves into the position to get themselves going.
It is, Jake, and now it comes down to strategy. Perhaps you may not gain anything, but like you just mentioned, track position, perhaps that is one of the most important things here in this race right now. And speaking of strategy, I think that is something that for the GT3 battle here for the lead, if MSP Phoenix Racing, they want to try something, I think that is the strategy that they will have to make. Perhaps they have to go with no tires if they want to be the #1 pure racing team. The worst that could happen to them, they finish in second place, because the advantage to third place right now is more than 1 minute. So perhaps roll the dice, see if you can beat Max Benecki with that strategy. If it works, you came in first place. If it doesn't work, it's second place. But it's a gamble worth taking. So let's see what the number 85 does.
Yeah, and we're looking at the 398 under a huge battle right now. Alex Sherney against Anthony Della Hayes of the Team Cube karting Philippe Alliot right now. And you can see now they're heading towards compression here. And Alex Sherney right now looking every which way to get that position. A familiar Sherney and a familiar MX-5. Nice to see this one going on, but again, has to back out of this right now. And something to note here in this, RSO have pitted, but look who hasn't. Anthony Della Hayes right now, Randy.
Yes, it is sort of a phony battle at the moment then, isn't it? Actually, no, he did pit about 4 laps ago by the looks of things. Lap number 13, lap time of 11:28. So either he pit or he had one dreadful lap that was 2 minutes off the pace. So maybe a little bit slightly different strategy coming through, but still a pit stop did come in for Anthony. It seems like just a little bit ago. So right now, Alex all over the back. These Mazdas, though, Jake, a little bit narrow. We talk about the GT3 cars. They have to stay single file basically everywhere. Here, Anthony, a little bit of a mistake going off the track to driver's left. And here, Alex goes for the move down the inside, not quite able to make it stick.
Not just yet, but there was the warning shot there. There was the incident that was going on. Sherney has one more stop over Della Hayes, so this isn't the position for Della Hayes. You know, the difference of 4 laps around here is 40 minutes. So 40 minutes difference is a lot when you talk about it when they're going an hour 20, an hour 30 on the tank. So now you're seeing here a bit of frustration here from what is Team RSO. So dominant in the early stages of this one, Cisco, but now falling back and falling into a world of their own problems.
And they're about 2 minutes behind the race leaders here. I don't think you're going to make up 2 minutes just by undercutting on the stop. RSO needs to get by this car, and they need to go full throttle. I mean, they got the right guy in the car to do it, but it's a case where they have to absolutely floor it for the rest of this race. If they have even a chance of catching that Tornado Spin Racing car, or more likely the Crown Racing first car, Tornado's still only on their first pit stop, and this is their 7th lap. They're working on their 6th lap of the stint. They're gonna complete they are working on their 7th lap of the stint, and I'm expecting the 06 to hit pit road at some point. But for Journey here, I think they've made their cards here. It's gonna be close. I don't know, Randy. We may have to run some calculations, but I think RSO is good to go.
Maybe not. It's going to be close.
Yeah,
they should be okay
close.
then.
They should be good to go because for pit stop strategy, the Mazdas, the MX-5s go around, say, an hour 30, so that's like 9 laps. And they came in with like an hour 15 to go, so they should be good to go.
Yeah, they should be good to go.
Put the fuel all the way.
Battle still going on though between Pure Racing Team Black right now and the GT Ross SST Orange. It's Voith versus Arana here with 1 stop left to go for both cars right now. And we know GT Ross, they like to come in a little bit earlier. That's been their strategy call all race long. They're playing to the hour and not playing here to get themselves fully on the tank. They'll have to play themselves to the tank then when all is said and done. And Arana right now needs to try and use this in the way that they want to right now here. Thank you, RaceSpot TV, for just following me right now on Twitter. You're looking at this one, Arana here trying to make that move, not happening into Arenberg. That's a big issue right now here. Although that they haven't fallen off after that move's happened here at the moment right now, Randy, they're in a situation where Arana, is waiting for that pit stop and waiting to put in the Banzai lap. Voice falling off the pace. He was doing 805s, 804s. He's now doing 806s.
First things first, Hugo unfollowed Jake for him throwing out that cheap plug. Second, you're absolutely right. Florian has lost a bit of the speed that he had earlier on, but it's important to note, though, that Arana has had that draft as they're running around here on the racetrack, and a lot of draft actually happens at this circuit. There's a lot of flat out here, and Arana all over the back of Florian Voith here. Is about another lap and a half probably. We'll be seeing these guys come down onto pit lane as we're nearing the top of hour number 3 here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live.
Certainly is at the moment, and now Florian Voith has to make a decision here. They're breaking away then from these battles going on here further down in your field. The likes of your Hoitzingveld who have been not at the races today. Shinya Mishimi here, who have been doing very well to bring themselves through the field. And actually something surprising out of Shinya Mishimi here at the moment we're looking at, Cisco. I'm very surprised that we haven't seen Vincenzo Amico in the car. We've seen Matrevsky, we've seen Mishimi, but we haven't seen Vincenzo Amico, and arguably he is their #1 driver in that team.
No, that's absolutely the case, and I think it's a case where You know, it could be maybe the car's set up for Mashimi here to just keep going on it, but either way, you're absolutely right. We're waiting to see, will Matrivsky get in the car? We just don't know yet, but I mean, it is Mashimi's team. He can stay in the car for as long as he wants. His name is on the front door of the race shop, so, you know, I think it's hard to argue with that.
I'm Shinya Mashimi, and this is Shinya Mashimi Racing, and I don't care who you are or what you do in my team. I'm going to stay in that car until the very end. The 3 and the 88 are still going at it right now, Voigt and Arana, as they head themselves now through this section of circuit. There is the place that Nicky Lauda had his accident, just gone past through it right now. Arana now looking to make that run here in this very, very difficult circuit. We saw him do it earlier on to Tansen here at this section of the track, but he's going to back out of it this time here. He's not confident to do it on Voigt here, because Voigt is incredibly quick through this. This is the danger corner here. That left-hander, you have to brake there in what is normally a flat-out section through there. And Alvin, it's just such a difficult piece of road. You put that anywhere on any other circuit, and that is a godsend for section of track of any circuit ever.
And it is, and you know, I want to highlight something with these two cars, because yes, they are the same car, the Audi R8, but you can see how different though both cars are set up. You got the pure racing team car. It kind of seems like it's set up for top speed. It may not be the best in corners, but you can see that in top speed, even Alex Arana, even on the draft, it cannot overtake. So for GTROs, the only chance that they have is on the corners, but on this track, trying to outbrake your opposition on this narrow track, it's really hard. But we have seen GTROs perhaps make some moves. Some have worked, some haven't worked, but if they want to make it work, they will have to make it on the turns.
They certainly will have to try and make it on the turns right now, as we see Manuel Sanchez, a Black Sheep team, have a little bit of a Maximilian Beneke behind him right now, and Beneke looking to try and make it through. You can see moves to the inside, says thank you very much. Hopefully we'll get that move done, and we'll get that move done over there. I will apologize for making a cheap plug on air about my own Twitter, but we know we'll get there eventually in the end right now. And you're looking at everything happening here, and Arana huge drift from Arana. It's huge from Arana, and he gets a very, very lucky drift there, Cisco, coming through that left-hander.
Yeah, he did, and a little bit of Tanner Faust there happening for Arana, and wow, I don't know how he held on to it. He also saw Florian Voigt kicking up a little bit of dirt in front of him, but Arana, great job by him, still maintaining on that car, and gonna continue to battle here. And yes, Jake, we have accepted your apology.
There we go. Thank you very much. So, you know, we are seeing here these battles coming into their own effect. But I tell you what, right now it all lies here on who gets their car placed where right now, because it will rely on Tornado here in your MX-5 category, getting themselves into position right now where they are looking to try and get that strategy call here on Crown Racing right now. We also seen here Team Cube lose that position to Team RSO here, Alvin, in the last few laps that we've seen these battles go on. So now we are starting to see here these issues coming into effect, and Talk Freak Radion actually have just fallen off the edge of a cliff. They are out.
Yeah, it is now. When it comes to the strategies that we are seeing in the MX-5 class, I think Team RSO may have this race. It really does depend once the number 06 and the number 20 come into the pits and see what is their strategy. But as I look into it, it looks like Crown Racing already came into the pit, so sorry about that. So when it comes to Tornado Spin Racing, they may be close. There is a possibility that Team RSO may have a fight here for second place. Getting for that first place, well, it will take some race, and they will have to use the hot lap in nature of this track. They will have to nail every single apex if they want that win.
Yeah, they certainly will right now, and I'm just watching Wrench Monkey Racing here, Randy. I'm just wondering whether Mark McDonald, firstly, A, either had a farm, or B, owned a chain of supermarket brand.
I have no idea. Maybe he did. It's possible.
It could be possible here, but, you know, we're seeing...
We need to ask if he has a cousin named Ronald.
Ronald McDonald, maybe he could have a cousin named Ronald McDonald, but now we're starting to stretch the boundaries here just a little bit right now. We are still seeing some battles go on. It seems that still stuck together is Alexandre Simonet here right now, here Cisco, and Dimitri Damatos here in this one. JCL Sim Racing here in the Porsche, also looking at the virtual drivers VLN number 1 here, and these two, they've been there all day long, and it just seems that nobody can split them apart. They are like two passionate lovers.
I really don't know how to follow that comment up, so I'm just going to say Damatos kind of closing in on Virtual Drivers VLN number 1, and you're right, they have been battling very closely for the last hour or so, but okay. I can't follow that up. I don't know why you're giving me that.
You lost all of us there, Jake. Cisco and I are unlovable. You should know this.
So am I, but we're going to continue on and hope to see what happens out of it. So,
a little slide by the virtual driver's car. He gave up a ton of time going into the carousel.
Yeah, and that's going to allow them to come back into play here, especially here this drivers of the JCL Sim Racing. Dimitri Damatos then might be able to get a run, but again, it just seems to be stuck at 0.8 of a second there or thereabouts. And Alvin, when you deal with like the aerodynamic effect around here, you don't often talk about it, but when you can't get close to the car in front of you, it is the most infuriating thing in the world.
Well, it's really interesting that you mentioned that because, yes, when you have downforce cars, that is one thing that you really hate. When you come close to the car in front of you, that dirty air really does play a huge role. However, something interesting, these Porsche GT3 Cup cars, even though they have a rear wing, it really doesn't have a much effect on downforce. So on these cars, you can really get close to the car in front of you. We can even see it once they go down Dottinger Hill. If they are close, you will see the car right behind them get a big advantage when it comes to the draft. So, if you want to get past the car in front of you, you have to get a better run out of the turns compared to the car in front of you. Because otherwise, when it comes to downforce, there's really not much you can do with this Porsche cars.
Certainly is right now, and actually something very interesting, Randy, I'm looking at here. Tino Huys's RSO1 has Stefan Jan's Team RSO behind. We saw the issue that RSO had here in the 4 machine, but now it's a case of RSO needs to pass RSO to gain the position on RSO. So now it's a case of we're going to give a little bit of exposure to Rennsport Online. Bit of love.
Yeah, I have a feeling, though, that Stefan Jan likely going to play relatively safe with his teammate of Tino Hauser in that Porsche. That Porsche is having a strong run up there in the top 5. That Mercedes is basically the last running car out there in your Mercedes, in your GT3 division. So probably don't want to push too hard with your teammate. That said, closing very quickly on the brakes in the 1, but still not slotting out the inside. Actually, I take that back. Tino Hauser is going to make it easy as they run off into 2.
Yeah, and there we go. Very easy. Thank you very much, says Stefan Jan, as he takes that position then and gets himself up +1 right now. As you look at things going on in terms of how everything is playing out then in terms of your categories, we're just coming towards the final stages then of this event. So I think now is as good a time as any to run you down through the field and see how everyone is playing right now. Well, the number 1 is in position number 1, all dominating Maximilian Benecke of the Pure Racing team. They are out and ahead by over almost half a minute right now over the MXP Phoenix Racing 85 machine. Pure Racing Team Black find themselves in 3rd with the GT Ross SST Orange. A few incidents here today, but they find themselves in 4th with Team Hoiksingveld Engineering in 5th. Virginia Machine Sim Racing find themselves in 6th with MSP Phoenix Racing there in 7th and MSP Phoenix Racing there in 8th. GT Ross SST Whites are there in 9th with the MSP Phoenix Racing 5 car there in 10th. So 4 MSP cars then in your GT3 category here today. 11th in that category is Lazarus Racing with Team RSO. And then the cars that are out at the moment, SST Black for the GT Ross, Vortex Sim Racing, GT Comedy Team, and also Veneval Sim Racing White. Randy, you're standing by with Porsches.
I am indeed standing by with Porsche's Pure Racing Team number 200. Lauren Heinrich still #wrecking the field in the way you'd want to be wrecking the field. Take notes, GTROs. Black Star Racing in 2nd with Pure Racing Team rounding out the podium there currently. Team RSO 1 in that 4th spot with Evolution Racing Australia closing out the top 5. Then you got German Sim Racing, MSP Phoenix, Virtual Drivers VLN, JCL Sim Racing, SimRC.de Melon, GTL VRT Red, Wrench Monkey Racing, eWorks Racing, Black Sheep Team, Art Racing, Hammer Down, and Team Trey Argentos. Now to the MX5. Let's see if Cisco's manned up with his name pronunciations yet.
Nope, still haven't. Tornado Spin Racing continues to lead that class. Crown Racing MX5, I keep messing that name up, is gonna be second in class. Third in class is gonna be SimRC.D. Oh no, actually it's Team Run Sport Online 398. They're in third. Fourth would be Team Cube Karting is gonna be in fourth. Fifth is gonna be SimRC.de Magenta. The pit stop's kind of goofing me up there. Sixth is Berlin Simsport in the number 47. Seventh's gonna be the Sloth Nom Squad in number 40. The Supernatural Union, they're running eighth right now in that number 6 car. The MMOTC League Racing is the last MX5 still on your track, and they're running ninth in class.
Also, we need to make a correction. Lauren's not in the 200 anymore. Mark Elkman got into it. So we have a different pure racing driver wrecking the Porsche field.
Yes, we do at the moment, and we see that he is out and away right now by almost half a minute as things stand against Juso Hiatila. 8:19 meets 8:20, so actually Hiatila's closing, but a second a lap is not good enough right now here, Randy.
No, it really isn't. And right now we apparently have problems with the 6. Oh, that's Super Garrett Frequency Engineering. They had an issue and they're off on drivers right now towards the tail end of the lap. What happened there, Cisco? We have to say their name now.
It looks like they just missed the turn, Randy. They missed the turn. That's what happened. I got nothing else. They went under Bilstein and
no, they had damage before Bilstein.
Okay, then yeah, something big definitely did happen because that car did not want to turn, and it didn't turn the corner after Bilstein. We'll rewind the camera, see if we can get a replay for you guys in a moment. But
it's
yeah,
happened on the run into the little carousel. I don't have the timestamp up, so someone could send it to Hugo. But on the run up towards the second carousel, that number 6 machine just got left, and well, it might be a tongue twister trying to say his name, but it was certainly a track twister as that car went off into the wall on driver's right.
Well, the Supernatural Union in the end will have to dissolve for a little bit then as Daniel
You're cheating. You translated it to English.
It's still correct.
It's still correct. So Alex Journey right now holds off Anthony Delahayes in your MX5 category. We're going to segue over a little bit right now, but Delahayes here, Alvin, has decided not to get away from this one. He is as quick as RSO, but one pit stop is the difference. And if Delahayes was at the front earlier on, he'd do incredibly well.
Yeah, it is, but you know, I think this is pretty much more to send a message that, hey, even though right now we are not on the same strategy, yeah, you may beat me because you are on a better strategy than I am, but I am here just to show you that for the next races onwards, perhaps I can keep up with you, and perhaps for the third round, just gonna keep that in the mind of Team RSO that, yeah, this Team Cube, they can really race with them, and just trying to keep that on mind for the next round and onwards towards the end of this championship.
Yeah, and well, this championship certainly is a very long one indeed. You're running about 9 races over the season right now. I'm just going to try and get the schedule up right now. And after this event, we've had 2 here early on in this one here, 1 in March, 1 in April. We don't actually race this until the 17th of June again. And when you're looking at how this championship builds up, from August to October, there are 5 races to play for. So it's a slow start to a fantastic finish, and that's what's great about this championship. It goes on, and you wait to try and get yourself into a position to work with, and for now, you are seeing here just how everyone is playing right now. A driver who has now started to be caught right now in your GT3 field is ironically the MSP Phoenix Racing 40 right now here, Randy. You're looking at Marcus Pappenbrock, such a stalwart here in terms of sim racing right now, and Alexandre Simonet and Dimitri Damatos are now both closing the gap.
Yeah, they are in this Porsche category, and they're just slowly pushing. And right now, if you're Alexander Simonet as well as Dimitri Damatos, you should see that you're really in that car that's a little bit up ahead of you. Should play relatively nice with Alexandre and yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Getting a replay of that incident up on your screen that we saw from that 6 machine in your MX5 category.
Yeah, and we're seeing that incident happen.
Never mind, JK.
Yeah, and you know now we've seen that incident, and
10
now
out
we're
of 10
looking at
production.
just how everyone's playing moving forward. You know, everyone now is starting to feel the effects. It's a bit more laboured. It's a bit more tiring right now, as we have seen GT Ross actually come down onto the lane. So that's a crucial thing to put in now. The final stops are coming into effect now, Alvin. It is crucial that everyone now hits their marks and hits them absolutely 100% perfectly.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to the last stop here, I think there's a reason they call it the money stop, because this is the stop that can make or break your race, because you know you have been pretty much all this race trying to set yourself for what is the last stop, and here you have to make sure that you can hit your marks, you get your breaking point right entry, you make sure that you don't speed, but most important, and we have seen this time after time after time, Jake, put the right amount of fuel, because we have seen so many teams just put just a little bit less fuel just to save time, and then they find themselves that they have to do one more lap, they don't have enough fuel, and we have seen cars run out of fuel here.
Yes, we certainly have. We've just seen that replay there of the 6 machine then in our English translation. We've just seen the team of the Supernatural Union then get a little bit dissolved then when all is said and done. And now, when we are moving into this, MSP Phoenix Racing 85 have come down onto the lane as well. They're now behind the Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing team. So now it's a case of where does everyone play out in all of this? And the answer is now everyone's starting to think, you know, if I have to make that one last stop, how much longer can I go? You don't want to take a risk, especially if you're that number 1 driver here, Cisco. If you're that Maximilian Beneke character, you don't want to now make that happen in a way that you don't want as the 7 and the 259 on the Dossinger Ho again.
And Randy, I'll pass it to you, but yeah, you can't make that mistake again. Jake's absolutely right.
Yeah, you don't want to be one to make any mistakes here, especially in this last hour of the race. Made it 3 hours in around the green hell. Don't want to put it in the wall with 60 minutes left to go. That'd just be heartbreaking.
Exactly, and that is the case here. You just want to get to the end. Finishing it is a goal and a prize in itself, and finishing this 9 times, you have to say hats off to come the end of the season. But finishing this for a second time, a lot of drivers want to do it. A lot of drivers will go for it for the first time here or the second time here. It doesn't matter how many times you do this. If you finish any form of endurance event, you have to say thank you very much. Simone under a bit of pressure right now here, as you are seeing right now. Dimitri Dematos, have a little look to the inside. It's a warning look here. Doesn't have to do it as Pappenbrock ahead locks the tires hugely, coming down in and running wider. There was Dimitri Dematos trying to use all of the circuit there, Alvin. For the moment, it won't stand himself in good favor.
Yeah, it is, and you know that this point of the race, they still have to come into the pits to perhaps do one more stop. Now, really interesting, when they come in, I think if I am the number 259, I come into the pits now and get my service done. Why? You have been pretty much running behind the number 7 pretty much for the most part of this race. Come into the pits, get your service done, make sure that you get everything sorted for the end of the race. That way, you got a clean track ahead of you. You can do your own pace, and perhaps doing that undercut, you can overtake the number 7 for that P number 8 at the moment.
Yeah, and now we are starting to see here this pit stop strategy come into full effect. When will Beneke come in? He's coming down the Dossinger Ho right now, and he is proving to himself that that gap will continue to open and open and open. And this is the mark stick then for the Nürburgring 24 hours in about 3 weeks' time. This is also one of the mark sticks for the Blancpain, which traditionally Pure have not been at the races for. Will they be at the races this season for it? Only time will tell. That's at Monza in 2 weeks' time, both of which you can catch on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Both of them unmissable events right now. Beneke rounds himself through the left and through the right. Will he get himself then down onto pit road this time by, or will he wait another lap to keep himself going? The answer's going to be one more lap for now here, Cisco.
Yeah, one more lap for that team. They're going to stay out that extra lap, and they should be good to go for the extra lap, but you know, you don't want to get that calculation wrong, Jake, because if you get it wrong on the ring, you're not coming back to pit road for like 8 minutes. So if you get it wrong, you're toast.
Yeah, and you can't afford to get it wrong by any stretch of the imagination. But for the time being, we're going to give you some RaceSpot TV fan immersion. We're going to give you the man of the moment here, the number 1, Maximilian Beneke. This is RaceSpot TV fan immersion. And there you see a bit of time there with Maximilian Benecke there, the number 1 car in position number 1. As things stand right now, some cars come in, some cars are coming out. You can see Florian Voigt having to deal with a bit of traffic right now here in currently position number 2 here, dealing with Marcel Tai behind him in the Hoyksveld Engineering, the third driver, the third different driver actually in terms of the event right now. So it's a case of finding your feet here. It's a case of finding where it is you need to be in terms of the racing action. 4 cars even yet to come in terms of your GT3 category. Your Porsches, they'll be coming down in the latter stages of this race. We're thinking maybe the last 15 minutes, maybe not even at all. And in terms of your MX-5s, some still have that stop to do, others are good to go. Hashtag do you mind? Jake Sperry here in the commentary booth with Mr. Cisco Scaramusa, Mr. Randy Jenneth, and Mr. Alvin Yavis as well here, calling all the action here in the VLN right now. And well, what I am going to do here, as we do have a driver standing by for interview, Randy, I'm going to give you the opportunity to talk to RSO Stefan Jan.
Yeah, I'm stood by with Stefan Jan. Stefan, in that RSO AMG machine, bit of a frustrating run for you guys thus far after that incident got you cycled down the order. How was your race going up until then?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. Yeah, you said it. Honestly, we are really frustrated. We had a nice race until that moment. I think we started P9, settled P7 after some laps and had a nice race and a nice first stint. And in the third stint we had a nice group fighting for P3 with GT Ross and the pure car with Florian Voigt. But unfortunately GT Ross doesn't understand the spirit of VLN and re-ending in Mazda. Yeah, and I couldn't avoid the Mazda hitting the curb, hitting the wall, and the cherry on the top was that I stuck on the curb and couldn't go back to pits, so we had to tow the car, 5 minutes lost, and yes, race over.
Well, I've certainly done my fair share of roasting GTROs today, so I won't keep it up. But let's talk about that Mercedes versus the Audi. We know this past week there was a build update, did some BOP updates to all the GT3 cars. Only 2 we're really seeing today are the Mercedes and the Audi, though no comers in the BMW. What changes came in that balance of performance update, and how is it affecting the car? What is it like racing against the Audis? Is it better, worse? What's your perspective?
Honestly, I'm quite surprised how good the Audis are today. I also tried it this week, but I have little experience with the Audi, and the car just want to kill me every fast corner. So yeah, for me it was undrivable. So I'm surprised how good the guys in front of the GT class just do it. With the Mercedes, I think there was no real change to the day before the Bob came out. So yeah, I think the cars are quite balanced here on the VLN, and I think it's good racing so far.
Well, that's always good to hear. Also unfortunate for you guys that your guys' race in the Mercedes has gone as poorly as it has, though. What's your opinions on your teammates in the other RSO car? You have one down in your MX-5 field and a car in that Porsche division. RSO is actually one of the most well-rounded teams here in this VLN Championship across all the classes. Seeing you in the GT3 classes last season, seeing you in the MX-5, of course, last season, this season, and now in the Porsche. What makes you guys as a group so strong around this racetrack as a whole?
Yeah, the reason is we love this track, so it's every time fun to drive here and to prepare for the races. So we have Mazda, I think they're currently P3, and our Porsche is on P4, so good results until now. And we also have an Audi in the second split. Unfortunately, they didn't manage it to the top split, but yeah, we'll see next time. Maybe we have 4 or 5 cars here. Yeah, we love this competition.
Always good to see, but we're going to let you go, Stefan. But before we do, any shout-outs anyone you'd like to thank today?
Yeah, of course, thanks to my teammate Toby, who also did a great race. Thanks to our Porsche and Mazda drivers who make a good race, and special greetings to our common racers from Assetto Corsa. They have a 12 hours race in Le Mans today, and what I've heard, they are also on podium positions. So guys, cross fingers, bring it home. Yeah, and thank you guys for this great broadcast.
No problem, Stefan. Good luck to you guys in the last 40 minutes. I know it's going to be frustrating for you guys trying to pick up some more spots.
Okay, thanks guys.
Back to you, Jake. That's Stefan from RSO. RSO certainly sounding very frustrated with GTROs.
Maximilian Benecke came in, Maximilian Benecke came out, and he came out in a dominant fashion in the lead of this event. And Filip Matrevsky will come back into the car for Shinya Mishimi, who have just come down onto pit road right now. Only a 45-minute stint left for them to go, so no Vincenzo Amico here today for Shinya Mishimi, and that does surprise me at the moment. It allows Lucas Jedstad then to maintain second position overall. And you see just how far back the Pure Racing Team black car is right now. You can see that gap opening up, but it's not over and done with here for the final spots on the podium right now, because Marcel Tai is still there for Huizinveld Engineering. And now we have to say right now, as we're looking at this, Alvin, they are right in the battle, they are right in the fight, and if they continue on some really, really nice laps here, Florian Royth might be in a lot of trouble.
It is, and you know, I have to say, hats off to Shinya Mishimi Team Racing, because the race that they have been doing up here today, fantastic. You know, they started all the way down in P number 14, P number 15, and right now pretty much running in the last podium step here, third place. So I gotta say, what a race Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing has done. Not to take anything for what the number one Pure Racing team with Max Benecke has been doing in this race today, but you always have to give it up to teams that can go from all the way back on the field and have a decent finish.
Yeah, and coming out of pit road now is Tornado Spin Racing Team Yakari, and that is pretty much game over for them then here, Cisco, in terms of their battle for the MX-5s right now, excuse me there, ladies and gentlemen, because Sota Muto here behind the wheel cannot catch up to Dirk Friedemann. The answer is Friedeman's at the Kazan being done, and coming through the Mercedes-Benz arena is Sota Muto. Not out of the question, but probably too far back with this much time remaining.
It probably is too far. It's too far back for anything as far as a natural progression of the race to happen. Something out of the ordinary would really have to happen to Fetterman there. And I mean, we still have 38 minutes left, so I'm not gonna say he's got it in the bag just yet. But Dirk Fetterman looks to be, for the most part, in the clear for the rest of this race. He just has to drive a nice, clean race and bring it home in one piece, and he should have the MX-5 class locked down. Tornado Spin Racing, as you mentioned, they're running second. RSO has rallied back to third, but they had to take an extra stop, and I don't think it's worked out for them. And as far as Team Cube, they're running fourth, and SimRC.de Magenta is running fifth, and that's basically MX-5 field for the most part is done and dusted between pretty much everyone.
Yeah, and the problem that we have been seeing here is we've been seeing a lot of cars run into issues in your MX-5 category in terms of who is still running here in your category right now. I believe we only have 7-8 cars left still circulating from them. So out of all of this, though, I mean, we're looking at these battles going on. We still have 37 cars circulating the circuit, which is a great job here in Top Split. And for everyone running in, this is an official race series. This isn't as if this is a special event. Anyone with the right license can come and join. Anyone has that ability right now, as our good old friends there in the 7 and the 259 have decided, hello, we're still here together. Don't forget about us right now here in the Porsche category right now, Randy. And they're right there once again, Dimitri Damatos and Alexandre Simonet.
Yeah, they're pushing hard down the Dottinger-Ho straightaway, getting ready to go up and under that Bilstein bridge, up going through the little left-hand kink at the end of the straightaway. There the bridge goes, and now the run down into the final section of the racetrack, very narrow. And Jake, you see as these two guys battle down that long straight, the difference in draft levels between all the cars. See that these Porsches, a lot of power, not a lot of aero. Because of that, Dimitri D'Amato not really able to reel in the gap. Not going to have to, though, as Simonet comes down on a pit road for his final stop of the run.
had to do so in the end. So now we are starting to see the pit stop strategies and cycles coming into play then for your Porsche category. But the difference in that Porsche category is Pure Racing Team 200 once again. Mark Elkerman now behind the wheel. He took over from Mr. VLN right now in Lauren Heinrich, and he gave them a half a minute plus lead over Black Star Racing. And there's not much that Black Star Racing can do to really close down Mark Elkerman when all is said and done, Alvin. It's been an absolutely flawless display from Pure this afternoon.
Yeah, you know, and it has been a fantastic display here by what Pure Racing Team has been able to do, not only in the GT3 but also in the GTC class. You know, Max, the number 1 and the number 200. What they have done today, they pretty much dominated their classes, and I think this is the same form that perhaps we may be get used to see towards the next rounds of the VLN.
It might be, especially in this situation, as we're looking at Della Hayes versus Sherney right now here. RSO's 398 versus the 861 of Team Cube. Well, let's hope they're not more driving a cuboid right now here, as we're seeing right now Della Hayes trying to run there in that draft up the compression into the right hand as they come along here, as they're working themselves up through this next section of track here. So let's go. And Della Hayes, he's been there on pace, but he hasn't been there on the strategy call. And if he can keep himself going to the end of the race, I say fair play to him, but I believe he might have to come down into stop one more time.
And it's going to be a shame for Hayes if they have to come down pit road one last time. Like you said, having a good run, but it's going to come down to fuel mileage. And Randy, I'll go to you on this one. Do you think they're going to be able to make it?
Probably. They're smarter than any of us. I'm going to assume they can.
Yeah, that's very true in this situation. They are probably going to be smarter than us. If we were as smart as them, we'd probably be driving this series right now. So, you know, we are seeing here these gaps open, and now everyone's just starting to wind down this section right now, trying to consolidate what they've already won, trying to get where they need to be in terms of this event right now. We are seeing here the gap certainly starting to continue in terms of this event here, and we're seeing now everyone pretty much find themselves that little bit of a gap. So it's about working out who your rival is around this one, Randy. It's about trying to work out where you are in terms of your battling partners right now. It's also trying to work out how many points you're going to get out of this event, because that isn't a case of being solid and simple, and it's also a case of getting iRating and safety rating.
Well, no iRating because it is a team event, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It is one of those things where quickly approaching the last 35 or so minutes left to go in this event, and really you don't want to just over push yourself. No point in trying to push for a gap that you're likely never going to close within that time period. Figure out if someone there we can reel in. If the answer is yes, maybe try to. If the answer is no, just kind of hold on, hang station, and just kind of cruise around. Make sure you get yourself to that checkered flag.
The RSO1 machine here, the 31 here, battling against the 21 Lazarus Racing right now. Doesn't have to let the position go. We've seen that before on the brakes late there. Beautifully done around the outside. I'm not going to be held up anymore. So there's Lazarus Racing's Patrick Jura right now, who's done all these hours on his own right now. And it means that he won't be held up any further here for the chasing Tobias Sherney of the other RSO car. That one is for position in terms of this event, but they can't afford to be battling any further more than that can Lazarus Racing right now here, Alvin. That is a battle, although it's for next to nothing in terms of what they thought that they could do. It's still for some very, very crucial points.
It is, absolutely. And when you think about you come to this race, and now it just comes to a point that, yeah, you may be out of position for perhaps what is a win or something like that, but in this race, the most important thing, when you consider we started with 53 cars, and let's look right now how many cars are left racing. I will say just about 50% of the field is still racing. So just the fact that you are able to come this far into this race and be able to finish, yeah, that may be 10th, maybe P number 11, but that's still valuable points that you can use towards this championship. Just regardless of where you finish, you know, it's very important just to finish, get those points, and then get ready towards the next race.
Yeah, it certainly is right now. I'm just taking a look at times here, moving forward with the teams in the GT3 categories. We are still looking at that battle between Team Cube and Team RSO right now. That gap slightly opening up a little bit more. Shinya Mishimi are in third on merit right now. They were nowhere. Then they got themselves up inside the top 10, up inside the top 6. And now they're in position number 3, so the no-tire call probably happening for Matrevsky right now here, Cisco. And they've got to hold off a hard-charging Pure Racing Team Black here, who are only 4.3 seconds down the road.
Yeah, I don't know about Matrevsky. The fact they're on old tires, and we've seen how aggressive PRT's been in the past. They've been very smartly aggressive today, and you got to think, if you're Matrevsky, you know what PRT's capable of doing. They've been so fast today. They've been very, very courteous, actually, but still aggressive. And I think Voith here, I think this is welcome to his ballpark, or welcome to his yard, as it were, because I think he's just going to make quick work of that 93 if he gets to him.
It's my yard, and nobody else is going to take my yard away right now, says Voith. He needs to close down the gap. He will have, on estimate, 5 laps to go to make this move happen here. 5 complete laps, that is, of this circuit right now. And for Pure Racing Team Black, they want that podium. They don't want to be in a situation where they're losing that podium to some very true strategy from Shinya Mishimi. They've stayed quiet all race long here, Randy, and you have to say, fair credit to them to get themselves in the situation they are right now.
Relatively quiet race, the entire 3.5 hours that we've seen be run thus far, and really that's a lot of times all you have to do. Think about Max Benecke in that #1 Pure Racing Team car. He's had a quiet race all race long, and look what it gets him. Gets him a 53-second lead up the racetrack there. However, if you're Florian Voith, you sort of need to get loud here at this stage. You need to start taking some risks to reel in Philip Matrevsky. You still have a decent amount of time, and you likely have a pace advantage over that driver and over that car due to the tire disadvantage. Also a little bit of traffic, very damaged Team Tres Argentos as Sergio Dorelli moves over to driver's left as they go into the brakes, do long right-hander now down the hill. And now you see Pure Racing Team closing in the gap every little bit over Philip Matrevsky here as they work themselves down toward Audenor Forest.
Yeah, we are seeing this now. Florian Voith needing to close that gap, and he will try and close that gap as much as they can. Remember, there's still Marcel Tai there for the Hoysenfeld Engineering. There's still Cristobal J. Lopez for the GT Ross team. They're still waiting, and that could still have some form of influence in your GT3 category. Oh, hello, Mark Elkman, your Pure Racing 200. Getting a little bit frisky with the car there, just a little bit in this event right now, as he was trying to head himself onto the Nordschleife then. And we are seeing here just how everyone is trying to play this game right now, and this game now needs to be played in such a way that it is one where you just need to play consistency value on an ever-evolving track with marbles, with dirt here, Alvin, and also with the likes of tiredness coming in as a factor.
It is, but if you think about it, if you are Pure Racing Team, whether in the GT3 or the GTC, you got pretty much the win wrapped up. It's just a matter of making sure that you can hit your marks, make sure that you don't get involved in any trouble. Even if you are faster than a car in front of you, just take your time. You know, there's really no rush to actually get ahead anybody. Just make sure that you hit your marks, and you will finish this race.
Yeah, it certainly is here in this situation. You want to make sure that you're finishing here, and you've got to dot the I's and cross the T's and do whatever it is that you have to do to make sure you get it home. You can formation finish if you really must here, and you can get yourself to get home and get home with a lot of resolve as well. We saw a 1-2 last time from the Pure Racing team in your GTC category. What we haven't seen, though, here today is Patrick Pichler get himself back into that play. There's been 2 drivers who have been playing that game against them and playing that game pretty well. He's got ahead of RSO, so he's in 3rd right now. But Black Star Racing have done incredibly well here today, Cisco, when you talk about it in the long run. And what they have to do here in this situation is try and find that extra half a minute right now. And it's so difficult to do around this circuit, especially when you're dealing with a driver like Lauren Heinrich in the early stages.
Yeah, and also you have to consider for Black Star Racing, they have to go catch RSO and they have to catch Lazarus Racing and say, hey, we have to pass you for position to go catch the class leader. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, or not going to happen easily. I don't think RSO or Lazarus Racing are just going to lay by and let a Porsche pass them on the track, unless they are that much slower than Black Star Racing. PRT's Porsche division, Mark Altman behind the wheel, just doing an amazing job. The fact that they are keeping up with some fairly decent competition in the GT3s. And I think it's just going to make it that much harder for Black Star Racing to be able to make up that gap, which is already a huge gap to begin with.
Well, Randy, the good news for everyone in terms of this event and practicing VLN and trying to target the VLN for titles and major points in all of this is the fact that, you know, there is this big break till June, July to get yourself back going forward in this event. You need to go and get everyone working here to get yourselves together. And for you right now here, actually, I'll talk to Alvin about this, where you have that much time to work on, even though you're dealing with other events, it sits in the back of your mind, I need to practice, I need to practice, I need to move forward in this event.
It is, and then when you think about it, we just came in with a new tire model not so long ago. Okay, so we are still figuring some things here and there. So the more time that you can get on the track, the better it will be, especially for those pro teams that will be racing on the Blancpain GT in about 2 weeks. You know, anytime that you can go in, race, try different strategies, see what works, see what doesn't work. Why? Because when the big event comes up, you really got all those strategies in your pocket. You know what works, you know what doesn't work, and when crunch time comes in, you can put in the best strategy out there.
Maximilian Benecke has just set the fastest lap of the race, an 8-minute flat .843. Randy, that's unprecedented.
Yeah, that's a little bit quick. That's mildly quick. Let's reference MSP Phoenix Racing in second place. Their quickest lap of the race, 4 seconds off of that. And he just said it actually as well. And Lucas set that his last time around the racetrack.
Well, that's absolutely ridiculous here from Maximilian Benecke. And well, the WWE Hall of Fame was last night, but if there was any candidate to put into the Hall of Fame right now, if iRacing had a Hall of Fame, Benecke surely has to be one of the #1 candidates there, Cisco. That is a sensational lap time from a simply sensational driver.
Oh yeah, he's been on point today. This is by far Max's best effort he's put forth in VLN.
Oh, hello.
And, you know, 20... Go ahead.
Sorry, battle for position here, and through goes Florian White. Behind goes Filip Matrevsky, and that one, in the end, is now the podium pretty much sorted here in this situation. And fair play here to the driver of Florian White right now. That is a very comfortable move.
And now PRT controls first in GT3, third in GT3, and first in your GTC class Porsches.
And third in GTC.
Yeah, and third as well. So, yeah, I'd say they're having a pretty good day right now, PRT are.
Oh, yeah, certainly is. And I wonder what they've been having for breakfast, because it's been absolutely fantastic to see the way that they have just sliced and diced their way through the field. But this now poses another question here, Alvin. Is there going to be a chance here that Matrevsky falls back here? Because he's only doing 8.11s at the moment here. And you look at Marcel Tai doing 8.08s. That's 3 seconds a lap. That's 13 seconds the gap to go. And about 4 laps left in the event. We do have a grandstand for 4th.
There is a possibility that he may be able to secure 4th place. Now, one thing I do have to point out, Shinja Mishimi Sim Racing, the last time they came into the pits, they took no tires. So they are going into the no tire strategy for their last lap. So that is why we saw Florian White were able to comfortably be able to overtake Filip Matrevsky there in the Shinja Mishimi Sim Racing. So for now, I think Pure Racing Team should be pretty comfortable in 1st and 3rd. Now, the battle for 4th and GT3, that could be a little bit interesting, but I think that Shinja Mishimi Sim Racing may have that 4th place secure. It's just a matter of the team hoisting build engineering with Marcel Tai, if they can able to crank out the pressure just a little bit, and it could be a grandstand finish, but we will have to see.
It certainly is going to be a case of we will have to see how this ends up then in the long run right now. And we are seeing here quite a few teams still getting themselves some great results. And actually, your Porsche category has been the one that survived very well the most. They've had the most members in this one here at the moment, Randy. And, you know, they've still got some great teams still circling around. I mean, give some shout outs here to the likes of, say, Hammer Down Racing, Arts Racing Team, eWorks Racing right now. They're all there, all still circulating, and all going to get some very, very good top split points.
Yeah, I think we've only actually lost 3 or 4 Porsches out of your Porsche field. So actually, no, I take that back. Team Tres Argentos, ton of damage on that 08 car, but they're still out there circulating. Everyone else currently looks like they're out of the race of those 3 cars. But yeah, a lot of Porsches signed up for this. A lot of them still running here with about 20 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and with 20 minutes left to go there or thereabouts, it now becomes a game of trying to hold on to whatever it is you have. We will keep on monitoring that gap between Shinya Mishimi here and Hoyksingveld Engineering. And for the moment here, you can just see already in just that section from Dottinger Ho to Arenberg just how much Florian Wolf has pulled away right now, Cisco. He's got about a second and a half already.
Yeah, no, Voith is, I mean, we knew he was going to be fast. We know PRT's been fast, and I'd say it's probably not a stretch to say there's a very similar setup in both the 003 and the 1. I don't think he's really not going to be able to do much with the S-Stat unless something happens at MSP Phoenix 85. I mean, it's about a minute gap between them, so like I said, with what's going to happen with MX-5, something unnatural would have to happen to that car. But Voith, I mean, we knew how fast he was going to be. We've seen how fast PRT's been all day today, and PRT's been able to beat the biggest thing that's been eluding him thus far, themselves.
Exactly right now. We've just seen Mark Elkerman is still yet, I believe, to make that final stop. I believe he probably has just a little bit more in him for a splash and for a bit of a dash then right now. Jusa Haitila right now did a 9-minute lap that last time by. That probably screams out incident or pit stop then. It probably screams pit stop more than anything else right now. As Pure Racing Team actually aren't too far back on this one here from Haitila. They're only about 9 seconds adrift in this one, Alvin, so they could still come back into this if their lap time's good enough. An 8:17 last time from Pichler. That was about 2 seconds quicker than Haitila and what he had been consistently running during this race.
There is that possibility, absolutely. Now, it will take a lot for Patrick Pichler to be able to get that second place, but from what we have seen here from Pure Racing Team, which has been nothing short of fantastic, so there is that possibility. Don't count them out.
Certainly is here, and well, when you're looking at Patrick Pichler right now, it's 9 seconds over 4 laps. It is possible to close that gap if he runs at about 2.2 seconds a lap quicker. He could probably get onto the back of the Dottinger Ho. What we have said, though, is when we have to go into a Murrayism here, Randy, catching's one thing, passing's another.
Absolutely right, especially at a racetrack like this, Jake. The racetrack, we've seen it all day. Track is absolutely narrow, very difficult to pass on. Hard to make the GT3 cars stick, and those cars have a lot more aero. Here in these Porsches, through this narrow part of the racetrack, pretty much forget about it, I'd say, in terms of getting a move done. The Porsches are a little bit more narrow than the GT3 cars, yes, but with as much, as little grip as they have in comparison, pretty much you just have the Dartner Ho, turn 1, and maybe on the brakes into the chicane to really make moves.
Yeah, you do here, as we've just seen the 7 get completely jumped in the pit stops here by the 259 machine of the JCL Sim Racing VLN. Dimitri Damatos finally gets that gap here and finally breaks away from Alexandre Simone when all was said and done there. So a few party crackers then will be going there in the garages then, but you know, nobody can relax here until the end of this event. And well, when you look at this one, Cisco, especially here when you're talking about dominance here, all 3 drivers here at the front, they have deserved to be at the front. We haven't seen a case of a major incident in the mid to late parts of this race, albeit we did see a couple of incidents early on, especially in the MX-5 category with that lap 2 incident. We haven't seen too many drivers actually not deserve to be at the front of the field.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, and that's a case where GT3 field, I mean, and also you have to keep in mind the guys who are leading, not even just that one field, Jake, but all the fields have been up there all day. Crown Racing, they've been at the front of this field all day, as has Tornado Spin. Tornado Spin a little further back, but they're still up there. PRT and Blackstar have been swapping the lead. Heck, they were swapping the lead last time we were out in VLN. And PRT, no surprise, Max has been up there all race after that turn 1 incident. MSP's been clawing their way up there, but your lead guys in all of these, in all the divisions, have all been up there all race.
Yeah, they certainly have here, and it's been absolutely magnificent to see. And it's not just a case of everyone here, Alvin, has been doing well in this top split. Every split has been having drivers. Every split has wanted to do this VLN and score themselves points. And to everyone that finishes and to everyone that actually participates, you have to say a massive hats off and congratulations to.
Yeah, it is. And then when you consider the nature of this track, it's not really an easy track compared to other tracks that we have here in iRacing. Tracks like, for example, Le Mans. Yeah, it is a long track, and it's pretty much known for its 24-hour race. But when you consider the amount of straightaways, like for example, a track like Le Mans has, that you can relax just a little bit, versus this track that once you get into that north slide part, there's really no relaxing.
No, there certainly isn't here, and you're always on it. You're always thinking. You can't afford a lapse of concentration anywhere across this circuit to make it happen. I want to check the gap here when they cross the line between the 93 and the 35 to see if there will be any closing down here. They're both on the Dossinger Ho, which is like saying they're both on a circuit right now, because pretty much you can fit everyone on the Dossinger Ho if you really, really tried. Matrevsky then will look to head himself through the final few corners, then the rights, then the lefts, one more right to go then, and then one final left for emphasis to get yourself back on. Don't take that right-hand side pit entry there. As you see, that is not the correct entry. You can have a joke like Vendaval, but who knows what happens right now. Matrevsky right now here, going to cross the line. His lap time was an 8:10.2. That's a lot quicker than from Matrevsky on his 8:11s right now. And for Marcel Ty, he needs to go quicker. He needs to ban 8:07 coming out of this one here. And well, at the moment here, Randy, the time was an 8:08.6. That brings the gap down to 11 seconds exactly, with 3 laps to go coming forward. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't see it happening either. He's definitely quicker. Question, he just doesn't have the time. Only about 3 laps left, reeling in by about 2 seconds every time around. Math doesn't add up. End up with about 5 seconds or so that you have to try to find. Marcel Ty either has to push really, really hard these last couple laps, get down in the 6s, or he has to hope that Philippe Matrevsky hits some sort of traffic with the MX-5 that slows him down considerably.
Absolutely agreed there. And well, now it's a case of just trying to work out where the battling partners have gone. And well, the answer for most drivers here is they aren't there, and we are going to run on our own. It's almost quite funny to see this one in a sense here, Alvin, because everyone seems to find a little pocket of the circuit right now at this sort of stage. They see that there's a car in front of them, they get past them, and you can wait almost sometimes up to 15-20 minutes sometimes to see another car pop up.
Yeah, it is, but you know, this is pretty much a part of what is multi-class racing, you know, especially on a track like this when you have a field of 53 cars, and yeah, we are pretty much almost towards the end of this race, so pretty much the whole field, it's all spread out. So yeah, it's something really interesting that you get in, you may find a car, and then maybe 5 minutes later you find the other car, and you really have to be as Shinja Mishimi or Philippe Matrevsky just went off track, hit the wall, but seems like no damage was done. So really scary moment. I think that I'm sure that the number 35 is looking for any kind of advantage, and well, he just got one.
Oh my word, and well, that's the last thing that Shinya Mishimi just wanted in that situation. Let's get a replay then up on the screen. Philippe Matrevsky took a risk, and it's not paid off, and that, where we said earlier on that it wouldn't be the issue, there, bang, into the tyre barrier, but they get away with it here. Life lost then for the driver here, Philippe Matrevsky, but here comes Marcel Ty. This is not over and done with as they run to Arenberg, Cisco.
Yeah, and Ty, he's still got a little bit of a gap to Mishimi here, but Mishimi can no longer just think. I don't know. It's still it's still a decent sized gap, Jake. But the problem is, what kind of damage is on the Mishimi machine, the number 93? How much damage did he get tapping the wall there? It wasn't huge, but it certainly didn't help their efforts any. And with 13 minutes to go here, probably maybe 2 laps to go for that car, just under.
Yeah, you're looking at this one. It's 3 laps to go in the event. When Beneke crosses the line, it will be 2 laps to go. Randy, if I was a member of the Hoitzingveld Engineering crew chief right now, would I be screaming at Marcel to just go push? He's making mistakes and you're doing all the right things.
I mean, you might as well, man. YOLO, VLN, last 15 minutes of the race. Push that Mercedes hard, reel in that number 93, put on a fantastic race for us at the end of the run.
There's also another battle going on here, Alvin. GT Ross SST Orange versus MSP Phoenix 86 right now. The gap was 6.3 when they last crossed the line, and Tansen is 2 seconds a lap quicker than Cristobal J. Lopez. That could come down to the Dottinger Ho.
It could certainly be there, Jake. And we are seeing now the closing stages of this race here, and we are starting seeing fantastic battles here. They may not be on the track right now, they may not be head-to-head right now, but time is of essence and time is running out. The time to push is now.
It certainly is here, and now everyone is starting to play here. This little game of worry here. The seeds of doubt are being planted in many drivers' minds right now. They know that they've got to be in a situation to hold it up. We still have some battles going on, or we did at some stage here, because Tino Husa and JCL Sim Racing were together when they last crossed the line. Not anymore, because coming out to pit road was JCL at that occasion here. So now you are starting to see here just everyone open up those gaps again. Everyone look to try and find themselves a way home here in this situation, Cisco. And now you're starting to feel, is there a chance for some late drama?
I think there definitely is a chance. It's the Nürburgring. There's always a chance to get some drama here. And SST Orange, they definitely have been the firestorm of drama, as it were, today. And definitely going to have a couple teams looking at them very differently after this race. But for those guys, keep in mind, still got plenty of time left in this race. Anything can happen because it's the ring. And anything and everything can happen at the ring.
Everything can happen at the ring, which can be shouted at and kept very held and safe by Gollum. You now look at this one here for Gregory Tansen. He is closing that gap. One car in between his eWorks Racing. Sam Rosalar then will be that little bottleneck in the gap. Tansen's got to find a perfect way here at the moment here in your GT3 category to hold on to things right now. It is so simple. Hold on, and once again, hold on to it here. You don't want to bin the car late, as Matreski almost did right now, and we will need to see here lap times again. That's our big indicators right here. Up the hill comes Cristobal J. Lopez into the carousel, Randy.
Into the carousel, Cristobal comes, and that car, I think, is a little bit hurt given all it's been through today. But that MSP 86, Gregory Tansen last time around, roughly 2.2 seconds quicker than Cristobal Lopez, so he is reeling in that number 88 machine now. They only have about 2.5 laps to go as Pure Racing Team number 1, Max Manecki, works himself into corner number 2, working himself just 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go here, and 2 laps here is not like 2 laps anywhere else. 2 laps to go is about 15 minutes here, so you have to make sure that you get yourself home. That's the only case you have here to do. You're running over 4 hours, and sometimes you're running 4 hours 10 at this event, and not just a full 4 hours. We'll be running about 4 hours 6. Out of the way gets Rosalar then for Gregory Tansen as he looks at 6th position here in your GT3 category. You look further forward for the likes of Ty right now. Matreski still has a big gap right now, and Philip Schill now has to get out of the way for the Sloth Nom squad here right now. You see Ty catches him up in all the wrong places here, moves to the outside and there's contact there between Ty and Schill there, and Schill now ends up in the wall, and that is the greediness that had to be taken. Schill takes a tap, and in the end, Cisco, it ends in tears.
It ends in tears, and another MX-5 victim of GT3. And just once again, the case, the speed difference between these cars, that's what can happen. And Ty was going for everything right now, still going for everything. And unbelievably, he didn't lose a whole lot of time from that, Jake. And he's probably still going to be plugging away at it. I think Ty is literally in a mode, he is in a one-track mind right now, and that track is to catch Shinya Mishimi, that sim racing team, that 93, and hope they can catch him.
Yeah, we are live right now. Well, you can see here for Philip Schill, he is hurting a lot right now as he tries to get onto the Dottinger Ho, crabbing like anything here, Alvin. Is it time to start the hashtag trend, hashtag stop MX5 abuse?
It could certainly be, and you know, this is something that we see on every single multi-class race. Sometimes the faster cars, they really don't have that patience with the slower classes, and you know, if there is one thing that you need to have is respect. Yes, they are slower, yes, but that doesn't mean that they have to get out of the way to make a way for you. You know, you have to respect the fact that they are there. They have their own race, and you also have to take that into consideration. And something when this happens, I don't want to say it, but it may not affect your race, but things, drivers remember things that happen, and it may come to bite you in the back on the next round, or perhaps when things really count for you, they may take some action against you, and you don't, even though you don't want to see that on track, but you know, sometimes people say enough is enough. I had to do something.
Yeah, certainly do. Gap between Shinya Mishimi and VLN Engineering is down to 7.5 seconds with 2 laps to go for Marcel Tai. That lap time, though, even with that contact, was still in a very good place. It was an 8:09.8, but he needs to hit those 8:08 laps once again here in order to really pile the pressure on here on Shinya Mishimi. You look at the GT Ross team, they have done themselves an 8:10.9 for MSP Phoenix. It's only an 8:09.3 here. That's a difference of about 1.6 seconds, and that closes the gap to about 4.4 right now, 4.6 here, Randy. I think Tansen needs to hit 8:08s right now. He's running out of time.
I think he does too. The thing is, though, is that the thing that's great for Tance is that because he's so much closer to that GTR-OS machine, if he has one more lap here where he's only a couple seconds quicker than Cristobal, he should be in the draft for that final lap. So he has a little bit more of a green light. Compare that to the number 35 machine, he has to push a lot harder before he gets to that point of having the slipstream on the 93. Also important to note that the 35 of Marcel Tai, he really got bailed out with the fact that Philippe Matrevsky had that mistake last time around this race circuit. If that hadn't happened, Marcel Tai, the 8:09.8, that only would have reeled him in by about a second. That likely would have been a nail in a coffin for trying to pick up that spot.
Yeah, now Matrevsky has to be sweating in his boots, and whoever's there helping him, be it Shinya Mishimi himself, he's got to tell him, keep calm, Alvin. He's got to tell him, keep calm, keep it on the island, and just bring that car home. We've got 4th position. We started P14. They've gained 10 positions here. This is the drive of the day candidate, if ever there was one.
Yeah, it is, and you know, as it stands right now, Philippe Matrevsky, he has the advantage. The gap has come from 12 seconds all the way down to 6.7 seconds, but he still has the advantage over the number 35 with Marcel Tai. So he just needs to make sure that he can keep the car on the track. Don't make any mistakes, because he is definitely, even though he may be driving a bit slower, the gap is just enough that if he can keep it, he will finish in 4th place.
And that is the crucial factor here. He wants 4th place overall, and this will be a huge achievement for Shinya Mishimi. They cropped up relatively out of nowhere, Cisco, over the last year, and what they have done is they've managed to put in some great blank pan qualification, and they did so very well. They've come here to VLN to prove their worth, and right now they have proved they have done very well on the strategy card right now. They've got to hold on, and at the moment things are looking up.
Yeah, everything's looking good for the moment, and Ty definitely has time to catch him, but as you said, Mishimi, they came in here, and I mean, talk about a good way to get yourself seat time in your car for Blancpain. I mean, the Nürburgring, the most challenging circuit on the globe today, in my opinion. And for this team to come out here and use this, not only to compete in the championship, but also to be kind of another series this team runs in addition to Blancpain, what a great chance to get yourself, like I said, that seat time, that practice familiarity with the car that is so important.
There's been a mistake for Cristobal J. Lopez. He has dropped a ton of time, and look who is on the back. It's Gregory Tansen here, so it's not over and done with here. Tansen is right there looking for the opportunity, Randy, and now Tansen is looking at 6th place here, thinking, thank you very much. Surely I can take it away from Cristobal.
I think he's going to have it because Cristobal's car looks hurt. Just a few corners before you noticed that, it was a mistake for Cristobal. Put the 2 tires off on the left-hand side, caught that big curve like we talked about earlier, Jake. Car spat out to the left-hand side, got into that wall, left rear wing, all sorts of damage, and all sorts of damage as well on that left-hand side of the machine. I have a feeling that Cristobal is going to be easy pickings for Tansen when you get to the Dr. O. Maybe even before, maybe even the run up through Lauda Links and into Bergwerk.
You can see right now he's looking for a way through, but it's not going to happen yet. Not into this left-hander. Maybe take a run out of here and make that move happen. This is going to be a great chance, and maybe a chance for a revenge as well. You remember, Tansen got taken easy pickings by Arana. down this section of circuit. You can see he gets close now, looking at the right-hand side then, looking to try and get that run. No, not just yet. Maybe wants to do this easily, doesn't want to throw this away. Tucked in, 2/10, 1/10 of a second then, moves to the inside of the circuit. When they come to that corner, around the outside for the moment, will turn to the inside, and there's nothing Cristobal J. Lopez can do, because Tansen gets revenge, he gets redemption, and he gets 6th place there, Alvin. Fantastic work.
And very important to get that position just right at the point that they had to live, because if there is something that we have seen with GTRs today is that they will fight you for every single inch, and the fact that they were able to complete that overtake just before going there, hats up to Gregory Tansen and the MSP Phoenix Racing number 86.
The white flag will be out this time because Maximilian Benecke has rounded that corner and has the opportunity now to drive it home for one last lap of the green hell itself, the Nürburgring the Nürburgring GSAM Strecke right now, which includes that Nürburgring Nordschleife. You can see Lucas Jedstad right now. He'll be looking to come through then and deal with this, but you can't shout out and say you can't give love to anyone else. These Porsches, they've survived all day long. They've all spread themselves out, and there's not much more that could be done. Pichler, he's running the quickest laps of his race so far, but I don't think he can catch Blackstaff for second here at the moment here, Cisco, right now. When you look at things, an 8:16.6 is one of his quickest laps, but he's racing 8:18.3s right now, which is enough with 2 laps to go for these drivers.
It is enough, but he's keep in mind, he's got to be perfect to run those lap times, Jake. And there is an RSO car in the middle here. His journey will probably pass Mark Elkman here, so that means there will be no cars between Hitalata and Elkman there, so that's probably going to be your battle. But for those guys, yeah, no, the one isn't, Benecke is not going to catch him. So yeah, they're going to have a lap and a half to really make this battle count. And you got to think, Husso is just driving the wheels off that Porsche to even have a hope. He can catch him, but it's one thing. Passing him is quite the other. He'll have the Dangerho to try. He's just got to make sure he's there in time for that.
Yeah, you can see Patrick Pichler's trying to use everything at his disposal. We know what Patrick Pichler can do. We know he is one of the stalwarts then of what is endurance racing. We know how good he can be, but it's a case of can he hold on to this one here. And Randy, we are seeing here these final few battles coming into play. We'll see if Matreski has enough to hold on without any more instant calm this last lap. He rounds himself through the right. He now looks to get himself through the left. You look further back then at Marcel Tai. He seems a little bit too far back, in my opinion, to make this happen. The gap, Matreski's last lap was an 8:10.7 for Marcel Tai. His last lap was himself an 8:08.3. It's quicker, but it's still 5 seconds. It's still not enough.
Absolutely right. Has been reeling in about 2 to 2.5 seconds every single time around this racetrack, and he has to find twice of that in this final one. Let's see what's the traffic situation look like. There's going to be a Mazda that they hit, maybe 2, maybe 3 just. So right now, if you're trying to reel in the car of Philippe Matreski, if you're Marcel Tai, you're hoping that 93 catches a Mazda in a bad place. But if you're Marcel Tai, think you're going to catch the RSO car in a bad place? No, you just squeaked by with about 10 feet. 10 feet later, you'd have been blocked out, been disaster. 10 and the 799 are currently fighting as well.
Yeah, and that's MRC.de Mellon trying to get past MSP Phoenix Racing's 40 right now. This is for 21st and 22nd. The last cars on the leading lap, and they maybe might get interrupted by a certain Mr. Race leader, Maximilian Benecke, right now. They round themselves now, looking into this slow right-hander. And for Jürgen Frank, it's not good enough yet. It's difficult to make it. Here comes Benecke, though, your race leader. He will now look to try and get past these guys then to get himself moving forward. And Alvin, that's the last thing either of those two wanted.
Yeah, but I am pretty sure that at this point, Maximilian Benecke, he knows that he has this right on his pocket. So there's really no point in him trying to push and trying to overtake these two, that they are battling for position, because if there is something that Maximilian Benecke doesn't want to be involved in, it is in an incident between these two.
Yeah, you can
lock him.
Oh, they're all getting close in front of Benecke, and Jürgen Frank wants the position. He'll try and get the position here as he looks to go through. Now Benecke tries to get past them. He gets past one. He needs to get past the other, but he shouldn't take this risk. We've said he doesn't need to take this risk, but he wants to bypass this risk right now, and he knows that in the quickest section of them all, that the Porsche is equal on power. Doesn't have to let that position go. Doesn't need to let that position go. You have to feel, though, for Papenbrock right now, if he can stay ahead till the end of the lap, he will be fine and he will be safe. And you can see now he runs wide and he loses the position overall, and that's a big mistake from Papenbrock, a risk he didn't need to take. Jürgen Frank here, Randy, takes the position.
A good move there by Jürgen. I don't know if that was entirely on Maximilian, to be honest. I think Marcus was going to push wide regardless there. I think he just overcooked the exit of the corner. Max just really had no choice but to cycle down on the inside. Now Papenbrock, he has about half a lap to go. They're currently at the carousel, and this is the thing that's interesting, because Max just got past them. They essentially just got signaled the white flag. They would not have gotten the white flag when they started this lap. They may have only just realized this is the final lap of the race.
Yeah, and that's definitely the case. Also keep an eye on Black Star versus Pure Racing Team 299 in your Porsche category right now, because you look at that, it's the 76 versus the 299. Patrick Pichler needs to close down the driver then of Juuso Hietala right now, and Hietala, he doesn't have too much to deal with. There is a lap to go, and Pichler is there. He is close here, Cisco. There is a chance for Pichler to get this one back. Look at the gap as they cross the line. They're in the same piece of real estate, and that gap is down to just 1.6 seconds.
1.6 seconds, the only difference here between these two. The brakes down into turn one. Once again, Pichler, a little bit of a lockup there, but they're going to have another lap to do it here. That battle we saw with the 10, they don't have another lap. This is going to be their final lap. As Randy alluded to, Benecke had passed them, and at this point, Jürgen Frank is suddenly gone, and he's opened up a huge gap on Papenbrock. I don't think Papenbrock, unless they use the Danger Ho, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything.
No, I don't think he is either here in this situation. You can see just how much time he's lost when all is said and done with that. So, you know, now is the case to be made. Now everyone is looking here. Pichler's just gone purple for what he's done. And now we're looking at this thinking Patrick Pichler has himself the chance then right now. Rounding the mini carousel, though, is Maximilian Benecke. We will keep an eye on that battle for second position in class then right now as they look to enter the carousel. That will be one of the last battles we will go to turn to right now, but all eyes now turn to this driver heading himself now for the final time down the Dottinger Ho, and he has been absolutely uncatchable all day long, and redemption for what was last time out's mistakes, not his own mind you, is now going to be his glory on his own terms. He's done all 4 hours absolutely flawlessly, and it's a return to grace that everyone knows that they could have seen, done, and everything that should have been. The lights are flashing under the Bilstein Bridge for the very last time then for this driver and for this team. Number one, position number one. Just 3 more corners to go. The left, now the right. And now one final left, because your racing team are going to take here an absolutely monumental victory here at the VLN. It's Maximilian Benecke's day, and who can blame him? 11sies on the road, and a win that was so well deserved there. That is absolutely brilliant here. And Randy, tie is still closing.
Fantastic run there for Max, but we're not done yet. Marcel Ty in that Heisenfeld Engineering Mercedes is still closing on Philippe Matreski and the Shinya Mishimi Racing Mercedes. He's not quite close enough to get the draft yet, but he's not far away from it. Might be a little bit of traffic before he gets to it. Actually, no, I think it's basically clear track all the way until the Dottinger Ho, and he's just closing. I think the gap right now out to about 2.5 seconds. He needs to find another second here before he gets to the Dottinger Ho, before he'll start really feeling that slipstream, and even then, he wants as much as he can get. Matreski, a little bit of mistake here through the uphill left-hander. Now, through the quick rhythm section here, not a lot of time that Ty can, that Matreski can find a way to give up. How is Ty going to find this pace?
That is the question then, and there is not many corners going here of the 165 of the 15.18 miles. It comes down between Ty and it comes down here between Matrevsky here for 4th position. Lucas Jedstad has just come home in 2nd. It will be Florian Voigt who will finish in 3rd, but now they round here with a couple of corners to go then in this event, and Marcel Ty is running out of time here. You can see it's agonizingly close. It's agonizingly close to a 4th place, but it's not going to happen. A big wiggle coming out of the mini carousel, and I think he's too far back for this one, Alvin. I don't think he can make this happen unless there's a fuel issue.
Yeah, it certainly has. Marshall Ty has run a fantastic race here up so far, but I think as we come down the Dottinger Hall, Philip Matrevsky right now 1.4 seconds. I think he just has just enough of a gap here to be able to finish here in 4th place. So let's just wait to see if, well, there's still some straight to go and some corners, but as it stands right now, Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing should have a 4th place secure.
Should be at the moment. You can see Shinya Mishimi just holding on to things, the fringes of the draft coming in, but it's too little, too late for Marcel Ty and Hoiksingveld Engineering. How much are they going to be ruining the chance of putting Stefan Petrak behind the wheel? It could have been so much more. Senkowski did well, Ty did brilliantly, but it's not going to be enough here. A little clip of the wall, but it's P4 for Matrevsky, and the story of the day for Shinya Mishimi. Hoiksingveld Engineering doing well. The 20 though, look at the 20 here in this situation here, because that's Crown Racing MX-5. Cisco, they've been perfect.
They've been perfect. They avoided that early. They were involved in that incident actually in that MX-5 field there, but they shrugged it off. They kept going all race long, and Dirk Fetterman behind the wheel never got out of the car all day and never really had to worry because he had such a great gap. The strategy, they played it perfect. They learned from the mistakes in round number 1. They used the strategy used against them, and they're gonna come home victorious. Fetterman comes around the final corner under the bridge. He's got it locked in away. That's your MX-5 winner right there. And then we have to take a look at your GTC battle, and that is closing in.
It is, and they've come out to the carousel, and now they are nose to tail. Pichler is doing everything he can right now to close Juso Haitala right now, and this is absolutely fantastic. The 229 and the 76 here are incredibly close in this one. You also have to say, though, it will be about one other car as well, and that will be that Pure Racing Team 200, Randy, when all is said and done. But Black Star, they're not secure. It could be back-to-back pure GT Porsches 1-2 finishes.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on that 200, but we have to watch this fight between the 76 and the 299, as the 299 of Pichler is there all over the back of Juso Haitala now as they work the run up into this uphill right-hander. There's a blind left that immediately follows it. Then you get back into the quick rhythm section that takes you down towards the Stefan Belafest, then into the quick uphill right-hander, into a left, into the final carousel, and then into the final corner that takes you on to the Dr. Ho. Patrick Pichler is going to have the draft. How will Haitala have to defend? What will he need to do to hold on to this spot and hold and keep your racing team from getting a top 2? That's not how he's going to do it. Little mistake, puts 2 wheels off on driver's right.
Yeah, and that is the nerves coming through. Elof S coming for these two. Everyone knows that it comes down to this moment here, and Pichler is there and is close and needs to work the draft to his advantage. He can't make the move too early. He can't make the move too late. That is the key here, and he can't afford to not make the move at all. Elkerman is coming down the Dottinger Ho, and his day is going to be full of happiness with him and Mr. VLN Lauren Heinrich. You have to say he has done absolutely sensationally all day long. There is traffic in Bastian Salmon in the Berlin Sport Car, but now Haitala comes onto the straight, and there is the driver of Patrick Pichler just behind. They move out of the way. Now the draft comes into play. Elkerman, he drops himself now down through the final 2 corners to get himself that GT Porsche victory that he so richly wanted. He will take that victory, and he will deserve that victory as well. Here comes Pichler to the outside with one final opportunity, and Haitala on the inside turns to the outside, needs to hold the nose. He'll try, he gets the cut over though, and Pichler in the final dying stages will make it a pure 1-2. Absolutely sensational from Patrick Pichler, driving the night, surely, and there won't be chance for the run to go through. Take your hat off. That is a well-deserved second place, if ever I saw one, Randy. Sensational.
Fantastic move by Patrick. Aggressive move to cut across the nose of Black Star Racing and Yusa Hitela, but he had no other choice. He knew he had to block that move done. There is the opportunity to shoot the car up on the left-hand side. Well done by Patrick Pichler. Well done on the car placement to hold on to that spot. And that's pretty much going to close out our runners here, I think. Few stragglers coming through. That's basically our post-race results.
Yeah, as we're seeing this right now, absolutely sensational. Let's run it through then here. It's not officially confirmed, but in a few moments it will be officially confirmed. Pure Racing Team take the victory, all encompassing, all dominating. 1 minute, 9 second win over MSP Phoenix Racing as the sun starts to set. Pure Racing Team Black then get home on the final step on the podium on what has been a super start to April here today. Shinya Mishimi, driver of the day candidates, come home in what is 4th position overall. There is one more fight though we are seeing here, and it is the 7 car versus the 259 here of JCL Sim Racing, and Dimitri Damatos has started to fall back enough, in my opinion, that he will not get that position done. As we look further forward then into this one, then the likes of Huizenfeld Engineering coming home in 5th position, MSP Phoenix Racing 86, they come home in position number 6, stealing it away from the GT Ross car in 7th, who had to limp home when all was said and done to catch the likes of MSP Phoenix Racing 83, finishing home in 8th position.
I think it's gonna be a fight because the 259, look at the slipstream he got down the Dottinger hole. We're gonna cut away for a moment. Look at the gap he's gotten. He's closed in all the way.
Oh my goodness gracious me, and now it comes down to a drag race. Is Simone out of fuel or something? He was very lazy on the brakes. Now brings it close. Now they get in, and is there going to be any power then to get himself back going? Here comes Damatos, and Damatos, he's running out of road, running out of time, moves to the left-hand side. Oh, he throws the block, and it doesn't work because Damatos is taking it. Oh my word. And Simone tried everything. He tried the Schumacher 97 treatment and ended like Schumacher in 97, Alvin.
Yeah, that, if you want to call a grandstand finish, this is what we were talking about. Going all the way to the end. Number 7 looks like he was running just a little bit on the field, but at the end of the day, just enough time for the number 259 to grab that position.
Oh, unbelievable. Let's finish out the grid then on that amazing note. GT Ross SST White come home in 9th. MSP Phoenix Racing 5 come home in 10th. RSO come home in 11th position. 12th in class is Lazarus Racing here. But you have to say, the cars that didn't finish in your GT3 category, GT Ross SST Black, Vortex Sim Racing VLN 34, GT Comedy Team who missed the start, and Vendaval Sim Racing White as well. Randy, GT Porsches.
Looking at your GT Cup cards, it's a Pure Racing Team 1 and 2 out here. We saw a couple last lap passes, last couple corner passes in this category. One of them came from the 299 of Patrick Pichler. Black Star Racing GTC finishes 3rd. Team RSO in 4th, with Evolution Racing Australia rounding out your top 5. German Sim Racing is 6th. JCL Sim Racing in 7th. Virtual Drivers 8th. SimRC Mellon 9th, with MSP Phoenix Racing number 40 rounding out your top 10. GTL Vert Red in the 11th spot. 12th is Wrench Monkey Racing. 13th is Black Sheep. 14th is eWorks. 15th is Hammer Down. 16th is Art Racing Team. 17th Team Trey Argentos. Disabled Motorsport in 18th. 19th is MB Motorsport, with MSP Phoenix Racing 33 rounding out the fields today. Cisco, it's your turn.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at your MX-5 field. Crown Racing MX-5, they got it done here today. Good job by those guys. They bring home the victory in the MX5 Cup class. Tornado Spin Racing Team Yukari is going to finish second. RSO 398, they're going to finish on the podium. A third place for those guys. Team Cube Karting Felipe Lot, they're going to finish fourth. Fifth is going to go to the number 47, a Berlin Sim Sport. That was Bastian Salmon, and he did get picked up by that team and did a great job finishing in the top 5 for those guys. Slothnam Squad had to bring it home on pit road, but they come home 6th, I believe. 7th is going to go to MMOTC League Racing. SimRC.de Magenta is going to bring it home in 8th. The number 6 team, the Supernatural Union guys, they finish 9th in class. 10th in class is going to go to Torque Freak Racing Rallion. 11th is going to go to Team Potato. 12th is going to go to the Road Bastards. And that's their gold team. It looks like 12th or 13th is going to go 3 Wide Motorsport. Everyone else here had pulled it in and left the track early. Crown Racing 3rd is going to be 14th. Tornado Spin Racing White is going to be 15th. 16th going to go to Space Invaders Racing Team. 17th to Sim Torque Esport 06. The GSRC Racing Turn 2 Motorsports Team, they're going to finish 18th. And rounding out your field, Super Sporty Racing, they ended early and they finished 19th in class. But I believe, Jake, you've caught up with the guy who had command of this race all night long.
Certainly have done, and I've caught up with Maximilian Benecke, and in fact I'm going to throw in the driver who came in 3rd as well in the GT3 category as well, in the form of Florian Voigt also. So you look at this one, Max, dominance here today from Pure Racing Team, from everyone here. A 1-2 and a 1-3, you can't ask for anything better in terms of racing.
Definitely. So first of all, welcome to everybody. I think it's the first time I'm here in the interview, so great pleasure for me to be here. Also, congratulations to all others who finished and stand on the podium now. Well, it was a great race for us, especially for me. Today it was a bit hard because I had to drive all the 4 hours on myself. And it was the first time I did that with my new rig, and it was very, very tricky for me today. But in the end, it all worked out, and I tried to get a better look for the setups, because everything changed now since the last update. And I'm pretty happy it worked out that well. So the only problem in this race was at my second pit stop, I think, I had to go for a wee, so urgent, and I thought, well, it could be made in time, but in the end, I just underestimated the time I need for that. And I think I lost about 15 seconds because I asked my teammates what happened, because, now MSP was just 5 seconds behind me. And I didn't thought that the pit stop just went so wrong for me, but in the end it all worked out, and I tried to keep up my pace, and it worked pretty good. So yeah, nothing to say about that this day. It was just good for us.
Certainly was, and well, you definitely don't want to get caught short during the middle of a 4-hour event. Florian, I'll come to you on this one. Your day was all about that battle, all about trying to work your way through the field here and having to deal with so many differences, especially with the likes of Shinya Mishimi in the later stages, the likes of Hoytsinveld Engineering, the likes of, say, trying to just work your way through the field from 6th on the grid. How difficult was it today, especially with that GT Ross orange car and a couple of incidents we saw early on in the early stages?
Well, at the moment I'm still a little laughing. Sorry for that. Because Max didn't told me about this little incident after the pit stop. But yeah, it was pretty good race overall, let's say. But I did many mistakes in this race, and it was a little unhappy for me. Most of the mistakes were all by myself, so I was spinning twice, and once I had this one incident in the first corner with MSP. Sorry for that, by the way. It was a little shitty move by me. But in the end, I had a great pace. Max and me, we were training all before, and we both had a very good pace in the end. The fights were really good. I really loved it. It was pretty much fun there. Props to all of them. In the end, it was P3. Pretty happy with that. Next time, maybe P2, P1. I don't know, depending if Max is driving or not.
Certainly does. We are going to apologise for the little bit of bad language you heard. Drivers get their adrenaline up here and there. But for both of you, you know, Pure are pretty much trying to cement themselves as the dominant force here in terms of endurance racing. You got Blank Pan coming up in 2 weeks' time, the 24 hours in 3 weeks' time. Everything kicks off in this endurance series right now. And for both of you, are you seeing yourselves as the best team in the world right now?
Well,
yeah,
I think Max, you go.
Well, I think in the last races we could see that we have a pretty decent pace and we can hold up with all the best competitors in the world. Let's say Kwanda or Enex. And so we hope that we can also show this pace afterwards in the Blancpain GT series. But who knows? It's just a long way for us again because everything changed. So we will see. I think we got the pace, but we just need to finish the races and get some decent points because this is what matters and not just having a decent pace.
Certainly does then. And for both of you, is there anyone you'd like to thank then for the victory in third place that you got today? Oh, well, that's okay.
I thought you would. I want to thank for the whole teammates, of course, because they all do a good job at the moment, a pretty good job. And I also want to thank our sponsors, iRacing and Wallmeyer. So, that's basically it.
That is. And
in the end, I just want to go something big's up to come. I don't know if everybody have seen it yet. The new Sim Racing Expo this year. There's big news outside, and I think everybody should read this. Go on the homepage, simracingexpo.de. A big event is coming this year, similar like last year, but there is a big team event coming, and I think everybody is very interested in this, and we will see us all probably on there.
Funny how you mentioned that on April 4th, so we'll see whether there's some validity to that or not. Florian Royce then and Maximilian Benecke for the Pure Racing team there, doing a fantastic job here today. Cisco, you'll be standing by with your winner in your MX5 category. That's Dirk Federman.
Yeah, and Dirk, you had an outstanding run here today. We talked about the strategy call, very reminiscent of what RSO pulled in race number 1. You guys did it in this race, and it paid off. But the first thing we have to talk to you about, lap 2 of the race, and it all went wrong in front of you. What happened?
I don't know. I'm so sorry for Giuseppe and car number 555, Team Potato. I don't know what exactly happened there. And if it's my fault, I'm really, really sorry.
Well, you were able to recover from that, worked away, plugged on it for a bit, and I mean, you know, another solo effort here in the MX-5 that works out very well. We were talking about how kind of your efforts were similar to what Salman's been doing in that Berlin SimSport car. You guys did it for Crown Racing here today. What's kind of the mindset you have to be in to do this on your own in the MX, which is such a different car versus what we see out on the rest of the track?
Well, it's kind of a Saturday afternoon race. I put on a podcast and listened to that and just drove.
Just drive. Well, I like the sound of that. But Dirk, finish first here tonight. I'll give you a chance. Are there any sponsors you would like to thank that helps you and your team get it done here?
No, we don't have any sponsors. If anyone is interested, contact me. But yeah, again, sorry for Giuseppe.
Well, it's Dirk Federman. You know, a little bit of contact at the beginning of the race, Jake, but nonetheless, he brings home the victory. And hey, if you're looking for a sponsor, this guy just won the VLN Endurance Championship round number 2. I'd say that's a pretty good spot to put your company on.
Yeah, pretty good resume if you're today on the front or the back of an MX-5. Alvin, do you want an interview, buddy?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I have to say, even though with that MX-5 battles that we saw all over the field, I do have to say, you know, it was a fantastic display from you in the number 20s with all you did. And I have to say, for the next round, what are you planning to do in terms of drivers? Perhaps are you bringing another driver or are you doing a solo effort?
It's not planned to bring another driver in, but yeah, Mart's my team colleague, that's driven with me in the first season, is now is racing in the real world, it's karting, so I have to do it on my own.
Well, that is absolutely great that you get to do a race like this on your own. Again, congratulations on your win. Now, before we let you go, is there anybody else you would like to thank? Any shout-outs?
Well, I guess only Joshua Bannister, our team leader, so greetings to them.
All right, thanks again for coming in by, and again, congratulations on your MX5 win. Jake, back to you.
Yeah, certainly is. And well, we're going to try and step in and try and talk to the Shinya Mashimi team right now here. Matrevsky here with Shinya Mashimi as well. Boys, you know, a fantastic day for you. 14th, you get yourself up then into 4th position. Philip, I'm going to come to you first on this one. That final stint, you were being chased down all the way there by Huizenveld Engineering. You know, you had a scary moment with a few laps to go, but you kept it on the track and you held it on for 4th place. A fantastic drive.
Yeah, well, it was that last stint was just hanging on for dear life. I mean, it was like driving in the rain. And probably even in the rain, I would have pulled a faster lap time. But nonetheless, still, I'm not happy with that mistake because I've done it twice. I had that scary moment in my first stint as well, I think, behind somebody, but in the end, it paid out.
In the end, it certainly did. And Shinya, your team name, your middle stint, you're looking to try and implement real-world racing tactics into the world of endurance racing and sim racing right now. And for you, you know, it's a great day for the result for you, and also getting that result today without the drivers of, say, Vincenzo Amico as well.
Yeah, you know, Enzo decided to take the week off after last week's Neo race. He put a lot of time into the setup there, so we decided to give him a bit of a break, and then Philip and I would take up this race. But yeah, it was a good race for us. Strategy in the end ended up working out quite well. Thanks to Philip for noticing that after the first stint. So yeah.
Certainly was. And well, for you guys, you know, next few weeks have a lot in store for you. You've got the likes of Blancpain coming in to play the Nürburgring 24 hours, coming along just around the corner as well. How busy is your April going to be?
Yeah, for the guys, it's definitely really busy, and for me, maybe even more busy. I've got obviously my real life stuff to do next month as well, so I'm going to be in and out all the time. Yeah, I'll be quite busy.
Certainly will. And you, Philip?
Pretty much on the same boat, apart from the real life stuff. So I think it's going to be a busy weekend months, a couple of months for all of us. Me, Shinya, Enzo, and Krasimir. So we hope to see everybody on track again soon.
Certainly will. And there is your Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing boys then finishing in 4th position, starting from 14th. And well, Cisco, your good old friends are going to finish things off. You've got 2 Sherney brothers here. One is called Alex and the other is called Tobias.
Yeah, and they weren't in the same car this time, but we get to talk to both of you. Alex, I'll start with you. You were in the MX-5 as usual, and not quite the run you guys wanted. You got the podium, though, for your team. Talk us through the MX-5's efforts today.
Yeah, hey, everybody. Yeah, it was a different race. This time it wasn't that easy like last week, but it was a lot of fun, and yeah, a little bit disappointed to not get on the first spot, but we had some issues with 3 Porsches that tried to overtake our Mazda at Ice Curve. So yeah, in the end, for this, it was a good result.
Yeah, you still managed to pull off a podium, which we always talk about. You guys, despite whatever luck you have during the race, you guys can always get on the podium. And Tobias, your GT3 effort today, very well done for you guys. It's nonetheless, it went fine up until a point. So, I mean, you guys were up there for a very long time. What happened to change all that?
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. It went very well up to this one point where there's a contact directly after Mutkurve approaching the Steilstrecke, and yeah, Stefan went on the brakes as quickly as he could. Tried to avoid the wreck, followed Florian there, and he couldn't see the curb. The car got airborne like a meter in the rear, and then got spun around. And then while trying to get the car pointing in the right direction again, he couldn't get get going anymore. We sat on the curb like nothing worked anymore, so we had to tow and lost like 2.5 minutes just by that. And then yeah, we dropped back to the field, and in the end, yeah, we tried everything to catch the next GT3 ahead. So we finished 11th now. I mean, the pace was quite a good comparing it now to the others up front. I think we could have been P4, P5 somewhere in this region. Florian was a bit quicker, but whoever knows. On the straight, we were a bit slow with the Mercedes. Florian once passed me like I had no draft at all, or it was very strange. There was nothing that I could do, so we might need to tweak our setup there a bit more. And but in total, yeah, it was a good, interesting experience for our very first VLN GT3 race. Stefan and I think we did a good job there.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of, this is a question for both of you. What are kind of the differences you see getting out of that MX-5 into the GT3? What are kind of the driving differences that you guys have to account for with that very different speeds that you have the MX-5 versus that Mercedes that you guys were in?
Actually, I think it really helps a bit to know what you are doing in the MX-5, and when you're approaching some MX-5s, you can, I think, better estimate if you're gonna be able to pull up a pass into a corner or not, or where you just have to wait or not. So, but that's the only thing. The racing is completely different. It's way faster, way more hectic, I would say, even though I don't have to really watch into the rear view mirror, but with the MX-5 you have always an eye in the rear view mirror. But in GT3, yeah, it's interesting, and I think Stefan and I will try it next time again.
All right. Well, that's the journeys. Alex, I'll let you get any sponsor shout-outs that you guys want to give for your team, RSO.
Yeah, I would like to give a shout out to all our team members that took part in the race and that maybe had a review at the stream. I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors for the Porsche Zentrum Willig, and also SimLab, and also on our Turfy Audi, the Turfy group. Yeah, it's fantastic that they support us, and yeah, we try to get every time a little bit better. So yeah, we are improving, and we are looking forward for the next races.
And Tobias, anything to add to that list?
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to improve the Audi and bring maybe both cars into top split next time. So they started second split again, and yeah, that's the plan then.
Yep, that's the plan. Well, we'll just have to see, guys. Great runs nonetheless. Wasn't the way you guys wanted it, but still great run nonetheless. We'll see you next time around VLN for sure.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah, bye.
All right, well, Jake, here's the mic back. We may have one more interview. I'm not sure.
We may, and we'll very quickly talk to this driver here of Sam Roeselare right now. Sam, a day for you, which worked well in the 53 machine. In the end, you finish in terms of your Porsche category down in P26 overall, a gain of 8 places.
Yeah, I was very happy with that. It's I've never been really into top split. It's like my second time, so I was really, really happy with that result. I'm hoping I can do it again sometime.
Certainly seems like a good plan, and for you, finishing seems to be a very big key here. I mean, you're looking against the teams here, and you're looking at these Porsche categories, and you see the sort of level that everyone else is hitting for you. Is it a case of just a learning experience driving with these sorts of drivers?
Yeah, it's definitely a case of learning for me. Still have a lot to learn, but I'm just trying to be safe right now, trying to learn new things, seeing as how other people just crash, and I take advantage of that, and that's, I think, how I gained most of my spots, not by being fast. But yeah, I still have a lot to learn, and I'm really looking forward to the next races. Maybe I can make it into top split again.
Maybe he can. So we're going to say thank you very much. Sam Roeselare then joining us from the eWorks racing team, finishing P26 overall today. But unfortunately, that's all we're going to have time for then this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget here that we have to give a massive thank you to all the drivers racing today in all splits, to the circuit of the Nürburgring for producing some sensational action, and to all of you who are watching at home. You have to remember there are a lot of broadcasts coming up this evening. The first ever dirt broadcast is coming here on iRacing as well. Make sure you tune into that one this evening. Cisco will be there, and you'll have a lot of fun with Cisco once again. You also have to remember that in 2 weeks' time, you will have yourself the first ever Blank Pan GT Series race of 2017. Watch out and see whether Kawada can dominate again. Will the likes of Pure come into play? Will the likes of Redline come back into it? Or will we see the likes of Core try and hold themselves back and try and get redemption for last season? Don't forget, the 24 Hours in the Nürburgring is just 1 week after that. You have to tune into that. It's the Nürburgring, for goodness sake. And also, June 17th is round number 3 of your VLN. You can't afford to miss that one either. That has been Cisco Scaramusa. That has been Randy Cheneth. That has been Alvin Yeves. And that has been Hugo Luis behind the cameras. I am #DoYouMind, Jake Sperry. And after all of this, Pure will smile the brightest here in the Veranstalter Gemeinschaft Langstreckenpokal Nürburgring, otherwise known as VLN. Big shout out as well to the Crown Racing MX-5 as well. They dominate, and after every driver dominates, it's about finding the way through for the next event. Good night.